Thank you, thank you, thank you. As ever, everything is breaking. About me, the stream, the challenge, everything going wrong. But at least I'm a bit refreshed. I know this is going to be, this is a really late one. Basically, as you can probably guess, whole sleeper pattern is screwed. And I just want to get this done.
Welcomed everyone to the pantry party.
There's maybe the last few hours of this left. Like the title says, stream ends when I finally get it. This is just going to be me getting straight on with challenge and hopefully doing it this time. I had to move around so many files and I've now got to look into another hard drive for the sake of it is now split between estimated time. Estimated time I think is TBC. Yeah, I'm now between my main desktop's hard drives, my laptop's hard drives, the SSD that I usually try and keep all my footage on, which is a terabyte. I've had to back up footage from the PaneyeRewind streams onto my PC because I'm planning to edit that after this. So yeah, it's taken a little longer than I was expecting. But if I get switch, get pretty much straight on. Oh, apologies. I will play the sound again. I forgot to load up StreamerBot. Apologies. StreamerBot is the thing that plays the sounds. And for some reason, I left everything else open and closed that. Who knows? Hey, welcome back, Pine. Welcome back for hopefully the last leg of this. No worries, I was assuming people would have like appointments, like potentially work if you're not off over the Twixmas period. That's completely fine. I meant like if you want to be here for the end and it doesn't get stupidly early in the morning. Ooh, 537. I mean, later than I guess, but you're not too far past odds. Congrats on the vaults. What is it going to be? A vault or is it going to be a Gallade or God of War? But yeah, I will also, if anyone's in the Discord and you happen to drop out, I'll drop a message if you want to be here for the end, just in case. I don't know. You can say hello to YouTube at the end, I guess. But you'll notice I'm also on Violet. Oh, God was a good choice. To be fair, they're both solid shinies, but God was a nice choice. Yeah, I'm on Violet, and I'm very quickly gonna dip into Violet to get a starter to be able to drop into the save, so I will have 2 starters for the Violet save. And you can thank me later. I sat through the cutscene at the start and clicked through because apparently the cutscene still requires A presses. But you'll notice after I go past the home screen, there is an autosave that I realised started the desk. Yeah, to be fair, the best screen to do that on is this black screen. Hopefully the end is tonight. I've done all the maths for everything. So where I thought it was 678, it's 684. So it's slightly more, even though I thought it was slightly less. So that's going to be fun in the edit. We're on 644. Literally the last left are Verge exclusives, some starters, and a couple mythical legendaries. But I can crack on finally into the Violet save that I was dreading so much yesterday. I was like, oh, I don't want to get to it. I don't want to get to it. I was like, a mix. I was like, I want to get to it. I don't want to get to it. Just because I know how long the first playthrough took. So I guess we've got a comparison. If you go in completely overleveled and broken with another save.
It's time for
Thank you. Welcome everyone. This is apparently everyone's peak gremlin time to hop on. Yeah, we're not doing it over again. We are, well, technically we're doing Violet over again, if that's what you mean. But we're doing it a completely different way, and hopefully it does not take 12 hours. And I also don't know if anyone is hearing this right now, because there is a that code. Thanks to the one and only Ruby. Or Lucy. You are, like, so your name is exactly how I've been doing Skeleton Age in the first save. Like, I just flip-flop so much, it's actually kind of funny to me at this point. It's just stop being self-conscious about it and just started laughing at myself. Yeah, so the first go through took 12 hours. That was doing it all legitimately. There is going to be some black magic going on. And technically, we're going to have 2 saves in Violet. Some black magic to where I'm going to take probably both starters into my Scarlet save, use all the candies that I've got, power level them, and see if that makes anything any quicker, easier, whatever. And see if it takes hopefully less than 12 hours is the goal. Also, I noticed there's 2 layers of background music going on. Where is my options menu? Ooh, also do all the right things, so speed off, speed fast, skip move learning on, center boxes, automatic, give nicknames off, camera control defined, camera support, duration, distance, autosave on, definitely, because it could still crash as we found out many times. Skip cutscene, show nicknames, and background music is the one that reminded me. And it's going to be like, oh, you know you're going to skip cutscenes and miss a load of story. It's like, I've seen the story so many times I don't get it. Are you sure you want to skip cutscenes? Yes. Okay, do I very reluctantly want to put a time guess on how long it's going to take? Is what's going through my head right now. Oh yeah, for sure, I can have it the last 2. I'm thinking, because it's going to be today going into the 30th for sure. I might pop on a short stream on the actual 31st potentially, just to say like thanks for dealing with this and all the long streams. Yeah, I can help with that, or I can also help you off stream. I don't have to hop on. I can just have New Year's off. Question: does encountering a different mon by accident reset the encounters I've done so far? So that's what I always thought, but from what I've read up on, it only changes it because it changes what spawns next. So by keeping a chain of like encounter a Pokemon, it forces that Pokemon to spawn more likely the next time something is made to spawn. So it doesn't change your odds, it just changes how many you see. So if you keep a chain going, it's a little faster, but it doesn't break any odds, because the odds are only affected. I'm assuming this is Sword and Shield, by the way. Wow, it's such a weird method because there's so much misinformation. My brain's having to actually sift through all the misinformation. So it only affects brilliant spawns, basically, for how many you've battled and things like that. Oh yeah, so if it is that, the odds are only lowered for brilliant Pokemon, and you basically want to try and get them to spawn more. So the way to get them to spawn more is to get some form of chain going. The chain actually doesn't matter, it just matters more of like how often something spawns. So what you battled is more likely to spawn next. Same logic with the T-Smash method. So yeah, basically chain doesn't matter, don't worry about too much about breaking it, just try and get it going again. Because technically it's a full odds hunt until you see a brilliant Pokemon, and then that one has lowered odds, depending on how many you've battled. And you kind of want to run that up. Because I saw you called it the runaway method, but people also call it the KO method because it's based on how many you've battled in a dex as to how low the odds go. And I think that stops at 500. I forget the increments. I basically just, until I get to about 500, usually keep trying to knock them out. And I can't remember if there's any difference between knocking them out or running away as to what spawns next either. Oh, and this is a bit where I can take off the stupid hat now. Oh, and now I have a choice in this. Which is not really a choice. It's what do I pick in this one to send to my other Violet save that I'm going to start as well. So it's everything but this little guy in the middle, basically. So my other Violet save is going to have... I need to remember what one I start with, so I'm probably going to do Sprigatito. So get Quaxley in this, because also that answer is going to come when I come to do the league. It's like, what one did you start with? And I need to remember it was the Grass Cat Pokemon. Ooh, but now we settle in for the long haul. I don't know. I mean, you guys named Cocoa Pop, so if you want to name the 2 starters, go for it. Like I said, we're going to have Sprigatito and eventually Meowscarada, what it's going to be, and Quaquaval. That could... yeah, there's probably some things lower in odds as well. I just like to... The way I rationalized it in my head to also not worry about it was the fact that the chain is easy enough to get going, at least for common Pokemon. It's a bit more... it's a bit more if you're doing rare spawns, basically. So you don't want to lose your chain, because rare spawns will be harder to find and keep going. Similar to the Let's Go chain method in how they kind of force spawns, but just a bit less enforced. So if you've got a chain, I think it might enforce rare spawns a bit more. Ooh, okay. We will have Garfield for Meowscarada. Ooh, actually, both work. Actually, don't mind. Do you have a preference between either? Or we could have Garfield and then Frosty be Quaquaval, because that still kind of works for a water type, especially when I always give it Ice Spinner. If you inadvertently named both of them at once. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with that. I think I'm going to go Garfield for Meowscarada and Frosty for Quaquaval. And let me pick. So Quaxley in this, and it's going to be Sprigatito in the other save. Now, all I need to do is get up to the point where I catch Lechonk, I think, and then I can move them between saves. So you are going to be Frosty. Hopefully I've spelled that right. I will find out soon. I'm starting a new save now. Getting up to the bit where I get Lechonk, putting it in my boxes. Then I'm starting a second save of Violet that will play through with both of these starters. Yeah, it's started. They should... Maybe it's like queued up or something. I only have pre-roll ads on, I think. I do need to go back into that. But when people also activate the ads, it should stop ads for so long as well. Ads are... I'm realizing over, especially the last few streams, are bigger things in my streams apparently than I initially paid attention to. Also, welcome back one day. My name just kind of like glazes over because I'm used to like people having very specific colors. Okay, yeah. Basically, wait, at least I've slept at this point. Maybe a few hours in Snowbump we can do that. Yeah, I'm starting over. I'm going to do 2 saves in Violet. One up to the point now that I'm doing, which is going to get to catching Lechonk. So I can put it in a PC box and then put it in another save that I'm going to start for Violet. That is then going to go through, finish the story and do everything. So I've got both of the other starters for the decks that I can then breed for and do all the other stuff. So, starting over after this again, basically. But that's the most efficient way I thought of doing it. I could have done the whole, like, delete the save, transfer it over, blah, blah, blah. And it worked the exact same if I just done 2 different profiles. And just have this as, like, a sacrificial lamb. And, okay. Sleep, 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 go to 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 sleep, 1 sleep, 2 sleep, 3 sheep, go to sleep.
Sleep, sheep, 1
There we
sheep,
go.
2 sheep, 3, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, sheep, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3, go to sleep.
It makes sense for the time if I wasn't on a degenerate sleep schedule. Yeah, to be fair, I didn't actually know there was a
go to sleep, go to sleep, sheep, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3, go to sleep.
I didn't know those trade codes.
Sleep, sheep,
The
1 sheep, 2
idea
sheep,
is
3,
to
go
kind
to sleep,
of
go to sleep, go to sleep, sheep,
make
1
it
sheep,
last
2
outside
sheep,
of when
3,
those
go
trade
to
codes
sleep.
stop being a thing. Because I did some like
Sleep, sheep, 1 sheep,
Quaxley
2
just
sheep,
disappeared
3, go
out of
to sleep,
existence,
go
so-
to sleep, go to
Get
sleep,
the idea
sheep,
is to
1
kind
sheep,
of
2 sheep,
when I
3,
come
go
to make a
sleep.
video about it, make it last past when those trade codes are no longer being used, because I did Sword and Shield playthroughs really late while I was doing my living decks, and some of those got really hard when not using the trade codes. Just thankfully you can. Thankfully Home made it easier, which I can kind of show you something that a load of people didn't realize was a thing when using Home. You don't need to have it tied specifically to your account and profile. You can drop through every profile on your Switch, as long as you're logged into your main Home profile that goes to your Home storage boxes. That I do. You finished. Did you get out your system still run? Yeah, I did the math, and basically this is based off the assumption that I have everything excluding version exclusives, starters, and 2 paradoxes from the Indigo disc. So I basically added that number on. I think it was 41 at the end or something. Well, no, it's 40 at the end. Try and remember, why did I come to 41? 32 plus 6 starters plus 2 paradoxes, 40. No worries. It's time for you to take your own advice, but cheers, Perb. Pop on by, and I hope you have a good one. I hope you have a good new year, because I'm potentially not going to pop on for the for tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Technically, we still haven't hit tomorrow yet, even though we're very used to doing that on the stream at this point. Yeah, so 684 should be right. I also use boxes to add all that up, so if I've got any extras, I'm screwed, basically. But we're getting close to finishing the first save. We can be productive. Also, I realised I didn't increment the counter 645 because I've got Quaxley. Well, oh, you popped into the Discord server, didn't you? I'm gonna have everything done, and potentially I want to try and gift out some version exclusive paradoxes. So if I wait, the last 2 paradox scarlet, do you mean the last 2 Indigo disc or the last 2 area 0? Because one is easier than the other for me. From the Indigo disc, yeah, I assumed there was 2. I wasn't sure if you were doing things in different orders. Yeah, I'm planning on trying to give some. So if I have some ready and you're in the Discord, I might just drop a message, or I think that's probably the best place. I'm going to try and have 2 versions of them at least to try and gift out tomorrow. Especially because I'll also have this save started, so I could get the violet ones. Do I have a spare scarlet one that's going to be started? Maybe. But yeah, that's the idea moving forward, is I can try and do those as like, especially before ZA, help people finish off those dexes. Oh yeah, just a touch trade. But the upside is, if I can do it that way for you as well, I could just trade and help you complete the decks and then eventually give you permanent ones. Yeah, hopefully after tonight, get on a normal schedule and then do that. But I can definitely get on for a touch straight boy if you want to do that at some point tomorrow. Don't mind that at all. Especially because it's less risky for me because I have safe versions in my living decks. And the fact that now I can get as many as I want. Rarely once I'm done with this. Yeah, definitely a tomorrow thing. What? I don't think I've checked with you. What time zone are you in? Just so I don't like check in with you at some weird time while you're probably like still asleep. And there's a chunk. Yeah, that's what I assumed if it was stuff to do with that. Okay, BS2. Cool. Just so I know when I'm like checking in with you. They blurred so much stuff just to make it. I've never noticed the blurred text, but it's clearly like the Asian kanji or whatever, and the Asian names, and they just blurred it to make it universal. But this should be it. Launch a Pokeball. I think this one's 100% catch rate. Because that's what they usually do. The first encounter, you're either forced into or on early routes, is almost a guaranteed catch. Oh, what one did you find here? I know what one I would like to find here, and that's Tarantula if I was going to. Just saw a couple of people get very lucky. The first time playing through and they saw the little red ball. Ooh, Harpipe is a good one. Because then you end up with the little ball, like pink ball of fluff. Also the one I found after the incident in the shiny decks. Okay, now after this I should be good. Yep, and okay, I can access boxes. So Frosty, in theory, is in the box. So now I can come out of here, close that, start up my other save. So now that one, thinking. Just put the loading symbol over my face right now. That one's in the boxes, so when I get up to the point where I get the starter, I should also, in theory, have the boxes available to me at that point, I think. And then potentially I can battle the Mona with 2 starters, is what I'm thinking. I guess we'll see. We'll try and break the game a little bit. And we're back at the start of Violet once again, where I have to remember to take off the music. I'm just thinking, do I want to restyle all like my animations in that for ZA when it comes out? Because I've styled everything kind of around this room. Maybe that might be fun. Skip move learning, automatic. Hey, welcome. Oh yeah, sorry. I thought you said you were getting off. You said you were getting off like 11:30ish. Welcome back. You might be confused. We're back to start the Scarlet again. We've got 1 starter down. We're at 645. Autosave on camera distance, show nicknames, skip cutscenes, background music off. And there we go. So you get a bit of deja vu. It's almost like if you put this next to the other screen, like half and half, and like spot the difference. It might just be further away. Or potentially I might have lowered it because I was messing around doing an ASMR thing. Because I got that delirious at one point. So that should be a little better, hopefully. It might also just be further away from my face. Is it pointing properly? It's not necessarily pointing properly as well. That should be proper. Yeah. I think that's where I've left all my settings. True. As long as it all sounds fine generally. When it comes to the edit, I can alter all that. Yeah. I'm surprised, like, it was potentially, like, just Twitch crashing or, like, a player. When he said it crashed, like, halfway through yesterday. I was like, did anything crash? Did it record to go? And I was like, okay, it's fine. It's just Twitch being funny. Like, when Charger Bug was saying that the prediction didn't pop up, that happens to me all the time. Especially when I really want to doubt the streamer I'm watching. Like, am I going to finish this? Like, no, and I'm going, like, thousands in. Like, no, it didn't pop up. And I usually do it for, like, a minute or 2 minutes. So you really got to, like, be in there. This is weird music for this bit. Yeah, that works a little better. Let's go get the stupid hat on for what's hopefully the last time I'll ever have to wear that hat. Until I start doing playthroughs and getting the paradoxes again. Pick up the glowy hat. Technically a shiny hat. Not as shiny as the outfit you end up for 100% in Kitikami though. Or not 100%. It's part of what I consider the 100%. But I think it's paying all the money to fix up the shrine. Where you basically get scammed. The guy's just basically, in a roundabout way, doing a crypto rug pull. I'm not quite ready for school yet. I'm ready for school, don't you lie to me. Also, my voice may just be generally quieter. I'm now just like realizing it's a little deeper and possibly just coming off a little quieter on the mic. So it might be better putting it a little closer. Fair to say, I've used my voice more than probably ever in my life over the past few days. Because I apparently can't stop myself just putting in little bits of commentary every now and again. Because as soon as I hit like the start streaming button, yes, I know. Yes, because my voice was already fake by the time I started doing that. No, if it was any other day. Because any other day, I can actually do that for hours on end. But having streamed so much over the past few days, just... I'd say my voice is more dry than anything. That's how I describe it. Okay, and for this save, we are starting with Sprigatito. When I get to the league, if anyone is still somehow here with me, don't let me forget that. Because I will have both. And then, as soon as this cutscene's over, taking the hat off. I don't know who, character design wise, looked and went, everyone's gonna love this outfit. I don't care if it's like traditional Spanish uniform or whatever, like whether there's something I'm missing. That hat looks ridiculous. The uniform doesn't look great in general, but the hat looks ridiculous. And never good. With 90% of the haircuts they put in. And first things first, important things. Hat, gone. No, don't try on. Exit, save. That's at least a little better. And Coco is already clipped into the floor. It's a good thing I'm not going with you. Yeah, I keep drinking. Just can't get my throat all nice and moist like I wanted to. Might be a tea and honey situation. Either that or the coffee may not even be helping. I don't have boxes yet, so I can't pull up the starter. I wonder at what point I get the boxes. Is it after I technically... No, because I haven't picked the starter yet. I'm also just realising. In my mind, I've picked the starter. In the game, it still hasn't given me the option. It's laid them out in front of me, but it really dragged out picking the option. And something about being friends. Really skimming this. I hope everyone's strapped in for, like, what is potentially like 6 hours of Press A simulator. We've at least got another 40 minutes of this. Excuse me. And we want the grass cap. Also, I've just noticed the lighting changes before you go into this cutscene, because they know how bad, like, the building shadows and so the building shadows and the cloud shadows make everything look. So now I feel way more justified for hating it when I've been trying to make videos, trying to wait for clouds to pass. Like, it's almost like real life making a video and like, oh, I'm gonna lose sunlight because the day only lasts like 10-15 minutes. Then I gotta go and do the whole like skip 36 minutes on a clock, reload the game to try and get an alternate time of the day. And then trying to do that while you're also doing union rooms is a whole other issue. But that also was Sprigatito, which is 646. Oh yeah, and they're even worse if you're playing in Violet. Because Violet, if you're riding on Miraidon, I always have to correct myself because I'm so used to playing Scarlet. If you're riding on Miraidon, then its little jet things also produce more lag. So let's shift my camera back so I'm slightly more central. So if you decided to pick up the future game because you thought the future one looked cooler, you would just straight punished. Just for a very simple particle effect they wanted to put on. Okay, at this point, can I get to the boxes? Oh, I can't. So I couldn't pull out the second starter even if I wanted to. Which, speaking of Miraidon, we're going to get him and be able to ride him in 35 minutes, probably, if I had to guess. That's the one thing I can confidently-ish put a time scale on. So strap in for half an hour of the most interesting story you've ever been through, which is kid goes to school after finding big dog on side of road. Excuse me. Try and drink as much as I can. And second battle go. Hey, cheers. Hope you have a good night. And thank you for the shiny, love. If I find a shiny, it will be named after you. For the fallen ones who've only fallen asleep. Gone, but not forgotten or necessarily lost. Have a good one, and I'll catch you soon. Have a good new year if I don't catch you before then. Yeah, fingers crossed you can still keep farming those points. We thought you were going to get to 100k yesterday. Have a good night. $94.1. Alright, we'll see next time we pop on what I got to. And we won. Yay! Back to chill music. And is it now that I get to the boxes, or is it after I get the catch and have more than one Pokemon? And is where we find. Oh, just skip. Got fast text. It's not fast enough. I wonder if I spam B instead. Or spam A and B. No, both spamming seems like every form of spamming seems the exact same. Let's spam them both. I don't know if both seems faster. Like trying to do them alternately. Or at least it feels more involved. Feels like I'm doing more to help the cutscene across. Okay, now I have boxes. I've got a turbo button on another controller, but I was also watching like speedrun breakdowns for this. Also, wait, music kick in. I was watching speedrun breakdowns, and apparently, from what I remember, potentially could be right, could be wrong. If you spam one button, it's like there's a limit on the turbo button, so it's actually slightly faster to manually spam. But if you have a turbo button held for one and press another one, then it's faster again. So it might be faster to alternately spam. I don't have the effort to actually test that. I'm just going to go purely off of what feels like I'm doing more to progress the story. But right now I'm looking at transferring between saves, and what most people don't know is from this screen you can go up to here and access all of your different profiles and saves on them. So I can go into my Violet save on this, and apparently I have a Scarlet save. Who knew? Don't know what I was doing on the Scarlet save. Let's very quickly drop this into home, into one of my random shiny boxes. I think that's my first shiny box. Yeah, because it's Charizard and all the starters. So I have it all nicely organised. My second box, here we go, it's right in the corner. Then come through to here. Now it's in my main one. Go to content, go to Violet. And then drop that Quaxley into there. And that one, I'm not going to power level because that won't obey me. And then I'm going to have to do other save messing. Because now I've got two Pokemon in that save. I can power level Sprigatito. So let's very quickly come into Violet again. Load up that profile. Swap those two round in the boxes. Go back into home and send it into my Scarlet save with all the candies. And feel really bad for this little Lechonk. Or do I? I'll catch the Lechonk, but feel bad for anyone who has to battle me after this. I wonder if there should be a rare candy somewhere. Just thinking, because I'm going to need to like fill the decks in this game as well, obviously. Or I guess I could breed. Oh, what am I doing? Boxes. And now you'll notice Frosty's in there. And I put Garfield in this box. Save again. Bounce between so many games and profiles. Then main one for home. Because the only time it matters going into home is actually what you choose for the one connected, I think, to a Nintendo account. So it knows for what boxes you're going in. Logging in. Dun, 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 dun. Taking a while. Up as soon as I put the connection music on. Okay. Swap profile again. Excuse me. Access this. I know, top tier gameplay. Everyone's baffled by how well I'm doing this. Garfield level 6. And in theory, it should still obey me because it says it was caught at the right level, which is under my obey level. The trainer ID and all the other stuff match. So when I power level it in Scarlet, even if it's level 100 and I have no badges, it should still obey me because it only counts at the core level. Also, I'm going to have to put all of these boxes in at some point to be able to do Perrin's quest. But that means nothing right now. Okay, now more messing around with different games and saves, I'm gonna have to jump into Scarlet. So Violet is out to the switch. Scarlet is going in. And that should be a Scarlet save. Scarlet is in, close that. Go to the right profile, the one I've been using for all of this. And now we're back to the main save with the book gone. So I did pick the right one. The amount of times I picked the wrong saves and the home screen is the only thing that lets me know because of all the different states it could be in. And the amount of times I've accidentally, when I've not been using my main save, clicked on my main save because it's the default. So like the fact that it's dusk with the Scarlet book in front. Okay, so if I've done it right, then go all the way to box 32. There's Garfield. That also takes one in this dex. And no, I can't give it a rare candy. I was thinking I could leave a rare candy on it. But for you, you're going to get 13 XL candies. Taking it all the way. It was level 6 a second ago. Now it's 72. And it's going to evolve. It's not going to take one off because I'm doing living dex style. So it still only counts as one. But we have Florigato. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. I've been trying to keep myself hydrated, but I definitely need more reminders. As you can hear through my voice. And then, I think I might have slightly over-prepared for 67. Garfield grew to level 100. Garfield, I'm going to leave as a Florigato for the sake of my... Yeah. For the sake of my Violet dex. So it will register that Florigato in that dex. And then I'll just find a rare candy, because at level 100 you can also give something a rare candy, and if it can evolve, it will still try. Just a nice little failsafe. Okay, and now we go back into home. We can take Violet out, because for the next few hours we are not going to touch it. Oh, yep, that's what I mean. You gotta make sure to click on the right profile. I started it on my content profile instead of my main profile. And I'm quickly gonna look up where to find a rare candy. Rare candy, Scarlet. I think there's one on like the first route or something. I also corrected card in there. Not what I want. Okay, let's hopefully the first link, because the links I usually follow were not recommended at the top. Derivatives, rare candy locations. Okay, there are options. There are options. But we don't need options now, because we only have one choice, and that is going into here, bringing little Garfield, the level 100 Florigato, out of this save, back home to its original trainer. Where are you? There you are. Save. It's in the ether of home at the minute. It's up in the cloud somewhere. Now we're going to bring it back down from the cloud into Violet, and we can hopefully do the playthrough in any which way order we want now. We can just go clockwise through the region. I wonder if I can go perfectly clockwise, because you can check that on the map. It tells you what order you went through the gyms and stuff as. And that is it. Now we got to go back into Scarlet, and let's see how long this takes. In theory, not 12 hours, because there shouldn't be much grinding at least. Did I pick the wrong profile? I did pick the wrong profile. Content. There we go. Always make sure you pick the right profiles if you're anything like me and have multiple. And then when you go into home, end up getting confused about which Pokemon are on which profile. Upside and downside of being given so many options to do things. Lets me break the game like this, which makes sense why they also... Well, actually no, not on release, because no one could have like grounded out this much, because people would have had to get to the point where they've already finished one game to do this. I guess economy-wise, they could have got more rare stuff. It doesn't make much of a difference. But now in the boxes, level 100 Garfield. Frosty's gonna naturally get levels and should stay in check with all of the badges. But from now on, we just go. We've got to do the catching tutorial. I'll catch Oink alone, even though I won't really need it. It'll just be a nice option when I get up to the later bits of the game. No, but I should have given it protein and like the hidden ability and everything. But it also shouldn't make too much of a difference. It's already level 100. It's gonna... The whole point is I'm gonna blast through the base game. I don't actually have to touch any of the DLC. But part of... part of the teal mask, you have to do the first day, I think, of the teal mask before you then unlock the indigo disc. From what I learned on my first Scarlet playthrough. Which is really nice if you just want to jump straight to paradoxes. Which, obviously, that's what I'm doing. I also need to get up a list of version exclusives. Oh no, I don't want to get rid of the rare candy one because I need to keep track of that. Version exclusives, Scarlet Violet. So if I keep that list up, I can catch them as I go. And form differences don't make... don't mean anything. Okay, so if I just keep that up on the side, then I know as I come past them to catch them. I think there's probably about like 28 or so in the base game. And then the extra, so there's 3 forms in Kitikami, or the Steel Mask. And then you have Alolan, Sandshrew, Sandslash, and one other that I can't remember off the top of my head right now in Blueberry Academy, along with the paradoxes. And thankfully none of it means I have to touch Mochi Mayhem. Even though technically I could do that. I think you can still get the mystery gift. I'll have to check that actually after all this, if you can still get the mystery gift if you don't have Nintendo Online. Because that'd be an interesting one, and potentially why they didn't include it as part of the decks that you have to collect. Because the timed exclusives make sense why they didn't include them. Petra Run doesn't make sense unless you need online to get it. Because it will put a paywall behind actually getting Meloetta. Where in theory you can get it without even having to pay for home. Because they only need to be registered. It's an absolute pain. But in theory, yeah. It's one of those where they technically offer it even if it's highly discouraged. It's almost like an insurance thing. It's like, yes, you can claim on your insurance, But we highly discourage it and would rather you just don't get in an accident. But yes, if you do, you can claim on your insurance and technically also not lose your no claims. And now it's just a few hours of shiny paranoia. See if walking through here I end up with any shinies. Highly doubt it. And eventually I would really like to test the theory of whether shiny tarantula hangs from the trees like this with a red twine instead of a white one. I don't think so, but it would also be a really nice touch if it did. That would just be a really pointless test though to do. Like put in minimum like half an hour or so, like sparkling power and Herber and counter power to force them into the trees, and also hope it doesn't spawn on the ground. I'm saying that I know shiny hunters have broken brains. Someone's definitely done that. Let's go see the mysterious cry. Oh no, something's happening. Big dog fell down. The one I always love referencing to people, and I like, that's a cool fact, but also why would you do that? Is Absolblog's video hunting the uncatchable shiny Toadstool that Arvin has that can appear in a battle that you don't even see for most of the battle. It's like, it's so pointless, and why would you do that? But also, it's funny that he did that. That is like peak shiny hunter brain is broken. Okay, now we feed dog sandwich. Do walking simulator for a little bit. Don't try and feed him the phone like I think I do every time because it's under my camera. Maybe I can give it something. Oh, the adventure guide is what I usually feed it. You know, the first time I played through this, I was feeding it everything but just to see if there was some fun text. Why do I look so sad feeding it? Be encouraged to be like, God, take it, take it. I'm looking at it as if it's already dead. Technically, in this time period, it hasn't been born yet. At least it's feeling better, and now we can get there. Yeah, don't think of... I'm trying to remember what the good place calls. Oh, timey-wimey is a Jeremy Barrowby, like the good place reference. Was it Jeremy Barrowby Marvel thing? Timey-wimey is a wibbly-wobbly Jeremy Barrowby. Something like that. And I love the fact that they just made it teleport and change forms. I think I'm terrible, but stupid things like that stick with me. Let's see, while I'm just walking. If I just type in Jeremy Barrowby with one hand, is not the... Jeremy Barrowby, it is the Good Place reference, which I would highly recommend watching a Good Place if you haven't. Basically, say time is like a wibbly wobbly line, but the wibbly wobbly line spells out the Jeremy Barrowby in like cursive letters. It was a show that I was expecting to be as good as it was, but that is most things like my brother-in-law recommend to me. That and Modern Family is one that I was like, oh, it's just going to be a typical sitcom show. Like, especially being by when I was younger, liking The Big Bang Theory, and then as I got older, being like, oh, it's actually just trying to be an ass and being smart and stuff like that, and actually not as funny. Like that whole scene in Friends where Ross makes jokes and everyone's laughing. Ross makes jokes, says things, and everyone's laughing in the laugh track, but you take away the laugh track, and it's actually just scary and depressing and borderline like harassment. So I thought, oh, it's just gonna be stuff like that. But Modern Family, no laugh track, just genuinely funny, and Sofia Vergara is amazing. The whole cast, but Sofia Vergara, so good. Yeah, they learned to the sort of, it's almost like early YouTube like retention hacks, but they were like, oh, people like shows if there's a laugh track to it, and then they put the laugh track on. But then also you get the existential thought of like most of those laugh tracks are pre-recorded on a lot of shows from like back in the 80s, 90s. And then you start thinking, how many people who were like laughing as part of that crowd are still with us? And you go, oh, maybe I should stop thinking. That's like when you go down the spiral of thought, you're like thinking too much into this. Because they were like those laugh tracks, I think, other than the ones that were actually like had enough budget to be recorded in front of a live studio audience, like Friends, like The Big Bang Theory. Even then, a lot of it was forced, and they would use different laugh tracks. A lot of them just used the same one over and over again. It used Crunch, but I'm a level 100, and Florigato was like, nope, I'm out. Yeah, I was actually watching a clip from Conan Needs a Friend, this podcast that he does, with Lisa Kudrow on, so Phoebe. And she was saying, oh, everyone just feels like they're forced to laugh, and I kind of hate those first takes because you're there and in character you still got to keep going and be like, and wait for the laugh to die down and just find something to do as a character until the laugh stop. And she hated that bit. But then they do another take of obviously the same joke because they want multiple versions and just see what works better. So they'd use a later take when the joke was better, and it had better timing because people were laughing less because they'd already seen the joke. But use a laugh track from the first take. So it'd be the longer laugh from the first time people had seen the joke, but the fifth time they performed the joke with the better timing. It was bizarre to think of, and I do production stuff, but I'd never thought of that. That's what they did. It's also funny, just Lisa Kudrow is so blunt when she says stuff. Where she's just like, oh, I just hated the audience when they'd laugh. I hated the laugh at it. Just to the point. And it makes sense that like when that is your job, you're just like, you're making my job take longer by laughing. Thank you for the laughs, but also, God, it's... You are wasting my time now. I could have done this take 2 times while you're laughing. It's funny. I love Lisa Kudrow. We've also almost technically got Maridon now. We just have to fight Arvin for it. It's so funny that the Houndoom scared off Florigato, who could definitely take it out in one hit. Oh, what are you sending me? What did she just send me there? Who knows? Who knows? And honestly, yeah, I got to this part at the end of the Scarlet playthrough. Who cares? We're starting that nice and early. Who knows? Who cares? Who's this? I love when the music is accidentally perfectly on cue. And he lost his dog fell off cliff, and he's angry at the dog for falling off cliff. Bad pet owner. He's angry. Doesn't matter who my dad is. That is such a mood of a screenshot. Oh, we also forget, yeah, it's his dad. I'm so used to it being his mum in, obviously, Scarlet. I forget that his dad's Professor Toro in this. Oh, did I accidentally walk into a battle? Yes, I did. Arvin, I am so sorry for your little squovit. Yeah, let's put it out of its misery. Let's just give it a nice little scratch. It's a little one-sided of a battle. Maybe next time, bud. Doesn't feel like much of a victory. Like, should we really be celebrating? That's like challenging a little kid to a fight. It's already one-sided, and then I go get in my car and run him over. It did give me a nice reminder, at least, that I need to teach Florigato some moves other than Scratch, Tail Whip, and Leafage. And now, technically, I just got Miraidon. Technically. And now he runs off. Okay, get me out the text box help. And while I'm remembering, I need to see what moves I can learn. I think the only one I can't learn is Flower Trick. I think that's specifically its evolution move. Oh, I was about to move my camera to line up in my head. Alright, menu. Oh, this is one. The bit that I always forget is actually wants me to go to the top of the lighthouse. Check summary. Go to moves. Remember moves. These are... Oh, Leaf Storm, obviously. 90, 100. Obviously wanted to learn Energy Ball because it's a physical attacker. It's got a terrible nature for a physical attacker. U-turn will be useful just in case I need to swap out. Remember moves. Is Seed Bomb physical? Yeah. You can learn that over Leafage. Slash is a good general move to have. Just in case there's nothing type-wise that matches. And anything. Home Claws, Bite. Can you not learn Crunch? That may just be an evolution move. But you are going to need the Dark move, so you'll learn Bite for now. And there we go. Slash, Bite, Seed Bomb, U-turn. That's an okay move set. And the top of the lighthouse. Oh, not yet. Too early. I didn't talk to her. There we go. That's Mesagosa in all of its low poly glory. I like to think if this was a video production project, it would zoom in and there would be a watermark saying replace asset later. Like they're just zooming in on all terrible looking landscape. Because there's definitely more detail closer up, but it probably doesn't change the level of detail because it's all based on the player. So the camera moves half a mile away. It's still a blurry, low poly mess with no detail in the hills. Because there's detail at least here, but then you zoom in over there, and that's exactly the screenshot from the cutscene. Funny stuff. At least it's not the massive cliffs at the edge of the map where you just see the repeated texture. Is that really going to give me the option to go back up to the top? It does, even though I never fell down. God. This indie company's got potential. I can say that much. One day, they might go AAA. That's my favorite joke though. Do this. Calling Pokemon or Nintendo in general an indie game company. It definitely act like it, and the games seem like it. You wouldn't think they were the biggest media franchise in the world. Yeah. Blizzard specifically, I think Riot at least puts a little bit more polish on stuff that goes out. Blizzard's definitely lost it since back in the day. Oh, sorry, what? There's the conglomerate now, isn't it? It's... Oh, what is it? It's like KBM. Activision Blizzard King. So like, how do we combine all of these companies? Let's make a new name. No. And someone's like, oh, we'll put my name at the front. And everyone's like, no. So they just mashed all names together. And like, we'll make it alphabetical. And it could even be ABC. And King just like, no, you spell King with a K. It's ABK. Activision Blizzard King. All companies that right now are poison in the game industry. It makes no difference at the end of the day because they still act as separate companies. Just corporate-wise that they are together. Okay. In other news, is there anything walking up here that I can claim? No, I don't think so. The only one I can think is Gulpin that spawns around towns. Also, why am I taking the path? Walk straight there. We're trying to blast through this tutorial. This right now is considered blasting through the tutorial. Even if it is slowly walking up a hill towards a gate. I've done this so many times, trying to like blitz through this to where I've got up to the gate and Nimona hasn't run up behind me and tried to challenge me to a battle. There we go. Because you actually need to talk to her at the Pokemon Center, and I'm just like, no, I don't need to. But they're so strict with the flags in the story that is apparently something that is absolutely necessary to do. Oh. Sorry. It was just weird that you could hear all the squeaks of the glove in there just while the music was dead relaxed. Oh, I've got a Quaxley too. I've got to be careful now because she may terrestrialize, and that could be an issue. Oh, thank God, that was close. Okay, Quaxley's down. But she could still terrestrialize whatever Pokemon could be next. I hope it's not a Pawmi. Oh my God, it's a Pawmi. And I'm so screwed if it terrestrializes. But she doesn't have a Terror Orb, right? It's so early in the game. Maybe I should switch out and use U-turn instead. Ace in the hole? Oh no! Things are getting scary. She has a Terror Orb this early? Oh no! It's the little things that keep me going. What's this electric type got to do to my grass type? Let's U-turn out. Oh wait. Yay! Thank God I tried to switch out. I was too strong that I knocked it out with my switch move. We are fully sinking into mental instability very early on. Not faster than air though. Like, if I was the iceberg to her Titanic, You might as well just drop the iceberg on the Titanic as opposed to running into it. Thank God she gave me those revives. That might have been close. Yeah, I was talking about this the other day with someone, and we came to the conclusion if the crowns weren't just so like goofy and cartoonish, and they maybe even like did stuff with forms. Yeah, goofy hats. Okay, it wasn't that big of a victory. Yeah, if they would have done more stuff with forms that they did with like Ogerpon and Terrapagos, like they clearly showed that was potential, but only saved it for the technical mythicals. Yeah, and even if it was just a crystal armor, I would have took that. I think the addition of the crowns ruined it, with the exception of some being just goofy and funny, because they almost kind of had. Like, Wug Trio, only one of its heads wears the crown. But then you get some weird ones where the model's massive, but the head's small, like Iron Hands, where the fist is huge, but its head is a tiny little point. And then you do get some that, well, I say some. You get, like, I think it's just Koraidon, to be honest, in its Apex form. That when it has the crown, it fits because it has the feathers around it and it looks like it fits in with it. But then you get Miraidon where it very much just doesn't fit. So some are designed for it. Some being one Pokemon in the whole Pokedex. Some are goofy and funny, which is fine. Everyone else, it just doesn't work. I think they could have just done the armor without the crowns and it would have been just as fine. Or what we came up with was, what if it was just like a sim style like crystal above the head with the Terra type? Because you see them floating around terrestrialized Terrapagos with each type in and the crystal, or maybe just a different colored crystal with the Terra logo. Something like that would have been cleaner and neater and not as stupid looking as, say, that the one we really hated was the flying crown, because it's just a load of balloons on the head and doesn't look like a crown. It's just stupid for the sake of being stupid. Oh. What's going on here? Is this definitely not someone talking to the leader of their own group? Yeah. Like, there are some dumb ones like that, and especially coming back to the fighting crown as well, like that just being a giant fist, the steel one being a giant axe, like they didn't look like crowns as they wanted to put them as well, or like how they were supposed to appear. Yeah, not a fan of Terraslas. I'm a fan of how it works, because it's probably as close to being Mega Evolution without them giving us Mega Evolution again. Because it changes type, it gives resistances and stuff like that. Makes different dynamics go on in battle. That's a bit I loved about Megas and the forms. But then they just have to make it look stupid. Yeah, the dark one also being a ghost. And the one everyone points out is that the closest to looking like a good crown. Oh, sorry, I won quicker than I thought it would. And the one closest being a good crown is a Stellar Terra type. But then the thing that ruins it is Terrapagos being on top of it. It's like just a one little touch of putting an extra thing that's meant to look like a creature on top of a creature. Ruin the whole thing. Otherwise the Stellar crown would have been the best crown. They went just too far with it to try and drop hints. Oh, and speaking of Terra, I've now got the Terra orb. Like that little crystal in the orb. If that was just floating above the head, that would have been fine. Fine and clean. It's my own personal aesthetic. I don't know whether kids love the crowns, but I've got to imagine even kids look and think that's a bit goofy. After the first time I've seen it, I mean, that's dumb and funny, and then after like the 5th time of using it, it wears off. Speaking of being goofy for the first few times. being super over leveled and doing the same joke every time for these battles, that's to wear off soon. Oh, I can terrestrialize now. I might need that, but let's see. Yeah, that as well, because there's a ton of that in this where there are little animations that slow stuff down, which is, honestly, I didn't realize it for the longest time. Why I don't like using Terra. It's like, the animation looks okay when they terrestrialize. It's fine. I still prefer the Mega Evolution, but that is a bit of bias. But the fact that every time the terrestrialize an animation takes so long, there's a little flash of the crown if it's going to be super effective. Just stuff that slows down general gameplay when the gameplay is already slow, even outside of performance issues. Because the one thing that annoys me that they still haven't done, and people, well, I say people, I will consistently complain about and then put my feelings on other people all the time and assume they're the same, is the fact that when you're in a battle and it's like, say you're in a Terra Raid battle and there's 4 of you, the Raid Pokemon comes out, it has Intimidate for instance, and it'll use Intimidate. That lowers everyone's attack stat, and it could just say lowered all Pokemon's attack stat. Instead, it has to go through every Pokemon each time and say like, Skeledage's attack fell, Tauros' attack fell, and each Pokemon one by one. It's a little efficiency that they could just say all Pokemon's attack fell and speed up the whole gameplay. Let people play more of your game than slowing it down. Yeah, also, yeah, the raid being a time limit, like, real time for once in a Pokemon game was a mechanic, and then stuff like that just emphasizes it. And okay, this is something that I don't have solid ways to fix, but it's annoyances with Terra Raid battles that they should have seen from the bat that no one would enjoy. It's all based off time, kind of. Offline, it really isn't, and it's kind of turn-based. So none of your NPCs will use moves in real time. They'll only use moves after you. There is still a real timer that counts down, but the rest of it is pretty much turn-based. Also, the fact that they say collecting like terrestrial energy is just how many times you use an attack and move. You're not collecting energy. There is no bar that tells you you're collecting energy. Everyone just over time learned that 3 attack and moves means you get to terrestrialize. If you use status moves, there is no bonus to it. So you're almost discouraged from using status moves and healing. But then, yeah, a simple bar or counter, even if it is just like 3 bars showing you you've used 3 attack moves, give me a bar so that when the thing that also no one likes, the Terra Pokemon, steals some of your terrestrial energy, which should never have been a thing. You see that bar go down and you see it steal energy. There's a connection between what's happening in the battle and what happens on the UI. And you can constantly, like, at a glance, see where everything's at rather than keeping a track in your head of going, I've used 2 attack and moves. Then, if I keep going on the rant, discouraging you from ever using setup moves. Because the fact that when you get partway through a battle, or like the shields fall, whatever, whenever it's scheduled in the battle to do, where do we need to go? There. Your stats get reset, or it'll reset its own stats back to normal. So you can set up for 6 turns, never attack it, and then 2 turns after you've set up, it resets all of your stat changes. So what was the point in all of those turns to set up when you could have just chipped away its health? That should never have been the thing. You are discouraging people from actively using mechanics in the game for the sake of frustratingly pushing that timer closer to the end. But if people are smart, they should be rewarded. Just make that timer shorter. If that's what they wanted to do and push people really like close, be like, that was a close one. Make the timer shorter and take out all of the frustrating mechanics. But as is weird, like, Asian design culture, because they just like different games over their day-to-day. They obviously like a lot of the same games, But so stuff like gacha culture and mobile gaming is also bigger over there. So time fillers and stuff like that aren't as frustrating to them, is what I assume. And is why it kind of gets past the devs. That's my whole Terror Raid rant off the table. That is why I'll always say I like Dynamax raids and adventures and stuff like that way more than the Terror battles. Even outside of how broken they were initially, and still kind of are. I've still got a recording somewhere. I'm going to take a very quick break and see if I've got the recording of me just being stuck in a Terror Raid screen. It should just be white. That's Teal Mask stuff. That's Sword and Shield. Probably doing Living Deck. Skull and Ballad was out here. That's me hatching Froakie after like 2,000 eggs. Where is it? Yeah, true. Yeah, it's like any multiplayer game, really. It's like solo queuing is highly discouraged, basically. Oh, there it is. It's just a white screen. And then if I go after the catch... Oh, no, that was actually for video. No, that was more Broken Raid stuff. That... Wait, was that? Oh, yeah, that was Floor just using it. And then just getting stuck in this white screen. On release day. Sound still going off in the background. Like, forever load. This is... And then you can still hear the cracking animation. So frustrating. And you can't... I say release day. The fact that it still happened at least 2-3 times through my Scarlet playthrough. Literally this week. I've also been like preaching for not the A team at Game Freak developing the games, but the B team that seemed to like actually put the heart and soul into development, who developed Arceus. I'm hoping they didn't give ZA to the A team now and left it with the team that actually have a passion for the series. It's the only reason I'm still hyped for it. But as people may tell you if they've been here for a while, I was so hyped for Scarlet and Violet because Arceus was so good. And then immediately we got this and I was like, oh, it let me down. I like these games. I have many problems with these games. I still really like them. And it is a case of like, if you like something so much, you want it to be better and see, like, you know all the flaws because you also spend so much time with it. It is a hard case of that. But even outside of that, when people who don't even know the series see some stuff and go, that's completely broken. Like, oh, we're getting past the I just want the series to be better point. But actually just getting bad games. But hopefully, Switch 2 comes out. We're going to be hopeful. New year. Star Wars A New Hope. We are. Hopefully, with the Switch 2, going to get better games. Oh my god, Castle Royale League. Terrible. And I was so begrudging when I was like hunting every Gen 9 shiny. The fact that, one, I was doing every form. So very specifically, I was trying to avoid Castle Royale League. I didn't do Veluza on Castle Royale Lake. I looked for outbreaks outside of it, even though you can pretty consistently get spawns of it on it. But the ones I couldn't avoid, which were the 3 Tatsugiri forms and Dondozo. Dondozo being the worst because it's such a physically big model with so many polygons that it just slowed it down. Anyway, with water in general, hunting Veluza almost drove me insane for the slowdown. On top of trying to avoid it. But anywho. We're also happy New Year's Eve. I just looked down at the clock. We're now there. We now also have all the gyms. And Victory Road started. And we're almost through the tutorial. This is a trend they need to stop. Yeah, a trend they need to stop is just super long tutorials. I don't need to sit this long to tell me how to play the game and how to set up the story. Your story is too convoluted if you need this long to set it up. We have 18 badges. It's like, okay. But what if 2 of the stories were side stories that I still needed to do but didn't have to have proper setup? Send me through the gyms and have other stuff happen along the road. Get me straight into the gameplay. I don't know if that's... Well, no, it's not part of that because many people have complained outwardly. This isn't me even projecting on other people. There are many complaints about how long the tutorials are. We should just be glad that it's not the Sun and Moon 2-hour tutorial. That was egregious. And kind of funny that I'd still consider those games better than this, even with the 2-hour tutorial. Oh, who's calling? We have the one everyone swooned over. There's so much thirsty fan art for this when he first was announced. Shame everyone didn't know he actually wasn't a person. They really don't, and it's the fact that they don't offer skips. Even in the first games, if you went past the catch tutorial guy, you could tell him you already know how to catch Pokemon and he would just let you go. Yeah, they have the pop-up screens and everything, which are terrible, but I'll take them if it cut it out, but it's on top of everything else. So it just compounds the problem. Like, we give you screens that tell you everything, and also we will tell you everything. And my god, they need to put in some voice acting. If there's one thing that going through Scarlet earlier this week taught me, is that having so many text boxes just makes this more monotonous, because nothing is actually going on. I'm just looking at some basic animations and some text on screen. Yeah, we're talking, it's literally as old as me. For 28 years, they've stuck with text boxes. Like, they could... So, this is my excuse for them, is like, I get it is a big production effort to do stuff in multiple languages with voice acting on top. But what a lot of games do... yeah, sorry. We forget they don't have the budget or the scope to be able to do that. But let's say if they did want to expand to being more than just a small indie company, they could do what other games have done. So, like, recently I played through Monster Hunter Stories. Stories 2. And some of, like, the in-world cutscenes have text boxes, and that's completely fine, because when you get to, like, the pivotal story moments and the massive set pieces, that's when they have voice acting. They limit the voice acting that they have to do, which I feel would just be perfectly fine. No one would complain about that. And they only have to do a limited amount of, like, translations. Is there a game with voice acting? Yeah. I'm sure Pokemon has a game with voice acting. It's Masters EX on mobile, of all things. Yeah, or they just do the typical, like, Zelda silent protagonist thing, because no one has an issue with that. Like, yeah, there's a point. Zelda's done it. Zelda, part of Nintendo. Maybe slightly bigger than an indie company-sized production team. I do wonder, like, does, like, Nintendo and Game Freak have similar production size? Like, is it a company thing because they're all under the same umbrella? That I'd be interested to look into. But that's also a big comparison. looks so much better than Scarlet and Violet years after the games were released. Or years after the Switch was released. And runs 10 times worse than Breath of the Wild. Like, they had that comparison from day one. Which everyone could say, like, oh, but it was like in-house development team and they had heads up. It's like, yeah, but they did it from day one. There is no excuse. They set the standard high because it was possible and should have only gotten better. And technically did only get better with like Tears of the Kingdom. Like, that was literally bottlenecked by hardware for where it started to run slow. Because it did run slower than Breath of the Wild. But because there was so much more going on in the systems and like world interactions. Which they definitely need to, at least performance-wise, send the team from Tears of the Kingdom and like Zelda and whatever to Game Freak and be like, this is how you use the new hardware, and baby steps them through it. Give them a handout. Help those smaller companies come up in the world. Eventually they might make a big hit game and go big. Maybe make some profit one day. Potentially, if the series gets big enough, they could do merch, and that would support the whole business. They might not even have to make games anymore with how much money the merch might make them. Who knows? The games may just be the thing that releases a new Pokemon for the merch. Who knows? There's potential. And I'm now just realizing I pretty much managed to rant through that whole tutorial. A whole half an hour rant. But now I kind of need to do some theory crafting, because after this I've got to decide a route. Yeah, it was good to get it off my chest, because the tutorial brings every issue of the game to the forefront, which still is not over. And even after this point they go, choose your path. And then the path doesn't matter because you can do all the paths at once. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to throw this out there. What if Pokemon ran at a consistent 60 on theoretically more powerful hardware that Nintendo didn't produce? Maybe something like a computer, for instance. I don't know. And then let's say you have your own game cart and you have all the verification data and all that off it, and you pull that off of a game cart you've bought and use all that data to play on different hardware. So you legally play the thing you bought on better hardware in a consistent, maybe even, might blow your mind, HD resolution, 1080p, mind blowing. Like, God forbid we even try and play it in 4K. That's like voodoo. HD, 60 FPS. Nintendo may hate that, but legally you're being your own right. You've bought the software, you should be allowed to do it. But yeah, as soon as they found out that anyone emulates, and Nintendo, don't come after me, I'm playing on console. If I take it out the Switch, the screen will go black. It's right here. Yeah, God forbid anyone emulates stuff and shows that Nintendo aren't doing a good enough job. That's something that I still want to give a go. I don't think it does well like YouTube wise, but in between like projects that I'm working on, I may try and pick it up, because it would only affect the VOD channel as well. So, oh no, VODs go down for a little bit. But yeah, to be fair, I haven't seen also anyone play it, which is probably also why it doesn't do well on YouTube. Because BDSP does not do well on YouTube. For kind of obvious reasons, but it's also not a bad game as everyone makes out. Yeah. I think solidly it is a good game. And also, I think I need to go east out of here, or like left from where I am. Yeah, I like it. One, because it's got fun shiny hunting methods. That is always a big one for me. But also, it just had a bit of charm to it, at least. Like, it didn't try to reinvent the game for the most part. It fixed some issues. It felt slightly soulless, but it was just Diamond and Pearl again. It would have been nicer if you got Platinum. That's all I'd say. And we did technically get some Platinum features. Like, we got stuff like Shaman Skyform's NPC then in Floweroma. We got stuff like Mew and Jirachi giving us gifts randomly if you had save data. Like, there were a lot of good things that come out of them. It's just because I think they felt so soulless in how they were remade, people didn't like them. But overall, I'd say they're decent games, and they did try and do little bits new with them. I just don't think they were given the leeway with it. Mainly because one fact people never realize is it was developed by the same people who developed Pokemon Home and have only ever developed mobile apps. Because it loads up and people see Ilka and don't realize, oh, Pokemon Home mobile app, people. Like, that was the first 3D game they'd ever worked on. And I think they did pretty well, considering that. Oh yeah, Platinum, well, because I never properly played Platinum because I had Diamond as a kid. And trying to convince parents to buy the third iteration of a game isn't the easiest. I think the first one I properly got for myself, or like asked for, was Emerald. I played since Red and Yellow. Oop, get that. Ooh, also, I need, okay. Quick detour before I continue that thought. I'd like to buy Pokeballs. What can I buy? Oh, what can I only buy Pokeballs? Okay. Let's buy 20. Why not? 4,000. Pay with LP. I just realized Gulpin is right there. And that is one of the Virgin exclusives that I need off this list. So, one swap music there. Arvin, not Arvin. Now is not the time. The Stony Cliff. I know. There was a Gulpin right in front of me. Oh, and it didn't despawn it. I need this Arvin. God damn it. And I can't do anything to this Gulpin, so I've just got to throw a Pokeball and hope for the best. 1, 2, today's 6, 4, 7, and I catch 2 of them and evolve one of them along the way. It can be part of the team. 1 Virgin exclusive down. I'm going to constantly have to reference this list. So, just for... Ooh, there's also another one over there. We'll look at the list. Hey, no worries. I appreciate you staying with me for this long. Have a good night and have a good new year, because I don't think I'm going to be on stream. And I will catch you soon. Have a good one yourself. Good night. Yeah. To reference the list, but also I've cut the story halfway off there. I'm looking for a Lowland Sand Slash, a Lowland Sand Shrew. Tauros I don't need because I already have one and I'm going for the minimum. Apom, Mischievous, Gulpin, Swalot, Bagon, Shelgon, Salamence, Shieldon, Bastiodon, Amberpom, Mismagius, Clauncher, Clawitzer, Passimian, Morpeko, Dreepy, Dracloak, Dragapult, Ice-Cube, Cerule Edge, and all the Paradoxes. Yeah. Yeah, so far away, but hopefully not too long. Fingers crossed. But just so, like, if any pop on the screen and I don't see and you're like, get that one, then, yeah. let me know. I should hopefully be on top of it. But yeah, back to what I was thinking. I started on, like, red, blue, yellow, which obviously is the version that's got the most remakes. Then gold, silver, which got the best remakes. And also, no, I'd say, and this might be controversial, but also Heart Gold, Soul Silver haven't aged as well as people like to think. But I'd say Aurus is up there with one of the best remakes. Oh god, yeah. Some might say the biggest gap in knowledge. But also, you've got a unique experience going into it. Like, you know where all of it's going to end, and you can also, from now, experience all those games fresh. You'll, like, go into, say, Gen 2, knowing all the Pokemon that are going to eventually evolve. And you'll have the option to trade them up, so you can have those from, like, a playthrough in Gen 2. As long as it's not original, like, gold, silver, red, and yellow. Unless it's on the virtual consoles. You'll be able to transfer them up to modern games as well. Which most people just finish the games and then go on to new games fresh and never transferred them up. Especially if they're like me. Yeah, it's quick to learn. Yeah, because at its core, and I think Pokemon like to really almost the deluded in this sense think that Pokemon is more complicated than it is, and it's really not. They put systems in that alter core mechanics, but it is very simple alterations. The only complicated thing is type interactions, and that can be distilled down to a type chart that people can look up. They could put that type chart in game, and all of the so-called complexity is then gone from the game. It's just like, oh, have this. They've also got rid of that. I also love doing this. Being attacked by Cloth because I'm behind it. Cloth? Cloth, no! Yeah. Because something since, I think it was Sun and Moon, which was very... It split the community on whether they liked it or not when it was first put into a game as a feature. Was seeing whether a move is effective or not very effective. Just when you pick it from the move menu. Before that, you had to just know. And I also had a friend who was jumping into... Where's my mouse? I had a friend who was jumping into the series at the time who didn't know all this. And it was such an imbalance of me knowing all the type matchups because I've played the series up to that point from the start. Versus them jumping into it fresh. But it evens the playing field between new players and players who've been playing for a while. And I think that's what split the community a bit. Is the fact that players who'd put the time in weren't then being rewarded for all the time they'd put in as much, but they shouldn't have been. It's almost like pay to play, but the pay bit is the time. Where I'd rather just more people play the game and enjoy it and be able to play with people so you played for ages. Because it's almost like a... Think of it this way, like a ranked ladder. So, I've put all of this time in. I'm at the top of like the competitive ranked ladder. You've just come in. You will be lower. So, I'm up here with like a few people to play with. You're down here with everyone to play with. Why can't we all just be in one big pool of players? Which, yeah, exactly. And they're making strides towards it. For better or worse, I think it has kind of like dulled down some mechanics. So like when I find a Pokemon with a good nature or a bad nature, those are both the same because I can change the nature with mints and things like that. So spending the time where... let's swap the music. When I spend the time to find a decent Pokemon, and breeding a Pokemon with like 6 IVs is nowhere near as precious as it used to be. Some mechanics have been severely dulled down in how necessary they are. because of certain things they've thrown in to, like, include more people, which is why I'm split on them. I like the fact that more people can jump in and you can use the Pokemon you have that you played through the game with. For instance, if you don't get a perfect starter, you can still give it all, like, the bottle caps and mints and IV train it and things like that, and go online and use that one that you played through the game with that you have a personal attachment. That's really nice. But also the achievement of, like, there's an achievement to getting certain Pokemon that is diluted from that. Which is why I'm very split. I really don't know if I like it or not. Which also kind of comes back to the argument that a load of shiny hunters have. It's like, shinies are so easy in these games, so my shiny that I got ages ago, now it isn't worth it. But that's a whole different thing. That's just people trying to properly gatekeep, like you were saying. Yeah, people that want to do it can still do it, and if anything, they make it a lot easier and save them some time when they eventually get, say, if you're breeding for a shiny Pokemon. Yeah, it's still impressive, but some people, it is one of those, oh, what's the phrase? It's something like, it's a lot of lines like, happiness is a victim of comparison, like something along those lines. Like, the moment you try and compare to other things, nothing is ever as, like, enjoyable. Comparison is the thief of joy. That was it. The moment you compare something, you get way less joy out of it, rather than just enjoying what you have in its soul, like, little bubble. I knew there was some. I'm happy you knew it, because that would have annoyed me if I didn't think of, like, comparison is the thief of joy. There's so many phrases like that, and some of them that I love because they are so, like, they're so true and can be distilled to such a dumb concept. Another one along those lines is, like, just to keep yourself happier. It's not, I want to say, Occam's Razor is the one where the simplest solution is usually the right one. I forget the other one that is, like, don't attribute to malice what can more easily be attributed to stupidity or naivety. Like, that is the most true thing that I think I've ever read, and has made me so much happier when you don't think people are out to get you. People are just idiots, essentially. I kind of live by those words. Yeah, workplace especially, because we have a culture of, like, fake it till you make it has been bred into so many people, and I don't believe it in the slightest. Because it then also, is that? Oh no, I thought that was chocolate. It then also leads people to just try and not say what's actually happening and actually be honest and admit when they're wrong, which means that because no one admits when they're wrong, when someone does, it's also exaggerated. It's like, no, everyone's wrong at some point. I'm just wrong and usually fix it before I have to admit that I'm wrong. Yeah, it's a whole different workplace culture thing that I just don't agree with but have to go along with. The flower patch is coming in. Yeah, exactly that. Like, how do you handle being wrong? How do you handle mistakes? Do you take it on the chin and move forward? Or do you try and push blame or make excuses? Because while we're going down my own mental philosophy, how I like to approach things is, if I'm gonna offer an excuse, excuses don't solve problems. So instead of offering an excuse, I just shift my mindset to, how can I solve this problem I have? If someone is gonna point out something that I've done wrong, they don't want an excuse. They would rather me offer a solution. So in every aspect of it, excuses do not help anything. Pay more mind to solving problems, and it makes everyone in every situation happier. Which is how I like people to try and be around me. If people offer excuses, I also just tune out. What did this want me to do? Have I got a battle penny now? Is this going to tell me? Oh no, I can't just sign up. Oh, I also need to look up. I had rare candy locations. On that one, there isn't one that I can see. Oh, yeah. And if I take this like something that is like not even work, because it seems cool music-wise if you say, oh, I'm a guitarist and I'm self-taught, for instance. That's a cool thing to be able to say. But that also means you're probably not as far along as you could be. And this is me personally being a self-taught guitarist. I will say to anyone picking it up, and I'll always do it now in hindsight. Like, if anyone knows something that I don't, please teach me. Because you basically get a head start in everything you do, and you can get solutions faster. To a degree, obviously, there is a point where you don't want to constantly pester people when it comes to work, and be the person who just constantly asks questions. So to a degree, try and solve your problem, but if it's taken long enough, go to someone else who already has the answer and has already learned the thing you're trying to learn. Yeah, it's a lot more available online. But, ooh, wait. There we go. Yeah, so you can be a lot more proficient of a self-taught musician online nowadays because of all the information available online. But then there's just also the practical side of it that you just can't express. So if I was to, and little like cheat codes, basically. Yeah, if you go to someone who is classically taught, they'll teach you the things, because there is a culture of like stuff that is expressed online in the information that's put out that inherently also needs to get clicks, annoyingly. So it would be like cheats and hacks and how to do this quick and things like that, where the stuff like this is what you should really focus on when you're learning. And say music wise, it's scales and arpeggios and just really hammering chords and diminished and minors and sevenths and things like that. Really try and learn all your variations to make what you're writing and playing a bit more dynamic, and develop your ear, things like that. That's all boring stuff that doesn't get clicks as much, so you don't see as much of it. But if you were to go to a classically trained musician for lessons, that's the stuff that they would say is absolutely necessary. So there's actually a guy I love watching, Frank Tedesco. Definitely look up his stuff on YouTube and that. Amazing musician. But everyone always, when he plays stuff and like from here, it's like, how do you do that? It's like 17, or like I think his most recent video, it finally went, it's 18 years of just experience and listening, and he was classically taught and developed his ear, which was obviously impressed on him from a teacher at some point. Is like, I'm leaving. Nope. Yeah, it was impressed on him early on that was important, and now he's developed a skill that just impresses so many people. Forgot I don't have swimming. Oh wait, great game. There we go. Because there is a little bit, and it's kind of like that jazz mindset sort of thing of like, when you come to like playing along with people and seeing like what they're playing and learning music like by ear. Like, I can do it a little bit. I wish I could do it better. Yeah, the rain plus the water plus the fact that you can technically swim and not swim. I also think there is a better route that I could have taken. I've just done a full 360. And I fully just distracted myself as to what I was saying. Where is there some flora in here? I was sure there was. No, that's my sunflower running. One behind? No. There's a plant pot there, so it's definitely a plant to put a sunflower there. Why am I not seeing these now? So this music doesn't fit, but that's also kind of funny to me. Yeah, I could go on about like learning music and where I wish I'd done better while I was first picking it up. Like, there's me being, I want to say like 7, 8 years in, probably closer to like 8, 9 now, into learning music and playing instruments and singing, performing, whatever. Being this far in, and I will still happily say, I need to go to guitar lessons. There's stuff that I haven't learned because there are gaps in online knowledge, or at least widely available online knowledge. Because obviously you go online, it's also for bits of entertainment. So there are just inherently going to be gaps. So I need to go back, 1, for guitar lessons, but 2, I want to pick up new instruments, and I will, like I say, happily put forward to anyone who wants to learn a new instrument. Go for lessons in it. It might be boring because they're teaching you the things you need to know, and it won't immediately be satisfying, but in the long term you will be a better musician for it. So I want to learn, like, keyboard and piano is a main one for me. And where are these sunflower? Alright, yeah, keyboard and piano, main one for me, along with drums. So if I was to start them now, I would definitely jump in straight away and go to lessons. Especially because keyboard and drums are such different instruments to guitars and ukuleles and stuff that I already know how to play for the most part. Yeah, and understanding that is also really cool, because then you can go, you start to pick up little things, and I'll hear different things that musicians do. So say like bits of the Beatles in Foo Fighters song, and like where things have come from, who's listened to who, when they were listening to certain, when they were writing certain songs. It is something that, like I say, it's interesting even if you're not going to be a musician to understand the concepts behind, and you'll hear different scales in songs and understand inherently. And I think there's also like, wait, did I have 10 already? Is that why? Was I just running around with 10 of them? Yes, I was. That's why none of them was spawning. Alright, great. Already speed runs off to a good time. Yeah, definitely a better appreciation of like not the song on its own, but also where the songs come from and inspirations. Also, that's been my emotional playlist for all of that. We need something a bit more lighthearted. Also, I don't know what type of music you're into, but for even stuff like appreciating where certain songs have come from, one thing I love, and I will preach, there's some questionable stuff around Dave Grohl recently, but before that, the Foo Fighters, Till the Day I Die, I will love the fact that with a good, like, 2-3 of their albums, they basically produced a documentary with it, so you see where all of the songs have kind of, like, come from, a bit of the inspiration, outside of having to listen to commentary tracks on albums. Because those I feel like a bit more, like, self-fulfilling. They also have those, but I love the documentary side of it, because it follows them around as they were writing some of the songs for, say, like Sonic Highways. They went very hard on this. And basically, they almost gave themselves their own challenge of, we're going to go to a different state in America, write a song around the culture and what we learn there, and the feel and the vibe. Still their style, but take on the culture. And you learn bits of like the lyrics mean a lot more, so it's not even necessarily like how it's written, but like what they decided to write for that. And it was like you're listening to the lyrics and like hearing the different inspirations of the music that was around the area, and it means so much more. And I love those to death, and will rewatch them. And then by the end of the episode, you also see like you get a bit of a music video and the final product. So through the whole thing, he'll be writing different little bits of lyrics as he's talking to people. You'll hear like different influence of like festival culture, and I'll be like, okay, well, it's very much like horns and like big band stuff. We'll do that. So they get more like of like the horns and actual instruments they use, which makes those songs harder to play live. Oh yeah, there were some that like areas were very much like R&B hip hop, and they take that influence, but it's an interesting documentary series to watch, to just see how different areas are influenced by music, pretty much just that one single element. So obviously different states, areas, whatever, countries, continents have massive different influences, but to distill it all down to one aspect and see how that makes a difference, so cool. Would highly recommend it. Sonic Highways is a documentary. Yeah, it's like some of the more, at least for me, interesting pops, like pop songs, I guess pop singers, pop artists, whatever. Some of the more interesting and successful ones have done exactly that. Also, yeah, hearing actual instruments, like it was the nice bit of actually hearing guitar and like bits of rock coming back, but not as heavy, obviously, but just an electric guitar in a song, or even an acoustic one, bits of like sitars coming in, an actual drum kit as opposed to just a drum pad. Because I think it is one of those, like everything, things work in cycles. So what is trendy then becomes monotonous and boring. So we're getting around the trend of like all like the EDM and electronic music, which there's still some good examples. I shared a couple in my Discord the other day of like a mix of those two, like Linkin Park with Steve Aoki. That's the other one. Like you hear ones, like you might hear a marimba or like a steel drum, and like that's different, and you pay more attention to it, and it's cool and quirky. Yeah, it ties you a bit more into it. Or like it might even be older styles that are coming back, because one that caught me recently, that's also change the music. Traditional instruments and traditional styles, because the feeling I get from Benson Boone, which is one I've been listening to a bit more recently, he's got very much more like a mid to late 80s sort of style to the way he writes and sings songs and stuff. And he's a massive artist right now, which is why I was saying like different stuff when it's done well by artists, because this could also loop back to what we were saying earlier with like Nintendo and stuff. Like when it's not just done for the money and by people who actually have a passion for the craft, it comes off really well. And some of the biggest artists you can say that exact same thing for. They're like Ed Sheeran, make great music because he has a passion for the craft. Not particularly marketable, but write some great pop music that he's actually passionate about. Lewis Capaldi, again, not traditionally marketable, not a super attractive fella, but writes some great music. Yeah, and I think that's kind of taken for granted because people obviously like focus group things and go, oh, well, this works, so make more of that. And I guess to relate it to something a bit more like that most people are aware of is, say, like YouTube and stuff. Yeah, exactly. This is kind of the point I was just about to make. If you relate it to, say, like YouTube and whatever, and people will go like, oh, well, this works on like retention hacks and all that kind of thing. People can grow massive audiences, and the biggest proponent of this is like reaction channels, where what does well for them is reacting to a lot of like viral funny TikToks, and people are there because you just bounce between them constantly, like TikTok, see all of them. They're funny, they're great, reactor adds nothing, and they have massive audiences. They have a lot of subscribers, a lot of views, a lot of likes. But then when it comes to actually making content outside of that they actually make, like stuff that is more them and their personality, their audience isn't there for that. They're going to get people going, no, just put the TikToks back on screen. It's a very vapid audience that don't actually care, which is why you see some people be like majorly successful for like a short period of time, and then when you see them go like mainstream, like that pop element, it doesn't stay there. It might keep them for like an album or two, but the name isn't like a mainstay name in the mind, because I say their art, the art that they've been told to make by numbers, doesn't make an impression on people's minds. Where I will stick with like traditional artists that I know and have made an impression. Ed Sheeran made an impression. Pop artist doing his own thing. Love that. Has heavily influenced my style as well. Stuff like Benson Boone, out of nowhere, interesting style, different tone, will stick in my mind and will go back to it. Like just having a unique style and wanting to make stuff, which has just kind of been lost, because you would get that early on of like almost the corporate side did not understand what did well, and they just kind of like threw their hands up and went, the artists know what they're doing and people seem to like it, we'll just let them do the thing. But then once they could distill it down to numbers, then it kind of got ruined. So that's my TED Talk. Yeah, people like authenticity, and it's taken for granted that people can inherently tell authenticity. Because even like, you might not even be able to explain it, but I've seen some stuff, especially trying to work creatively and doing what I do. Like the videos I make are reading from a script, and I try and read that in my own tone and in an authentic way. And something that I see some people do when they try and do something similar and they'll like read to camera is they'll read it a little bit in their own voice, but they're almost like a news presenter. They'll read in like a very generic tone that is easily understandable. That's great for putting information across, but when you're trying to build a brand, that brand needs to be you speaking your own tone. I make a conscious effort when it comes to like my YouTube stuff to not put on a voice. Like obviously I'll put on a little bit. I will be a bit more expressive than I naturally would. I won't just talk in a very monotonous way. Like on stream I will talk differently to a YouTube video, because it needs a little bit more energy. That's part of the art. That's almost like I can chill and play a few notes to myself and that's fine, but if I'm playing for a crowd, I'm going to try and play a whole composed piece, because it's a lot more expressive. That kind of thing. So it is still authentically me in a way. But wait, do I have 3? Yes, I do have 2. But then also like not dulling, let me in. Also not dulling down what I am, because you can, oh, that's the point I was making. When you can authentically tell when someone is putting it on, like you can almost hear a thought going through the mind that just says, even for like half a second, say it this way or don't say it that way. You can hear that when it comes out with like micro pauses and stuff, rather than just trying to read it straight out, which I think is also something, after doing it and trying to work with people who haven't developed that as a skill, but still trying to get them to like read off a script and like a teleprompter and things, We teach people to read in school. We never teach people properly to read out loud. So it always comes off stilted and that kind of thing, rather than trying to keep a flow to it. I'm trying to think in a normal context when it really shows up outside of like producing content. Okay. So an example of it is, say, if you're playing a board game or a card game with people, you'll read the rules to yourself and that's fine, you'll learn them. And then you have to put them across to other people. And the easiest way and the way most people do it is they'll just read the rules out loud. Makes sense. But then so many people will stop and be stilted, and it makes it harder to understand because people aren't taught how to like read out loud and almost be understandable, which is why there is a big skills gap between your normal, say, I don't know what to call it because it's not working class or like workforce or whatever, but like your level between managers and leaders and everyone else. Everyone below that is either developing or hasn't developed that skill, because that is pretty much the only difference, is being able to present information and ideas effectively. That's literally it. Otherwise, managers would be in the position underneath them. They would be the skilled workers, because anyone can learn to manage people. No one can learn to lead people, but you can learn to manage people. Well, you can learn to lead people. It's kind of also what I'm expressing. I hope that kind of makes sense for like a half a thought that I've had once. Ooh, 30. It's one of the things I actually want to work on, especially now putting a bit more effort into doing this and YouTube and things, is like that presenting and hosting and putting ideas across in not only an easy to understand but also convincing way, in a confident way, because that is probably like a lot of people like who play games and like stream, whatever, are just on the internet as a whole very kind of like introverted. So doing stuff like this is so much more like a mental effort for me, and I want to make that more natural, because this is also a very different medium to just being social, because it is a bit of talking, like I'm talking to you, but also if I'm talking to someone in person, there is a life hack, and I think I might have already mentioned this in a stream before, but people love talking about themselves. So if you want to come across as a more interesting person, drag what is interesting about the person you're talking to, and they will pay no attention to how interesting you are. They will just enjoy the conversation you're having, because that is a life hack. People just need to enjoy the conversation they're having. You don't personally need to be super interested and put stuff out and talk there. Sometimes the better way to be in a conversation is to listen. People like to be listened to, and it is more fun to listen to someone who wants to speak. So certain conversations you may want to speak more, you may be a bit more passionate. That didn't go down in one hit. Oh well, yeah. You may want to speak more in a conversation, and you can be the interesting person in the conversation, or you can help someone enjoy having a conversation by listening. I think that is very much understated a lot of the time, because we're very much in a world where it is impressed on people to be loud and be seen in a conversation. I'm saying that as I'm fully just like talking at you for a good while and being seen in this conversation. But so understated. That's why when people say, "Oh yeah, you're pretty quiet," it's like, one, we need to stop telling people, "Oh, you are quiet," and telling people what they are. Especially when they're younger. Because when you're younger and you get told you are this, you start to believe you are this. You are the thing you are being told that you are. So for instance, you are quiet, you become quiet, you become introverted. Don't tell people what they are. And where did that point come from? I very much went on a huge tangent there. Oh, yeah. I very much just accepted that I enjoy being quiet because it's where I draw my energy from. Because I realize I have two mindsets. One is very more naturally me on my own. But then one is also what I call my performing mindset. Like, me on my own is very much like, I'll sit there and I'll enjoy whatever. I'm more of a watcher, more of a listener. I will get up if I'm passionate and talk, whatever. But I don't have a lot of social energy, sort of, I guess is a way to put it. But then, when I kind of like swap to a performing mindset, I can kind of like draw energy and feed off of that and work with it. So, if I'm up on stage performing, I'll get a vibe, and I think it's also been said like very like empathetic in that way. Like, I get a good sense of what's going on and the vibe of like a room or like a group of people and work off that. So if I'm performing, I may pick different types of songs. It may be higher energy, it may be lower energy. Sometimes no one's listening and I just do exactly what I want to do. Sometimes that's been the case. Because sometimes I'll be performing and what it comes down to is, let's just play the classics. Let's play Mr. Brightside. Let's sing some Queen and do like, even that could be hit or miss. It's feeling out the room, but I'll feed off the energy. And then the bit I feed off is people enjoying it. People having a good time. That doesn't always need to be like people cheering or clapping. That can just be people just sitting there, smiling, enjoying, nodding along the way I enjoy things. And that's very much what I say is like my performing mindset. These last few streams, I will say, have been very different because they're what I call my recording streams, which is something I just decided to do more to document this whole thing as a whole. Also, I realized I'm 3 badges in after 2 hours 20 minutes. That's actually really good. But yeah, these streams as a whole are just recording and people can pop along and just see what it is, but it's very much documentation. Okay. Yeah, very much just kind of documenting, and also it is late for me, so I have been told I need to be a little bit quieter, which is fine. I can just speak a little softer and turn the mic up. That should also work. Hopefully that's still clear. Looking at the audio waveform, yeah. So it may just get a lot more sultry. Yeah, sweet. But yeah, that and the documenting side, weirdly, even what am I doing? Running somewhere. Where am I going? I don't know. Yeah, very much where I also started being interested in YouTube. Oh, drowned. Is like the documenting part of it. Because what originally got me interested in YouTube was like original Minecraft Let's Plays. We're talking like back in the machinima saw today. Whereas people just playing through, developing the world, and you get to see like as it goes how the world grows, and you can go back to like episode 1, see where it started, and go to where they are, and see everything in between. I love that documenting side of it, and why I still kind of like love Minecraft, basically. And it kind of like fell into why I like producing what I produce now, which is very much documentary style, but just hyper cut down and making it entertaining. Like feeds both of those sides of my brain, so people can follow along as if it's sort of a guide, like it's documenting how you would do something along with how I've done things, as well as trying to throw some jokes in there. Not make it fully just like, okay, and then you do this, and then step 2 is do this, and then step 3 is do this. You go here, catch this, then you catch this, then you catch this. It can be very boring and monotonous, and for some of the things I've made is a lot of the challenge in how you make that also entertaining. as well as people who may just be like in there for one section of the whole video. So it's keeping both audiences in mind of like, someone may search like shiny Charcadet and land on Google recommended one part of my video about me, how I found shiny Charcadet, and that's all they care about. So it's making that informative so they still get use out of it, while still be good as part of like a whole narrative, and hopefully being entertaining, and or at least interesting to look at. And I think Nimona wants to fight it. But then also with massive projects like that where they can get very samey, like the whole section of Mashani Gen 9 of, oh, it wasn't that. The whole section of like Mashani Gen 9 video catching 50 odd tandem mouse. Like, how do I make this interesting? Because it's just, I caught a tandem mouse, it wasn't it. Like, really distilling it down. Caught a tandem mouse, it wasn't it. Caught a tandem mouse, it wasn't it. After 2, I've completed the line, but then I caught 48 more. Or like 50 more. How do I make that still interesting? And to be honest, if I was to think of the part of that script that took the longest, it was that. It was like, how do I make this very monotonous section interesting? Because otherwise, like, for some people that would be a video in its whole. Could be one person's video. I just very much like, this needs to be big, because I also started it differently. A lot of work, and I think one of the things that I appreciate a lot in like YouTubers and videos a lot that I watch now is sort of like the effort they put into trying to construct a narrative around things. That is more, at least where I've gravitated towards. Obviously other stuff has its place, just straight guides and informational stuff like say Austin John or Osiris and people like that, who will just point out like news and things you can do and guides to do current stuff in games. It has its place, but, and I will say, Osiris maybe for me not so much. Austin John actually has a bit of like character to his stuff, and I think it's probably built the best audience for that kind of thing. They fall in a weird grey area where they do have an audience that always comes back to them for specific things and them, rather than kind of like the TikTok example, like reactions I gave before, where I was saying like a vapid audience. Like people will go to them for news, and they're a weird grey area for content. Because it's like, oh, I will go to them for the news, not necessarily maybe for their personality, maybe for the personality, you never know. This is assumptions on my mind, and I'm happy to be corrected by anyone who thinks differently. Which comes back to also what we were saying before. Yeah, people need to be happy to be corrected. But people will go to them because they've also kind of built a rapport, which I think is not rapport. What's it called? It's kind of like they've been right and correct so often. Reputation. Yeah, they're quick, they're consistent, and they're accurate is the thing. Because there's so many times I see people make content like that they're just getting it out. Sometimes they don't even offer information, and then I see it also a lot because I'll look through like Reddit for like small YouTubers and stuff, because I'll see posts from there because I'm subscribed to those Reddits. I'll post in there for like self-promotion, whatever. So I see bits of them. People are like, why am I not growing the way I want to? Which I also think is a bit of, this comes back to like being an artist versus just wanting to be successful. Yeah, credibility, that's what I was thinking of. The way they hold credibility in a high regard. But people are like, why aren't I being successful? I put this out, and you'll see like they'll do like updates and new sort of stuff, but then you actually go and check what the videos are, and it's just them reading something else that someone has made. So it's not them doing their own research, or like they're not collecting multiple sources. They're reproducing something else someone has made, and just expect that because it's news and trendy, it will be successful. Which kind of comes from the wrong mindset, where I feel like with like Austin John and the likes, they want to also present the news in their own way as well, which some people have said for like my streams ish. I like to think my YouTube channel has its own kind of like strong branding to it, and I try to bring that through a little bit. But the branding side of it is also like instantly recognizable. So you build a reputation for yourself, but also a recognizable brand, so people can go straight to it, or like know it at a glance. You'll know an Austin John thumbnail the moment you see it. And that also comes with like the connotation in the back of your head of like, oh, I go to that because that's something that I want to look up. And I know because of that strong branding instantly that that is going to be accurate information. And if not, like you're saying, it will be corrected. He has pride in what he does. He's got artistic integrity as long as journalistic integrity. And integrity is the other word I was looking for. I just had to try and form another sentence and accidentally fall into the word. It's an interesting discussion around like the other side of content creation, which is just representation. Yeah. Which I almost did like also Clavel's on there. I did a little bit of a test of that with like one of my videos. Like, what if I go from like, I do a lot of like the 3D assets and use a lot of those. What if I did a heavy like 2D thumbnail, and in hindsight it looked very generic and like any YouTuber could have done it, but like with bits of my text. So I decided with my most recent upload, which got more views inherently because from the people who subscribe, they're there for a specific type of content, and I like to hope people are there because I do it well, maybe. But it was an instantly recognizable as like my style when I looked at it. I can see the thumbnail that doesn't stand out, and it's the one that's me redeeming old shinies. And because the idea behind it was I lost a shiny like 18-20 years ago, and I was redeeming that one, so I was like, well, I use the old game in the thumbnail, and then that would be like the text I throw in there as well. Not super my style, and it makes sense. So with the most recent one, I took it and I also like personalized it more. So you notice a lot of the stuff I do, like it is part of that consistency. So if but before Iono keeps talking, maybe. Okay, there's a text box on screen. You'll notice, say, on the start screen, so this. The text on there, oh, also back to the game so I can keep playing and keep going. The text on there is the same as the text down there. Basically, that font is my own handwriting, but I'd make an effort to use that in as many places as I can, or something similar as like a handwritten font, because I like to think that's a motif of what I go for. It was also an absolute pain to do and needs altering. But it's little things that people take for granted when they just want the views and success. They try and see what other people do well and bring all of that stuff in, when what people want is to be able to go somewhere and consistently, well, also sort of music up, consistently get the same experience, and you just hope that your experience you're providing is what people want. Because there's the old adage of like, if you make it, they will come. If something is good enough and you're consistently providing that, people will gravitate towards that, hopefully. It may be fast, it may be slow. You might have a large potential audience. It might be smaller and niche, who knows, but people will find it. The goal is just like never go for success, because you'll start looking for like shortcuts and things like that, and taking in stuff from others. So you'll see a lot of like Mr. Beast text everywhere, and like there's captions like flying in, is what I mean by that. And like different edit and retention hacks and things that are from everywhere. And that's kind of, I think, where the authenticity comes in, is like people can tell without being able to explain it why something feels inauthentic, and it's because they see the same tropes everywhere. They just don't actively realize them. Things like the Metal Gear alert sound. to try and keep people's attention. There, like, boom, and like an exclamation mark for no reason. But they'll notice that in a few different places, but not consciously. So that when that happens, it pulls people a bit out because they go, oh, that's happened again, because your brain's great at recognizing patterns, whether you actively notice it or not. Like, it's the same reason in, like, certain objects or random patterns, we will start to see faces. Because the brain, the pattern we recognize the most is faces. That's what people, or like humans, have learned over time to recognize the most, like emotions and how people react. The way like your eyebrows are raised, so it means something else, as opposed to like when they're lowered, and the corners of your mouth being naturally higher, which means you're happy doing what you're doing, or naturally lower. Like little discrepancies we've learned to understand. Also, that was a very quick victory. We've learned over time to understand without being able to fully explain. It's just kind of, that's an interesting one. I don't know if that is inherently like genetic, or if we just learn it so quickly as kids. I'd be interested to actually look that up, or I'd be completely honest, more interested to watch a YouTube video about it if we look that back around. Yeah, because obviously we learn a lot as kids, but we learned so much that I think surely we can't learn all of that as kids. But kids also pick up so much stuff. Like, we learn whole languages without realizing it, and then trying to learn a second language, people always say a lot easier as kids. I guess I still don't fully believe that and see it a little bit as an excuse, which is why I'm still very stubbornly thinking I need to learn Greek, and I'm not going to give myself an excuse. It's not easier and I've passed my time to learn it as a kid, because I think that's what people use as an excuse when it comes to that. It's like, oh, I'm past the point where I can learn a new language. It's like, no, you can always learn a new language. You kind of have examples of, say, Sea Dog VA moved to Japan well after being a kid, and has since then learned how to speak Japanese fairly competently. Maybe not fully fluent, but fairly competently. It's just exposure to it, I think, is half of it. We learn languages very quickly as a kid, all due to exposure. It is annoying because I want to learn Greek, but Greek isn't a super common language around me. And also, I'm not going to go out and seek a lot of like Greek content creators when I can barely speak the language. That is the only way I can kind of think to give myself exposure to that sort of stuff. Also, I'm feeling my throat. I'm realizing talking quieter is actually helping my throat a little bit, but still talking a lot. Okay, how many badges are we through, by the way? Where's my rambling took me? In the same time it took me to finish the tutorial, I have 4 badges. I only have to do another 3 of that, which shouldn't be bad. At least Titans are relatively quick. I'm just having to resist the urge to then go and like climb everything, because I don't have that unlocked yet. I fell victim to that during the first playthrough, trying to like climb, and I still kept doing it trying to fly when I was in Blueberry Academy. Yeah, it's like looping back. It's what a lot of people use as excuses for like, oh, kids just learn it so much faster, so I clearly can't do it now because I just don't have the time. It's like, you do have the time. You just need to immerse yourself to be able to learn it as fast as kids learn it. Because kids learn a whole language because, let's take for English, for instance, your family speak it around you, your friends speak it around you, like teachers are speaking it to you. It is literally shoved in your face from the moment you're born. And if you're in a multilingual house, you will learn multiple languages because you're just subjected to it. Also, is my map set wrong? Yeah, there we go. I like my map set north. Which is why, like, when I'm gonna try and hopefully, in like the new year, maybe the year after, depending on how things go, I do, like I say, want to learn Greek, but I want to find ways to immerse myself in it a bit more. Just to also make it a bit more satisfying, because it feels a bit like when you go to learn a language, it's more satisfying to be able to use that skill straight away rather than how do I phrase it? If I was to relate it to something I'm a bit more immersed in, it's when you're learning music, it's more satisfying. That's what I'm looking for. Satisfying to be able to play a song than it is to be able to play a scale for someone. Because the play a scale might be like a big achievement for you, but no one's gonna sit there and listen to you go like da 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 and be like, wow, you remember that off the top of your head? They're gonna be more interested in hearing you play like the latest pop song they know, I don't know, for instance, as a random example. And more satisfying to then get that reaction from people. Just as much as it is, say, like learning a language, it's more satisfying to be able to use it and be understood, and even have people see you learning it as a second language and being like excited that someone is actively learning the language they speak and taking an interest in their culture. Because it plays to that like inherently social side of the brain that we've developed. Like the way that we get further in life. God, that's a phrase my dad uses a lot. And it feels very like generic now. But the way our brains are trained is to want to do stuff that betters society as a whole and betters the people around us. Like, we're tuned that way because that's how the human race develops to be better. That constant like improvement and earning your place. So that's why learning music, it is inherently more satisfying to your brain to be able to play a song than it is to be able to learn the cadence of an arpeggio and things like that. When you learn a language, it's more satisfying to be able to speak it with someone than just being able to understand it. Which is a bit it's trying to learn how my own brain works a lot of the time as well for that sort of stuff. And I think that's a massive part of it as well. It's just understanding what makes your brain tick when you're trying to learn something new. What bits do you find more satisfying? Because maybe for some people, the brain might be wired differently. Maybe learning a song, they might not be bothered about playing for someone, but the satisfying bit might be able to like compose and write better songs, for instance. Like the writing side of it might be more interesting to them, and it's learning how to lean heavier into the learning process of that, which I feel like is where some of the better teachers I've had have excelled, is like individualizing some examples that you use. For instance, it's like one I love saying is a maths teacher I had. Great, and very much understood that how actually a lot of people's brains work in this case, but particularly what worked for me. Ooh, actually, I want something like that. What worked for me was like using real world examples. So when it came to like, this is how you work out the area of something. So say like, if you wanted the foundation of a building, you take the long side and the short side, and if you wanted the cubic area of it, you then take the height of it as well. And it's like, oh, that makes sense, because I'm a very visual person, so if I can imagine something in a real world setting, it helped me. But then when my teachers were looking, and like my school were going, oh, you're pretty good, like we can move you up from like the second set to the first set. Suddenly moving up to the first set, they were like, he can do this, but suddenly he's not doing it as well as we know he can. And we don't know why. He's just not like excelling in this set as much as we expected. And they moved me down, and I'd excel, and then I did like bouncing between sets for a while before they realised it was just kind of down to a teacher. Because that teacher in the top set was very much, and this works for some people, very much just theoretical. Very much would just say, like, working out the long side of a triangle. So I think the hypotenuse and the angles off that and the areas and like the fact that the square and the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares on the two adjacent sides. Stuff like that. They would just preach that at me rather than making it interesting. And at least for me, like I say, it worked for other pupils in that class. That is just not how I learned as well. Which I think I did realise that later on at the time, but maybe didn't internalise it as much as later on, which is where I kind of say, like, I've learned to read the vibe of a room because I realise that's where everyone excels and has a better time, not even just learning, just having a good time, is if someone can read the room, see what's going on, what works well, what doesn't. Because there are some times when I can see, say, like, if I'm out and there are, it's all gonna, a lot of my examples are music based because personal interest, I pay more attention to that. I'll see people playing songs and they'll play the classics that people enjoy, but then they'll do stuff for them. And sometimes when you're doing something that is so outwardly, like, almost kind of not for you, like, they'll do one and it's fair enough, like, play a song for yourself, test the crowd, see if you can do more of what you want to do. But then they almost get, like, a little bit annoyed that the crowd isn't into what they particularly have a passion for, and they can do something, like, amazing and, like, super technical and super skilled, but it won't land because that isn't the vibe of the room, and they'll keep doing it almost out of spite. At some point I've seen this example more than once. It's like, so stuff when it comes to performing and hosting needs to be for other people. It can't kind of be like self-fulfilling in that way, because teaching, performing, very similar, although they don't seem that way initially. They're very similar in that mindset of, like, they're not self-fulfilling tasks inherently. You kind of get your satisfaction from it from how much other people benefit from it, whether it is how much people learn and progress or how much people enjoy what you're doing and what you're playing. Sometimes that your personal passion for what you like playing does not line up with what people want to hear because all that stuff is subjective. Same as sometimes the way you want and know how to teach sometimes isn't how some people learn, and you just have to adjust your approach to that. Didn't know I had so many opinions on that, but I just kind of let myself ramble. Which is actually great for a bit of, like, introspection. Because I lived on my own for 2 years until I had to move back in with the parents temporarily. And just being able to, like, obviously, you'll think to yourself. And you can have those thoughts, but they're very much, like, there and gone. One thing without coming across crazy is just being able to talk to yourself and put those words out there. Because the amount of times I would just talk to myself and realise, oh, I am a bit crazy and wrong for thinking of that. Oh, I can't fly there. I can't fly there. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, so sometimes, if you've just got the space, sometimes just say a thought out loud just to see how it sounds. Because sometimes just hearing it back to yourself gives you a good bit of perspective. Oh, we've got the high jump from Earth Swim. That's so good. Oh. God, yeah. Even just quiet throat is so bad. This may just be my time to go a little bit quieter. Maybe think a bit less. Maybe shut off for a second and give my throat a rest. I think 2 hours 45 of talking is maybe enough for a minute. and I went the wrong way. Can I lock both maps? App and minimap locked. Just very generic thoughts right now. I'm like, well, what way do you look? Because I always forget what preference I have. I'm saying it. I'm going to go quieter. There is something I just can't stop myself from talking. But just, if it happens, I'm embracing it as well. I do forget what way I have the app and minimap locked. Because that feels wrong now. Do I only lock one? Because the app map locked. I always know I like that map locked. I think that's the way I have it. But I think I'm gaslighting myself into thinking I have it the other way. And we are... Wait, was that number 5? Yeah, because I would have just done Iona, which is 4. And that's 5. And I want a very satisfying, like, crawling around the region 6, 7, 8, 9. Come back down to Alpha Nada probably for last. Ooh, also, I'm up here. Where is Rare Candies? Is it not gonna... I don't... Biglet? Leave me alone. I think on the map that I had, that was very sparse. There's a rare candy not too far, and then I can get a Meowscarada. Oh, Biglet, goddammit. Yeah, if we go up towards the lakes. Yeah, that's what I'll do. My idea is going to be do that base, go up like round here, because there's one here and one here. Don't know where one here is, but it'll be easier to find the rare candy here. Then I'll get Meowscarada and come back down to Erie. For XP candy, I don't know. Because Meowscarada is, Florigato is level 100. I specifically need a rare candy. Because I can't remember if I mentioned it or not, but rare candies have a failsafe. Like, if you want to evolve a Pokemon, but it's hit level 100, in previous games, it just wouldn't be able to evolve. But now, if you specifically use a rare candy, it'll check if it can evolve and just tell you it's useless, or it will trigger the evolution again. So you're technically never soft-locked into not having a Pokemon evolve. Because obviously, before that, it was only stone evolutions. Who's that, Papico? It was only stone evolutions that could evolve at level 100. Because everything else is just a trigger and a check, game-wise, on level up. Okay, where is... From all... Okay. Head... north-ish. In fact, I can go through Zapapico. Double check the invisible person. I think it's Sinisty Chips. Yeah. So when I go to Alpha Nada, I'll get the Sinisty Chips as well. Oh, when I went past is it Cortondo? No, Cortondo's the one up there. Artisan. I could have got Charcadet. Because I know where a static spawn is for that. Let's go pretty much north here. I think this is actually going to be the base on the other side of this wall. Yeah, I need to go around the edge. Otherwise, the alarms will go off and I get shouted at. Yep, I've got to get the Armor 4 Cerule Edge. Which is nice the way I'm doing it. I'm going to end where all the Sinisty are pretty much. I just need to remember to get 10 chips while I'm there. And then I can show you a constant static spawn for Charcadet. There are a couple. One is... Oh, okay. The alarm's going to go off. One is a bit more hit and miss, but there's one that is always consistent for me when I'm looking for at least one. And then that one's just... Also, I have to drag every... Is this going to put me in front of the base? It just puts me in front of the base. I'll be so happy. Nope. It's going to put me back where I was-ish. Fully got distracted there from what I was saying. It is 1:45 for me right now. Hey, we love Like Tree Thicket. Who's gonna call me now? Oh, it's just Clavel, because it wants me to go to this cutscene. Is there anything here that I need to get? Version exclusive wise. Persimmon, I think, spawns here. That'd be a good one to get. Where does A-bomb spawn? Scarlet Violet, Kitikami Hall, Wasfell. It says trade from Violet. That's not super useful. Okay, so that's not here. Perfect. That's fine. I should probably actually check where all of these spawn. Clouds of Passage, East Province, Glassheaded Mountain. These are all probably going to be like night spawns. Tag Tree Thicket night spawn. Oh, I closed the tab I shouldn't have. I went back instead of closing. I closed it instead of going back. I mean, Major's Clauncher. Where do I Clauncher from? Trade from Violet. East Paldean Sea. Oh, it's a sea spawn. Oh, instead of Scrub. Morpeko is Kitikami. Ice Q is up north. Okay, so I catch the Persimmon to the right of me now. Sorry, question. This mysterious creature in front of me. This low poly mysterious creature. In a Pokeball, I guess. I can try a Great Ball. It's not. It is. 648. The teamwork Pokemon. Ironically, between the two versions, they separate the teamwork Pokemon. Ooh, I did just realise that when I drag every Pokemon in that I've already caught Live Index style from Scarlet, I'm going to be able to see if there actually are any gaps that I've missed. Hopefully they're wrong, but it'll be a good time to check everything. Okay, let's go through this, which I think is a second. Is this the second highest level Team Starbase? Potentially. Are you gonna want to fight? Yep. Fighting a child with his version exclusive. The only reason I think it was in my Scarlet decks. I think what abilities I have. I can backwards long jump to a load of people, but yeah, because I clearly don't have to pay attention to this battle at all. Looking up other things, I'll do it. I can backwards long jump up the mountain bit to get round the canyon to then get to the 3 dragon towers. The fanfare is so over the top for beating up a little kid. And now we're gonna go up and beat up a load of other little kids Pokemon. Specifically 30 of them. Nice way of dealing with my friends and my subordinates. Yeah, there was one I literally battled the other day while I was trying to grind out some money. And fully looked like a dad who had a full-time job, 2 kids, a wife and a dog. Like at the beer belly, 5 o'clock shadow and everything. Which, from what my guess was, it's pretty much because they have other trainer classes in this game. They literally have like dragon tamers and stuff like that. Oh yeah, fully feels almost like AI generated. I feel like they had the student class in as a placeholder and then just forgot or didn't have time to implement all the other trainer classes. Because the guy I was fighting, I was like, he fully has like a biker vibe, and that has been a class in other games. But then the default was student, and they're like, okay, let's implement all of the other classes in the game. How long have we got to do that? And they're just like, well, we don't. The game released yesterday. Like, well, we can't suddenly turn half the Pokemon, half the trainers in the game to different classes when they're already students. So they definitely feel like randomly generated, or there was intention with the trainer, and the default class was student. And I love how dealing with the space, it's just fully down to Garfield. I do wonder if all of these are static spawns. Like, is there potential for there to be a random, say, shiny haunter that you have to fight while going through? Because that will be funny if there was potential for it, and then the shiny safety check won't let you knock it out. So many things that I'd love to look into, but I actually don't know how to look into the code for these games, and definitely no one will have explained that very not extreme, but niche question. Can the Pokemon and Team Starbases be shiny? 27, 28, 29, and last one is the best boy Clodsire, who is 30. No, not yet, Lucy. To be fair, I'm actually feeling pretty alright. I've just been told to be quieter, which is fair enough considering it is almost 2 in the morning. I've had enough sleep. Pretty much between this stream and last stream, most of the time was spent sleeping. I literally ate, slept, woke up, ate, had another little nap while files were sorting themselves out. I just realised I wasn't recording on my laptop. Oh, god damn it. I wouldn't mind, I set it up to record and just didn't press it. At least I've got the stream recording constantly. I just don't have any clean recordings before then. At least it makes the file smaller. But that's the point, Lucy. Shouldn't you be sleeping? We're both in the same boat here. I think we're both in the same boat. You're not the one playing the game, but you are still awake at 2 in the morning. Ooh. While I'm doing nothing, let's... Oh, there's just people talking in the comments, which is nice. TCG. To be honest, I may have, because I always say I have trouble sleeping, so I might actually have to go get it checked whether I do have insomnia or something adjacent. So I always say, like, I function perfectly fine with like 4 or 5 hours sleep a night. Like, I can go to sleep after my parents wake up before and be just as fresh. Very weird. Okay, 7 hours to claim packs. I also have a lot of hourglasses, so potentially if I need a little break, I can go on TCG and claim packs. Emblems. Oh, that just wants me to check the battles. If I really need a break, I can go do battles on TCG. Because I finally got Zapdos EX, so my Pikachu deck is doing a lot better. Yeah, let's go slash. Toxic debris, not like I was planning on swapping anyway. Just, I'm curious now you said you got insomnia, because one of the things, like, I pretty much, because that's one I need to pick up. I need, like, a cozy game like that. But I do struggle sometimes to sleep. And I always say the way I eventually get to sleep is actually just passing out. But is there any way with having insomnia you found to get to sleep consistently, or is it just pretty much like distract yourself and accidentally fall asleep, like what I usually do? Because it's nice not needing much sleep, but also getting to sleep is a pain. And I don't know if it's melatonin. Alright. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a litany of a load of undiagnosed things I have that definitely need to get tested. Like if I don't have any form of like ADHD or like some form of like hyperfocus autism, I would be surprised considering how we've seen me the last few days just wanting to get this done in a very specific time frame as well. That's been pushed back and back, but I still set myself a time frame like it's being done. It's being done. I'm so close. It's almost going over 2 o'clock. As I'll get 6 badges done. Do it. Do it. How many seconds? Oh, I can't click that one. I can only click the clock on my main screen, not my second screen. Yeah, also the new year is like going to be the year of getting everything that I think I have potentially diagnosed or just told I'm an idiot and I should not be such a hypochondriac. Sometimes brain is just dumb sometimes. It's not down to ADHD or anything. Which is a possibility. I've thought so many things were a result of like mental instability or whatever, and it was just a case of stress. Because that is a thing. Stress does weird things to the brain, and no one knows why. Lack of focus can actually be due to stress, which is what my one was. Lack of focus, lack of drive, because you're just overly worked. Okay, now I need to take a quick side tangent to go get that rare candy. And hope I can break the game to get there. 6,000 LP, nice. And TMs. And Penny. Oh, this is a hole. Miraidon's gonna just lick her to death. Becomes a personal lollipop. And then we're left on this black screen for way too long. I was gonna say, when I saw that comment come up before, because I get notifications for them all, it is like I'm hitting that point with comments where people are just talking between themselves, and like I feel like because it's a comment on my video I need to reply, but also maybe I just leave it if it's in a thread. It's odd. Just gonna reply to that as well. Someone just laughing at the end, like shouting that my Como had a salt fest when I was gonna try and use substitute. I was like, yeah, I needed someone like that on my shoulder while I was doing it. You don't have to warn me when I'm being stupid. Here we go. Be sure to, as I said, like, oh, I'm not sure I need to reply to all comments when they're in threads and then instantly replying to a comment. Okay, easiest way to get around. I can't swim yet. I don't know how low over there is, so let's look here. Anywhere I can get up, maybe? I mean, also if I just walk around the edge, that should be fine as well. I can just backwards jump up here and then I'll be fine. And ride this. But I also and failed immediately. Oh yeah, but it was so dumb the fact that people found this out immediately. Like, if there's ever an edge that's too steep or won't let you go up, face away and just keep spamming B. That way you won't land long enough to turn round. Because that way you'll just slide down. Exactly like that. But then that way is fine, because it only detects forward, never backwards. These edges are just so steep. I might need to go another way. It's actually a way to get through Alpha Nada without needing the high jump or any climb ability. Let's head north and see if there's any shallower cliffs. Back into the laggy territory. Good old lag tree thicket. Not for that. That is a full-on cliff face and waterfall. There's a limit to how backwards long jumping works. As long as there is kind of a landable edge, you're usually alright. But safe to say, big flat walls, useless. Oh, I know when I get games like that, I do it with every Mario game I play as well. I need to 100% complete them. So it would be like collecting all of the echoes in like one sitting as well. Like, I need to focus. I will have or make Excel sheets to track my progress. Like, I did that with Tears of the Kingdom, and that was a hard one to put down because there's so much to do. But at some point, I just accepted that I wasn't going to get every Korok seed, but I pretty much did everything else, like collecting all the armor, doing all the quests, things like that. There's no good way to get up there. I need to just go the long way around. I need to just I've got to do hand gestures. Loop here and go up that way from the top of Beacon. Yeah, there's a ton of those kind of like just chill cozy games I need to pick up, especially like remakes and stuff like that. Like, there's Echoes and Wisdoms being on the list, along with and Galliard as well. Hello. Stars and Diodore is on the list. Brotherhood, even though people haven't said good things about it, still want to play through that. There's a good few non-Pokemon games on the list, but unfortunately Pokemon consumes my life. Not complaining for the most part. Pay no attention to the half an hour run through the tutorial. That wasn't complaining, that was critical feedback. Let's collect items along the way. I also need to remember, because I picked it up offline, the fact that I, in Kitikami, have to find the Reaper Cloth. And very specifically remember to do it not on Maridon. Okay, head up here, and then I should be able to loop around to the dragon place now. After running into Grievard. Anything I can find up this mountain? I guess if I go extremely far north, I can get Ice Cube. Where would I find Bagon? Alpha Nada Cavern. Probably where I'll catch it. I'll have Ultra Balls by then. And the sea. Okay. Yeah, exactly. We're on the same mindset there. My idea was by the time I get to Kitikami and get to that point in the story where I'll be able to skip through to Blueberry Academy to shove me in the green festival garb and give me the stupid haircut. Oh, nope, 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 right the way down the passage. I'll at least while I'm down here get the Poke Center. Yeah, because in theory, like, the DLC was made as a single version, but with some version exclusives, like Pokemon was. Though they shove you in very non-version exclusive, even though the school outfits help you differentiate what game you're playing. The Kitikami garb is all the same. Same with the Blueberry Academy. So I'm relatively safe as long as I deliberately don't change the outfit, which luckily the first time through while I was playing I didn't change the outfit, so just don't touch it and I'm good. And really, if I wanted to, I could go look up what number I was on while I found it. Because it was like at the end of a stream, so it's easy enough to find. But at the same time, I'm probably just going to use the clean footage I've got going down there. Which I'm thankful I didn't get to the end of the stream and realise the clean version of the footage wasn't recording. I would have kicked myself. Yep, that took a while to go. I just realised I'm on 648 and 684 is a total. Just got all flip 10 numbers. So if I look at it through the eyes of a dyslexic person, every now and again that may be the right number. I may have completed the challenge. Is this... Okay, I need to get onto that ledge above. Okay, further round to go. This bit should let me do a U-turn up here. God damn. Describing it as if I'm actually driving. Like, up here I should be able to do a U-turn, then come back on myself and then take a left. And I think that ledge... Well, if I do it this way, it might be... No, still too steep. You know what? Stop trying to take shortcuts that are actually going to make it take longer. Just walk up the intended path. There's a road here for a reason. That's actually very scenic for once. Like, as it's setting the pink over the blue snow.
Titty.
Thank you. You're putting some, like a carrot on a stick for me. Just to keep me moving forward. Always think, titties. Everyone loves them. That's why we have like 50 different names for them. And there's exactly where I need to go. We have titties, we have bazongas, we have jubblies.
My giant feminine penis.
More of a niche motivation, but whatever keeps you going. The nice comfort and thought is there's always someone out there who is into that. Can I want to run up to you. I want to run up to you. Let me get you. Let me get... I was saying I need a third full odd shiny. And what can I say? It was brought on by the titties. I do need to maybe lower its health a little bit. Persimmon is maybe the best for this. I don't know if it has recoil moves, but also the music is too chill right now. So that would be my third of this whole challenge. The risk is that these are the only Pokeballs I've got.
On her casual walk.
On a casual walk, appreciating... what was it? Her giant feminine penis. Let's... I thought, what could... I'm going to use recoil moves regardless, because it's the only moves that this has. Okay, so at least I can be a little safe. I'm just trying to do my best to knock it down some health, considering most of my moves are, like, not most of my moves, most of my Pokeballs are base Pokeball odds outside of a Great Ball. I didn't, but I can. I can always run from this. Actually, no, I learned this before. If you also run from them, as long as it's not multiplayer, because multiplayer, if you run, it will despawn it. If you run and re-encounter, it will be basically fully healed. But let's try now and see. Will it stay in a Pokeball? It's level 42. That was close though. So if I need to run from it, which I've got a level 100, so I should be able to take hits, I'll then save. Choose next. I need to teach Quaxwell some moves. If Gulpin can get off a yawn, that would be useful. That is insane. I guess for the time I've been playing, and the amount of Pokemon I've seen, it's not ridiculous to find 3 full odds, but even then, like, imagine I wasn't recording on my other one for this. That I would have been annoyed with. Okay. I'm trying to save a Pokeball just in case I find a high level. Like, if I can get away with just catching a Pokeball, I'm happy. But then again, why aren't I using it? Like, it's literally a shiny. This is where I use the Pokeballs. But if I can get away with it. So basically, it is my normal mindset kicking in of like, just use Pokeballs, don't use anything else. It's also a shiny. You want it in a Pokeball. You got it in a Pokeball. Also a level 42. That might actually be very useful for like the gyms and the game in general. So it's a shiny. That is also helpful. Nice. Yeah, like I mentioned this in like earlier playthroughs. Also, I need to do this instead. Change position. Like, fighting type is so underrated for playthroughs. And did I not do change position? There we go. And there. Yeah, because it's just so effective against so many types, and it's got great coverage for weaknesses for a lot. Like, I think that is the main thing. Fighting type just has so much great coverage for common weaknesses. Great against rock for like flying. Covers dark type for a lot of like strong psychic types. And normal type. It is the only thing effective against that. Which in these games they gave normal type to a lot of Pokemon that I don't think necessarily need it. Repeat ball. I know there's a rare candy around here that I'm looking for. We can get 2 big wins with the shiny and a Quaquaval right now. Not Quaquaval. Yaskarada. Is it this? That is a candy, but not the right kind of candy that I was thinking. Bug Terror. Ooh, there is the Dreepy line up here. I forgot this is Dragon Link. Revive. I want to find the rare candy first. And there it is. So, with the waiting music on. Not intentional in the slightest. Use on you. Yeah, your Pokemon gained experience points very generically, but then it will let it evolve. And there we go. Garfield evolved into Meowscarada. Still not an addition to the deck, but it's nice to have. No, I wanted it to learn Flower Trick. Flower Trick is great. Oh, wait, I just remembered. I said to Ray before, if I found a shiny, I'd name it after him. Check summary. Let's do that. Hopefully his username can fit. It might just. There we go. Okay, let's get off this little rock and teach Meowscarada Flower Trick. Remember moves, get rid of Seed Bomb, I think. Ooh, also it gets better moves. Night Slash for sure. Overbite. Slash I still think is a good one to have. These some grassy terrain knockoff Play Rough could be interesting. Oh, that's Flower Trick up there. Get rid of Seed Bomb. And I think that is the final moveset. For now, let's try and catch a Dreepy. It'd be nice, I think Meowscarada could potentially learn False Swipe. What is my weakest move? U-turn, probably. Flower Trick always lands a crit. You know what, let's just see. I might just continue the story and then come back for these later when I've got better Pokeballs. I forget it's a Ghost type. And I should know this. I have a shiny one in Sword and Shield. Which is my baby. That's one of those that grew on me. Because I thought it wasn't a great shiny to begin with, but then the more I used it, obviously the better it felt. Let's use U-turn. See if you get knocked out. And the fact that you kind of get like 3 shinies in one with Dragapult. Yeah, I'm just going to come back with better Pokeballs. Hi, Dracloak. Let's head south to Erie, and then I'm gonna quickly take a break and go pop the loo. So far 3 hours 25 into this. So not doing too bad. May, famous last words, be on track to do this in 6 hours. Yeah. Considering a good chunk of that was not making progress for like an hour and a half. I'm pretty happy with that. Get south here into the other laggy place. The instinct to hit the glide button is actually kind of unreal. Okay, I have the fly point here. Let's heal up, and then I will probably be back in a second. I guess if you want to look around the room, I will leave that on. There you go. I'll only be a minute. That looks like it hasn't moved, which is actually kind of ideal. Stop listening. Get that up there. Turn those off. And off we go. Oh, by the way, did you know? Functions to remember. I may know those already. Just in England. Just in England from a couple playthroughs. And I wanted that item in front of me. Bam, bam. I think this is... If I can get through this easily, this is the final base. In theory, the level shouldn't make it an issue. Hopefully. But this one has took me off guard more than a couple times. Should have noticed that a lot sooner. Love the low detail textures. The blurry upscale textures as well. Like they didn't even use nearest neighbor upscale. Blurry upscale should have been swapped out the assets. Actually, all of them are looking at it. Like, if it's not a material, like it's a texture. Even the box is the same. Oh, Cypher. Well, I guess I've got someone else on my side as well. At least you know the world's consistent. Although I am forced into a battle camera for this, I can't actually move her about. That's very weirdly niche for this. Like, moving it about can't. Which, to be honest, the interesting bit about Arceus for me in the battle system was being able to like run around in it and be actively involved. But I wish for this game they didn't just put like the free cam in to be able to throw about. I wish they kind of stuck to this and the very specific angles for the battle. Feels like it's more intentional and looks a lot better and a lot more dynamic. Which, without being able to actively walk around the battle, it feels kind of stilted and a lot more static, even though you have control through the whole thing. I was definitely one of those like last minute additions that they saw in Arceus. I think we need to implement this. Because there was the dynamic camera in the battle along with the throwing the Pokeball at Pokemon, which were additions from the other team that were like last minute. Or from the other game. Both things are right. Okay, if I go through this. Yeah, I wish they just made the Synchro Machine something that you could do all the time. It's such a cool feature. It's the closest you're going to get to Mystery Dungeon in the core games. There's no reason to use it, but I feel like it was just put in there purely as fan service, which I'm not actually opposed to. So I can't think actively for a way to use it unless they went back to, because it's got to be open for like however anyone wants to play to a point. Obviously they've shown they're not great at that. They can't do scaling, they can't do a proper open world travel. But they have to basically, in any situation with any Pokemon, let you be able to traverse it. So if there was stuff like you have to navigate certain areas as puzzles, like if you only had a Groudon and you needed to navigate it with like say a Morpeko, it wouldn't be possible. It would put more onus on the person playing it to actually solve the puzzle, which would be interesting, but that is something that they don't want to do, clearly. It basically comes down to they don't give the players enough credit. Using it in a battle just turns into Pokken Tournament. Yeah, so we do need to give them credit. They are only small. They're upcoming. They've only been going for 28 years. Yeah, I think that like that's interesting to think how you'd incorporate the synchro. Because mine was like solving puzzles and that's like an overworld implementation. Yeah, if it was more of like, because they've shown for stuff like the Let's Go combat, they're willing to play with different battle styles. So what if it was more like a Final Fantasy sort of like active style combat where you can still kind of have your turn-based, but also like run around and like have autonomy of the Pokemon. I don't know, that's a cool idea. They'll never do anything like that, and it will purely be theoretical, but it's cool ideas. Yeah, and it's like think something similar to how the Let's Go games did it. Swap music, yeah. Think of how the Let's Go games did it, where you could ride different Pokemon, and like whatever Pokemon you had out of the Pokeball would affect the HM sort of thing. Like similar stuff to that, where as the Pokemon you could use its HM ability that was tied to it, and they would just have to add a few tags to a Pokemon. Like it wouldn't actually be that much dev time for each Pokemon. Someone just has to go through all, if it's like the base game, 400 Pokemon, not 1025, and add tags, and then just keep adding tags from there for like what HMs they can use. Yeah, the HM is probably the only thing I can properly think, but if you had to use, like, instead of telling it to use a HM, or it would use a generic HM unless you were synchroed. So if you put in the effort, you can have a unique experience. That'd be cool. Okay, I'm using Flower Trick. I know it's not very effective, just to see how it does. Okay, yeah, I think I'm safe. Because it's like the riding different Pokemon in Let's Go was completely optional, but such a fun feature to implement. So if they did something similar with Synchro, that would be great and wouldn't actually hinder how they seem to want to design the games. They could still design it very generically and you basically customize it as you go if you want to do stuff like that. They could still give you a sort of like a BDSP style. Here's every Pokemon that can use a HM already. You just kind of call them in. I say BDSP or like Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon style. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, we're saying all this would all be really cool in a game. It is also entirely theoretical because then we know they're not taking those risks anymore. At least not for the main series games. They kind of technically what a spin-off games like Arceus have took those risks. The other ones have just played off what's been there before. Like Fairy's bed, your new best friend. You're finally relenting. The insomnia is giving in. Nope. Enjoy your sleep, and I may catch you tomorrow, but I'm not gonna wake you up. Wait, the Fairy's bed. That they do. That's fun enough. Actually, what I should have done. Hey, welcome back, Boy. I forget this is very much more in your time zone right now. Or getting closer to your time zone. Early morning, right? Yeah, what I was going to say is like going through the Scarlet and Violet story at the end. I should have used a bed to heal, but I completely forgot. By the time I remembered, it was too late to use a bed to heal. And that was not the worst battle of attrition. There was a worse battle of attrition fighting Terrapagos, which actually I should have used a bed to heal as well. That was the second time. Because I always forget that those blocky beds in Area 0 can heal you. And I think I actually used it once. That's done. Combat Talk. Ooh, that was close. If it wasn't for the fact that Flower Trick's gonna do it right now, I'd be worried. And there we go. I just spammed Flower Trick the whole time. Did the job. And that is the hardest of the Team Starbase has done. So it only gets easier for them from here. Oh, and flashbacks. We have to deal with more text boxes. Half a year ago, enter sepia filter. Which, fun fact about BDSP, day and night are just filters. And you can see that if it is like, not day and night. Day is default, dusk and night are just filters. Yeah, we got Masquerada, and technically we will have Quaquaval on the team. I've done one tiny bit of the playthrough just to get the extra starter. So we're very close. Once I've done this playthrough, we are near enough finished. It is just catching the rest of the various exclusives plus paradoxes. So you're here at kind of an opportune time. But yeah, back to the BDSP thing. If it's night, I notice it most, but obviously also dusk. If you go into the menu, you see the filters turn off, and you can see what it's like at daytime. It's literally just like basically a color grading LUT on it, which is a really efficient way to do it if they just would have kept that filter on when you go into the menu. But clearly there's something with like the blur filter that goes over it that interferes. Good thing to see. And a little thing, efficiency, that just shows they paid attention to how well they wanted it to run. I enjoy. I've only played the first chapter or so of Deltarune. Is the full thing out? Because that's what I was waiting for, but then I just kind of like lost track of it. I saw the second chapter came out, but never bothered playing the third. If it's out. That could be something that would be interesting to play. Because right now, I'm just trying to think of everything that I'm going to do in between challenges. Got me some LP for some Ultra Balls. And Quick Balls, possibly. And you are going to get licked to death. Fade to black. Sometime 2025. Okay, it'd be something good to play in between then. Obviously, like most people, loved Undertale. But it just took so long for those chapters to come out. That's what I look forward to anyway. What are you planning to do, Violet? Any particular hunts? I know you said you were just doing random ones. I'm curious what's tickling the fancy at the minute. Especially considering just for... Or were you working on the decks? I forget. Because either way, it's convenient if you're going to do hunts, considering we just found the shiny in this one. After how long is this play? How long is this file? Forgot I could check this. That is, it was less than like probably 2.5 hours into the file. Okay, next up is I need to head up the mountain. So probably Dolly's Apple Passage again. Oh nice, just chill session. Yeah, probably a shout. Nice early morning thing to do. I think my first... What was my first shiny? I forget, because it's between two. It was either Mudbray or Spoink. Was my first one I found in the games. Again, for lots before I bothered even doing the decks. I think I might not have even completed the game. I think it was Mudbray. I think Spoink was second up near Dahlia's Apple Passage, conveniently. Or no, it might have been Kufan. Or Kufan. I think it was on stream. I think I could definitely go back and see. I found at least one on stream. Mudbray and Spoink I found off stream. Or in my Livindex video. Like, I don't even need to go through the stream VODs. It will be in the Livindex video. Can I have a scan through there? Depending on how long this takes me, which I'm probably just... Like it says, stream ends when I get shiny Meloetta. If I feel like staying on for a second, have to check one of those to be yellow. I might do a quick scan through because I'm curious in these games, other than a shiny Tropius that I never realised was a thing. Because editing that footage, I realised I ran away from one before it was common knowledge that there was no shiny sound or anything. So coming off of Arceus, I assumed there'd be a shiny sound and some sparkles. There wasn't an edit and it broke me slightly. And you know what, while we're at it, why not do the final gym? At least if I do all the hardest ones, everything else is easier. Oh, we'd love a good Magikarp outbreak here. Get yourself a big old red Gyarados. Or just loads of golden carp. Honestly, Magikarp looks great. Ooh, good luck. To be fair, the water dungeon, I know you can cheese. Are you going to try and cheese it? Or are you going for a 100% playthrough? Because if I remember, that's the one with like the 3 tiers. And with certain enemies, you can just climb the walls. 100%. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, probably best not to cheese it. Or you could go back and 100% it. Yeah, I think we approach games pretty much the same way if you're going like that. For better or for worse, we try and complete stuff. A fruitful battle, because Uva, I'm so used to seeing Naran High Academy. I have to correct for Scarlet. Oh, do they have? Oh, they kick up snow when they land. I never realised that. I get one of those weird places to put odd details. I mean, Rock Rock and Flower Trick. It's also only level 21, the poor thing. I don't actually need to pay any attention. I can just Flower Trick this. To your third account. Gotta get those extra legendaries and mythicals. Yeah, like, it's a shame because all of the starters were given such unique moves for the signatures. Like, you had Flower Trick, which obviously always hits and always lands critical. You then have Torch Song, which constantly ups special attack, so the more you use it, it's like a rollout that you can swap out of. Then Quaquaval was just given a move that made it faster, that didn't do a ton of damage. Like, it feels the weakest of all of them when you're using it. Because I tried to use it for the main Pokemon of a Violet playthrough. It needed so many supports. Yeah, it's one of those that falls prey to, like, Pokemon need to have, like, not simple designs, but, like, simple silhouettes and the likes. And if he was left just as Quaquaval, like, the base without the tail, that would have been fine. But I think his tail overcomplicates it, because he can have layers, and that would have been a very, like, Como aesthetic design. I think it's just too overcomplicated, especially for a starter. For a starter, you really need to simplify designs. Like, everyone loves Meowscarada, not Quaxo. Everyone loves Meowscarada there as a simplified design. Skeledege, a little less loved, but still has some fans. Oh yeah, and a big ass head. We love the Gaydog, it's just not a great Pokemon design. Actually decent design, because I love the flamenco aesthetic, but not great for a Pokemon design. More, it rides a line between that Pokemon Digimon aesthetic, I think. Which, like I say, oh, not like I say, I love both to death. But like I said, not a bad design, just fits one more than the other. Sometimes they can. Like, they're gonna be subjective. Like, if you want cuter ones, obviously you keep them in earlier forms. Yeah. If you want cutie, keep them in earlier forms. If you want ones that look like actual dangers, you let them evolve. But starters are a particular case where I think they need to not be over-designed specifically to appeal to as many people, because they're the ones you start with. You want them to be carried by the majority of people through the game to the end. Which is kind of where I say Quaquaval falls to the trap of being too over-designed. Like, it goes very much too down one aesthetic. As any other type of Pokemon, if it wasn't a starter, I think it's actually perfectly fine. And it would have its fans, but as a starter, it falls a bit short for being, like, objectively a nice design rather than subjective to a load of people. Because it still has a very large audience. Like Lucy just said, the Gaydog has fans. Or I think we call her... He's got a bit of spice to him. He's a spicy duck. We don't assume sexuality, but he does have a bit of spice regardless. I don't need to know where he's sticking anything. I just need to know he comes off a bit camp. Will I get to the end before Miraidon looks shiny? That was the other thing. I remember playing through Violet for the first time. Going through this trial, and Miraidon was full of snow, and everyone knowing that the future paradox of shinies basically just had no paint. There are a good few Google searches if you look it up. Miraidon shiny snow trial. Potentially it is also just I spent ages getting up the mountain and it was covered in snow, and there was some item there that I was tempted to go and try and pick up. And now he's covered in nothing, just to be nice and clear. I think it's because it does such a close-up on him and it looks shiny there if he's covered in snow. Okay, let's go fight Grusha. One of many gender ambiguous leaders in this game, which took me by surprise, but is honestly a nice inclusion. It's like there's so many people saying Grusha is a girl. Obviously a very feminine name, but everyone's like, Grusha's a guy? Like, yeah, if you read some of the dialogue, Grusha is a guy. And then everyone's like, Rika's a girl? It's like, yes. It just shows how many people don't read the dialogue in the games as well when they're saying stuff like that. It is kind of funny. It's like people self-outing themselves as like, I assume this and didn't read the dialogue, so I was never corrected. Yeah. I just want to get the rare Pokemon. Like, a spammer now. To be fair, like I was saying, at some point, it does just, I mean, conveniently, it kind of gets a bit of snow blindness when you have this many, because this is end of the game, and Rika is very much end of the game. When you have that many text boxes thrown at you, it is just white noise. I feel like, one, yes, you're very right, but we're underestimating how many people aren't, like, involved or around that kind of culture to realize how much of, like, a very lesbian design it is, or, like, lesbian coded design. We don't assume, we just have strong assumptions. We don't assume, but we do. Yeah, that too. Like, Hades is a perfect example of how they should do it. Like, there is, so each line is tied to a text box. It reads it out at a set pace, but then it stops when it goes to the next text box and starts the next line. Perfectly fine, and many games have done it for years. Perfect implementation of it. No one will complain. Like, the Monster Hunter reference I gave earlier is like, if they really wanted to embrace the fact that they are a small indie game company and not voice act every line. But if they wanted to do it right, they'd do it the Hades way. And it could be so much more expressive. You understand when characters are happy, angry, not just like having to assume reading from text. I forgot how weirdly fun it is to blitz through this game at level 100. Just throwing out a big, massive Pokemon like Titan and just one-hitting it. Although this was definitely a miss. The fact that you go up against an Ice Gym and she has a Dragon type, but then just makes it Ice again. Such a miss, and the fact that they made them better in the special coaches should have been in the base game. Yeah, the classes are such a weird thing. And the fact that they don't, like, give you a reason, like, there are reasons to do the classes. They have some interesting rewards. You get extra fly points for doing the history classes, or geography, one of the two. Ooh, and Gulpin's evolving. 1 second. We have 649. We have Swallow. Yeah, you have some interesting rewards. So, fly points. You have not Cantonian. Galarian Meowth as one of them. And I think further on, you get Alola Meowth. And I forget other rewards there, just the ones that stand out. But they should upfront tell you, if you want this, you get this, rather than just saying the classes are interesting. It's like, I didn't do the classes until I absolutely had to. That is true. Like, Terra Shards, like I say, when they were a pain, that's big. Especially if you got like a multi-type Pokemon that you wanted to be rock, like as a shiny or whatever. There was just no signage for like what you were going to get at the end of the whole thing. Not even when you sit the exam. You literally have to go online to find it. Which, we're not Minecraft, we don't want people going to wikis to figure out how to play the game. Now, let's see. Pokemon SV lesson rewards. The Elite Four exam as well. that was funny, and it's just kind of a funny way if you want to go straight for the Elite Four, how they block you off. Yeah, I clicked the wrong answer so many times. Just with like bits of lag and just sometimes spamming through, so it does have like a spam protection. Show me the rewards. Tap to reveal, tap to reveal. Yeah, so if we take a little brief break. Jacques, after completing your first classes, you can return to Jacques to show me Pokedex. He'll give you a reward. You got your state number. So, biology is all tied to, you sit the first biology one to get your shiny charm. 50 rock cherry shards for the math one. The shrine locations for history. Galarian Meowth for languages. 10 bottles of protein for battle studies, not super great. 50 Dragon Terror Shards, again, great when they were hard to get. Home Ec, sweet Herb and Mystical Quest that rewards a Slowpoke cup for your picnic set. I never realised that, but I've definitely got it. They're not completing themselves. You compare that to check with Nurse Miriam after completing the Victory Road quest. And you can speak to her one last time to receive 10 max revives. And the same thing for Clavel, you can talk to him to get a big nugget, apparently. Yep, some good rewards, just not signposted. Same thing with also special coaches. Should have had the same thing, telling you what you get from them rather than having to do them at least once. Because some of them you get Herba Mystica from, and you can do that as a repeatable method. Some of them give you like custom items and things like that. What way do we? Need to go northwest. So many missed opportunities that I could complain about till I'm blue in the face. But the other thing I need to do till I'm blue in the face is finish this. Yeah. So let's... Oh, Sneasel. No. I was trying to jump and break the game while you slowly slide down the hill. You seem like you're going a long way. I'll leave you to it. I think I go around the corner. Oh, this is what I was saying, like, with the other trainer classes. Like, they had Dragon Tamers specifically. Dragon Tamers, I think there is a biker up at the league as well. So some trainer classes do exist. It's just a shame that the majority of them are just students. I think I go up around here to get the path to Montenegro. Or Montenegro. I'm glad we're in the same boat. As many things like streaming and making videos online, I'm just happy to find out I'm not the only one who has very, very specific thoughts like that. I think I can go around here. Because there are sometimes, like, I'll sit there, I'll think of very niche things in a game like that and be like, am I the only one thinking about this part of the game? Like, is it actually not substantial enough to pay any mind to? Then everything else online points me to, no. You're right. Confirmation bias. Probably from what I'm looking up and who I'm talking to. But regardless, I feel like I'm right. Okay, double battles for these. It's just going to take a while. It's not going to be necessarily hard because of ghost types. And I've got Meowscarada, so I'm safe. Might get Quack with Alfana. Because this is second highest gym. What levels? Quaxley. That especially, like, everyone comparing it to Power World and stuff like that, and be like, they did all these other systems well, and Monster Hunter Stories where they implemented a load of interesting traversal things. And there was another one very recently. It's not one I played, but it's one my brother-in-law played. I'll remember at some point. But yeah, interesting. Very similar, like, creature collector systems. But like we say, sometimes they just don't want to take a risk. Also, everyone's favourite lesbian, apparently. Power Word's still one that I need to play. I know it's had a load of updates and, like, there's growing pains out the way, so they're now in, like, just big, like, feature update cycles. It's going to be an interesting one to jump into. Because next time I have the time and money to jump into it, definitely want to. It's been on my Steam list for a while and it keeps getting sales at inopportune times when I don't have the spare cash to do it. To just dive in. And sometimes when I do, I'm like, I don't have the time to do this. I shouldn't. It will push back so many projects. Yeah, like, there's obviously some stuff that will never be in there, like stuff like the base building, and they could do the crafting system, but that's maybe a bit too in-depth. But stuff like the battling and overworld stuff, like, they basically did the advanced version of the Let's Go battle system. Like, you only control yourself and not the Pokemon. It does its own thing. But it's so much more involved than the Let's Go battle system in this. Especially when you realize it's maybe, if you throw a Pokemon out and it doesn't attack something in the first, like, 5 to 10 seconds, it will never attack anything ever again. Even if you throw it out to specifically, like, target and attack something. Once you've attacked something and it doesn't attack something for a few seconds, it's just following you then. Yeah, I feel like that's just one of the things that will never be in the games. It would be nice, but I just can't see how it would fit with their whole, like, design philosophy. Yeah, it is the ongoing joke, and I feel like very much for how I'm talking right now. It kind of is like, you just gotta talk like this and that. It's just the chill stoner that isn't a stoner vibe. That's where, like, the character... Okay, a lot of characters can seem very generic in this, outside of, say, gym leaders and main NPCs, he rides the line very much of like main NPC that isn't. That which is definitely why in Blueberry Academy they went heavy on the double battles. It's like we need to make them hard and interesting. And the way to do that is use the doubles format that they use for like the VGC championships. And the fact that there are, I think, is only this gym, maybe one other place, I can't say for sure, but only this gym that has double battles. And the fact that in the base game they introduced Dondozo with Tatsugiri and it can swallow it and that whole double team mechanic. And it's only for one gym if you never go online. Like a whole mechanic around it, and it's one gym. I'm with it. Like it frustrated me to no end. And till the day I die, I will always be annoyed with the lack of trainer battles that I had to be involved in or wanted to be involved with in this, because that falls prey to the same thing. Oh, Mischievous, I can see where to get that. One sec. Because through the whole of the base game, unless I was like messing around and just killing time, I did not battle any of the optional trainers. And outside of my Scarlet playthrough earlier this week, where I needed money, I shouldn't be battling trainers for money. I should be battling because I want to, because they're interesting battles or I need levels. Just beat Sans. That's honestly respect, because even when I could jump to it, because there's a version online, I think, if I remember rightly, this was a while ago. There's a version online where you can just do that fight in your browser to practice it, basically. And yeah, you battle one. Still never done it. It was after I had all the practice playing through the game. So it's very much like diving back in the deep end after you've just got out of like floaties. Ooh, just fresh off, like that's just respect for that. Like I say, still never done it. I'm still on my list of like things I need to do, because I've never done a genocide playthrough. I've only ever watched people do a genocide playthrough. Yeah, that bit sounds about right. I feel more like your average person now. Felt very inferior up until that point. Garfield was hit. No. I should really get back into that, because it's one of the things I want to be able to say I've done. That's like, I've said like shiny hunting, bucket list sort of things, but I feel like game on bucket list is to have beaten that boss at least once. You start your villain arc. If you've just beat Sans, surely you've been on a whole villain arc. Or is this something else? Night Slash, Sable Eye, and let's just do the same thing again. Just spam it. This isn't super involved, but again, this was one of the more interesting games because of double battles. I wish they'd play around with battle mechanics a bit more, to be fair. Like, go back to Gen 5, Gen 6, like with rotation battles, inverse battles, triple battles. You could if you've got them. I'm not here to stop you. And probably in the time that you spend those points, you could get points back. What if I got that set at, to be fair? I think I might have that set pretty low. Yeah, it's 100 and it only activates every 10 minutes. There's a cooldown on it. So if I put that to 1,000, you could go into like point deficit. Yeah, you do what you want. I'm not here to stop you. It doesn't affect me. It literally just affects everyone else in the stream. It doesn't even affect the VODs. It's just a punishment for everyone watching live. That is it. I'm considering upping the points for that though, because it is something that could potentially be spammed every 10 minutes. Like if multiple people go at it. So to put people at a point deficit, I may up it. Yeah, if you are not subbed, it just plays an ad. So essentially you do that and it plays an ad from my end. Basically it acts like I've pressed that button, so you will still get the ad. If I could do it to where the person who does it doesn't get an ad, that will be even more interesting. And it will create a very weird dynamic. But unfortunately, I haven't figured out how to do that yet. And I don't think that is potentially a feature. That's why every time someone does it who isn't subbed, I find it even funnier because it's like stabbing yourself with the sword to get the person behind you. You know what? 500 sounds about right. While I'm going through this, let's up it.
It's time
And you got it in before I upped it.
the advert.
Congratulations, enjoy the ads. I'm upping that and save. That is now 500 points. You've just made Majora and Chargerbug's favourite thing to do slightly more expensive. Although I think they've got all points by now. They're ones that like to just like sit there, accrue channel points, and just drop them at the most inopportune time. Usually for me. Unless I'm doing something like this and it's just like be inopportune for anyone watching. Which I will say some of the more recent challenges where I could have them release Pokemon were an absolute pain in a moment, but was such type 2 fun. Because they second degree fun. First degree fun for me, but I guess kind of like second degree watching it back. Then being able to like release a Pokemon I've just spent ages trying to get. And the perfect timing on some of them was ridiculous. They wait just for me to get just excited enough for finding them. I'm guessing you had 10 points left over. I'm going to take that shiny look. I've already had one shiny so far. Let's see if that pays off. Let's sucker punch you, probably. I've been tempted because I think there was someone who came in and just enjoyed spamming sounds, which I don't mind. But tempted to throw those points up for being just 10. So I like them just being sound buttons whenever you want. But economy wise, maybe. Oh, did you get the crate thing? Thank you. It does little bits of interactions that I like on the stream. I like that there have been in some. A lot of the time, they don't. And sometimes have just become like ambivalent. Or your all-encompassing sounds. Yeah, it is also a good way to detect your Twitch lag. Like there is at least like between Twitch to viewer, it's like a 5-second lag. So me streaming up to you downloading it. Let's do that. And let's throw chop you because I don't seem to have broke your disguise. Yeah, there's only so much, like I'm on low latency streaming at the minute. I'm not dropping any frames. So in theory, it depends on your end. I'm sending everything fine. Yeah, the sounds are a great test for delay. Like when I had when TTS was going a bit more commonly, people really started to notice how slow it was. Also, something I can do, which I mainly just want to test if it is still actually functioning, Just gotta make sure I tap that Pokemon. If I go into my apps, I have a general Twitch chat TTS that reads all Twitch chat, not just like channel point rewards. So if I activate it, put in my channel, oh, the little dancing puppet. View my channel and pick a voice. It should read everything out loud from, let's do that one, from now. So I guess whenever a message.
You can beat the streamer.
There we go. I'm glad that still works, because I made that a while ago and didn't test it. But this one really made people realize what the Twitch lag was. I'm surprised they said Ream. Go Ream, you could beat the streamer.
Hilarious.
Because we had this going along with the channel point TTS and had chat talking with anyone redeeming channel points. God, this is actually getting later to the point where brain is not functioning enough. I wouldn't mind, I've had plenty of sleep. Just everything is now getting to me over the past few days.
What happened to my sexy southern drawl?
I do have different voices. Let me check them. I mean, you also get to be a female now. Give you a live sex change. Sexy southern drawl. And that is Randon. That's a more natural voice. Like, the male one sounds very robotic, but the female one actually sounds fine. It was also a single syllable. I can control Pokemon up to level 40. Throws out Meowscarada and just craps on everyone. Nothing after this. Oh wait, Ramona. Also, I realized with this TTS on, because for some reason your chat doesn't appear on screen, it does actually help me keep track of it. But she's gonna wait. Okay, I can spam through this. I don't have to worry. Trying to remember. Or trying to work out, is it worth me catching any at the moment? I don't actually think so. Because I get a load of flight points, so it shouldn't actually delay me if I don't go around catching them now. I just need to head north to the old faithful Fairy Team Starbase. Ooh, perfect song for here. This again, like one of the more relaxed songs from Sword and Shield, but one of the best examples of how good that soundtrack is. As I dive face first into the deadly, deadly water. Can I get out of here? Just. Oh no, a trainer. Our eyes locked. I walk
Do some
past.
Titans.
I'm basically going around the region counterclockwise. So next time, what is my next Titan? That's a good point. My next Titan is actually the one that... Can I get to that? I can't get to that at the minute. What one? Does this give me fly?
No.
I might actually... Do you remember what one gives me flying? 'Cause I don't think it's Bombardier. So it would have been Dondozo, but I might have to take a detour to get others. Before, well, skip it, get others, and then come back to it. Oh, no, it's swimming that I need to get. What one helps me swim? I feel like there weirdly is like Great Tusk. Not Great Tusk, Iron Treads in this. Whatever one gives me up. I've got high jump and run so far. It's either... I think that gives me glide, so I need to get swim. Whichever one gives me swim. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, what's going on here? Guy and a person and the piano teacher having a fight. So let's obviously, logically, fight the piano teacher. Duh. Like Pokemon trainer Harrington. Like, they could have just done a little bit with him, called him a piano teacher or something. You just had to fill a name for a unique character model. And I thought I'd take the whole thing. Waxley's getting close. I think I just had 31. I'm not sure if Waxley is the one that evolves at an earlier level. So I think there's one that always throws me off. Waxley. Wikipedia. Why not? No, it's 36.
I wish the barbecue gave more points so I could gamble more often.
I mean, if you go the way I do.
It's
I
time for
did. Also, perfect time for the advert. You go into charge of a roll, not letting anyone see the end of any story conclusion. Yeah, if you go the way I did and just basically connect as many switches if you have multiple copies of the game. I doubt that, but it's a possibility. You can do multiple challenges at once that will cross over and be the exact same. Yeah, both BBQs do take way too long, or at least like the point requirements for stuff is too high. Either way, there's some scaling that needed to be done. It was kind of the right music, but wrong moment. Now, Masquerada just beasts all this on its own. It keeps not putting low kicks into the team. I wonder why. Like, low kicks is second, which is why I was fighting with it in the gym. But my team, for some reason, still is like Oinkalone and Swallow. Masquerada, please. Dun, And now it's just down to me, Scarlet. Everyone else is knocked out. This is a weirdly laggy base as well. I think it's the water that does the lag. Just weirdly, like, not a lot really going on. A lot of lag. Probably loading more Pokemon than necessary. So usually, although it usually puts around like 15 on the screen. If other people want a Union Circle to get BBQs, feel free. You just can do that while watching me bear through this laggy mess. Just set it up, set the Union Circle up, jump into the Blueberry Academy, send a link code in chat, easy enough. Okay, 5 more, so it'll only take half an hour with this frame rate. I just wanted to do that animation in slow motion. I don't think I'm going to do any more Union Circle. We don't think so. And that's 30 left. Oh, 30 left, 30 done. So now, this is potentially the other one that is risky, but also the fact that I can just spam Flower Trick, I'm fine. Cool. If anyone wants to join that, 5147. No, let me. Is it 4 digits for a non-local? I double checked you whether you're online. I can't remember how it works for Union Circles. I know trade codes and that need to be more than 4. I'm obviously busy doing this. I don't need to do anything for the challenge, but at least probably not. I kind of got to spend time doing this. Unfortunately, I would love to chill and just jump on, but work's got to be done. But enjoy. Unfortunately, also, even if I wanted to, I couldn't join on this file. But like I said earlier, I'm not sure if you're here or not. This file is not connected to an online account, so I can't play online, even to do like mystery gifts. Yeah, C-Boy, check if you are online. Hey, Morbid John. Yep, that I am. I'm also very close to it. 650 right now. I'm doing my second Violet playthrough for Virgin exclusives, and then I'm near enough there. I also didn't realise I needed all 200 of the Blueberry decks for pairing. That kind of took me by surprise. I thought I was doing like a good majority, and then I could get Gouge and Fire in it. That threw a lot of people off. Basically, you have to catch them in Scarlet and Violet. So they have the little Scarlet and Violet origin mark. Because I have a full living dex outside of this, which I thought I could just claim. But because they were from various different games, not all of them counted. So yes, they need to all be caught in Scarlet and Violet. And then transferred into home. Yep, my feeling exactly. This is my 5th stream doing this. And they've all pretty much went over 10 hours. It's not too hard. Like, the way I'm doing it from scratch, which is why it's taking so long. I think if you were to just, like, chip away at it, it might take a day or two to get a living dex on, like, an existing file. Pokemon Go. That's probably a first I've heard. That's interesting. Yeah, that code looks like an online one. Yeah, cool. Have fun in your Union Circle. Also, if you need help with terrarium stuff, I guess you can join that if you've got online. No, I'd recommend doing it, just not the way I went about doing this. The way I've decided to do it is from scratch because I've got everything to do it. I have both versions of the game, multiple switches, so I can do trade evolutions and get their exclusives. But my god, it is such a bigger task than I thought it'd be. And people who've been here for all this can attest to how wrong my guesses have been for how long it will take me. So what you can do, which is a little bit of a hack-ish, is, I guess, trade from, or take you ones from Pokemon Go that are the version exclusive Pokemon, transfer them into the game, breed them, and then they will have the Scarlet mark. So you technically don't need both versions of the game or to trade if you already have them somewhere. Breeding is your trick to do that. Once you breed them, they then get the game's origin mark, and you can send them into home and it'll count. And then, for some trade evolutions, not all. Yeah, so you probably transferred them. Yeah, that makes sense. It's perpetual, so you can do it for as long as you can take as long as you want. I'm doing it now just because I'm stubborn and I also want to make a video on it, so I'd rather get it out before ZA. And originally I told myself, nope, it's the same as Megaina. So Megaina, if you do the Living Dex, you can get whenever the Origin Ball. And I'm assuming the same for this. And some of the starters too, but I forget the smaller ones. I'm mainly just bothered about Shiny Meloetta and Origin Ball Megaina. So yeah, you take as long as you want, you can chip away at it. Ooh, good luck on the Shiny Living Dex, because I'm working on that now for myself and slowly getting through it. I'm currently trying to do it like region by region, and I have an Origin Claw, so I'm working through Kanto at the minute. Yeah, and I wouldn't mind you being there for, well, like 5-10 minutes of it. You've now like planned out the next like at least few days of your life to work at that. No, I definitely recommend doing it, especially considering it is the only way to officially get Shiny Meloetta, so at some point you would have to do it. There's no confirmed release date, but my guess is potentially mid next year or whenever they announce the release of the Switch 2, which I'm guessing we're going to get news mid to end of January. Now we take a little break from the Starbase. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's no set release date, and I also take a while to edit my videos for my style. And I have a couple projects already in the works. So like, at least if I get it done now, I give myself a ton of time to finish it. And then hopefully people potentially like yourself will have an idea for how to go about it. Get a free Switch too? Okay. I have to ask, how? Curious. Is there some like agreed deal with like family and friends? Did someone lose a bet? That's my only idea. Otherwise, you have some weird insider knowledge. Okay. You're just playing Dave and Buster's system against themselves. Fair enough. Like, that's an interesting way to do it. True, you play the long game. That's the first time I've ever heard of someone using those tickets for something actually decent. Like a PS5. modern console. You're being efficient with your time, I guess. Yeah, I'd recommend it. Like, I love the OLED switch, and it's nice having 2 switches. But I definitely recommend waiting at this point. You've definitely got enough time to save them. You'll make up that air fryer difference in no time. Let's go medallion, because I can't do Dondozo right now. Oh yeah, so by my guess, like, end of the first quarter, like, mid next year, we should be getting the Switch too. For the way I do things, I don't think I'm gonna wait for the Switch 2. And I might just do like what I did, just stay on the base for as long as I can before there's a version that I want. Yeah, free is free regardless. And then by the time a decent limited edition comes out, you'll probably have another 130k that you can get a limited edition if it's there. And at that point, you've got to wait for a Dave and Buster's limited edition Switch 2. Very specific. That's what I was thinking. They would have generic unless they randomly come out with a version. And then you're on bound to get it. Be fair, even there aren't many limited editions that can make me get, like, there are editions that I want, but also so the Scarlet and Violet Switch would have been nice. The Zelda one would have been nice, but the thing that made me get an OLED was just all the customization options coming out for me to be able to make it exactly like I wanted. Yeah. Wait, and they're making the regular Switch more to... Potentially, yeah, they'd have to like do some sort of deal for that, wouldn't they? So it would technically maybe even like cost them less. Yeah, that's what I mean, like the Zelda and Scarlet and Violet one had like the backplate done, which made me want to get them. But other than that, like you're saying, it's just the Joy-Cons. Like, I customized these for, like, interesting colours, but you can buy very similar. The things that are rarer to do on mine are, like, I've got, like, a red backplate with, like, white accents and white buttons and stuff. Hey, good luck on Road Cosraid. It's not too hard to hopefully get it, and you're not just with a load of idiots. Yeah, like, jealous of that. Would love the Zelda OLED, especially because I love the white, like, clean white look of it with the gold accents. Yeah. Like, I say I love the style of Scarlet and Violet Switch, but the sticker bomb aesthetic, although interesting, not super my vibe. Oh, Switch Joy-Cons, Sword and Shield Joy-Cons would have been great. Oh, what's that? I always love a good bit of theory crafting. Like a map of the region. Where about? Oh, I don't come here yet. Because I'm going to pop into there at some point once I've done the story. So I can go have a little peek at it and see. Because I think by the time I was done with the DLC, I didn't really have a... no spoilers because I haven't seen leaks, but if it's potential in the game, I'll have a look at it. I've tried to avoid leaks as much as I can, And all I've been told is there's something to do with Typhlosion and ground types. Yeah, that's, I mean, all that stuff's fine. Yeah, I guess, like, I don't know if you're gonna survive. I don't know also where about your base, but if you'll survive until I get to that point. Yeah. Did anyone want a battle? Can I register now? So whereabouts is the map located then? Or is it like one of the very specific rooms? Because if it is, I might need to redecorate it in another game. Because I will not have points in this. Okay. See, those are full of references to other stuff, but I can imagine that would be the best place to hide hints to new regions if they were. Because people get so distracted by all the old stuff. No, did Mona want to fight now? It's taking a while to load. It feels like she might want to fight. Nope. Just figure out the secret menu item. Thankfully, I haven't already done this a few days ago. It's on my mind. Start the trial. And don't go anywhere. Because I want a medium serving of extra spicy lemon meatballs. Oh, rice balls? Grilled rice balls. Serving size medium. Extra crispy. With a dash of lemon. It's surprising how I remember that from the first time playing. I don't think I've ever had to do the battles after. That one little bit of information stuck in my head. It's like, ooh, speedrun tech, remember that answer. You know, I've never speedrun these games ever. I've attempted clearly many a time, but never properly attempted a speedrun. Oh, I need to talk to him again. He's took a while to his turn. It's like, oh, you're not walking around the front? Yeah, that's what I did for my second run through Violet. I traded everything through, so I didn't even need to do like the terrariums or anything. Just straight completed the decks, so I could get the alternate paradoxes. And I'm doing it again for the sake of a challenge. It's so nice having two set up. There's like one that you care about and like one, so if you do it like me, I try and keep Pokemon in a file like the first ones I get. And then the second ones I don't mind like shoving into home or like training or whatever. Raptors for walk. That's it. I never thought what they would trade for because I've had them, but it makes sense. Because I've had to do the whole like going through Pokemon Home and trading for Fair through years ago. And some of the trades for that were interesting. Enamorous was one I was trying to think of ages ago. Trading Enamorous for specific Fair through trims. Yeah, that is a nice bit. When I happened to be doing my living decks, Scarlet and Violet came out before I completed them. So they were also like lumped into it. But it was nice, like when the DLCs came out, I only had to catch the new legendaries. Enamorous was PLA. Again, would not recommend anyone doing that because it's like a 10 to 12 hour playthrough. Hey, congrats on the Rayquaza. You can join the crew. We can all get a really stupid picture, which I love doing when we did that on stream. Yeah. I took a second for me to take him out from inside the chat. To be fair, it's kind of the same in terms of, like, rarity, isn't it? When it comes to Rayquaza. Like, it was released in Pokemon Go, so relatively it would be more common. I guess only slightly more common because of the raids. True, yeah, actually. Yeah, people have been farming it, like, even just the Rayquaza raids, not specifically like the Chansey ones that they usually do. Yeah, so there's, if I remember right, the way they do rewards, there's some static ones for the first time you defeat it, and then the normal drop table on top of that. So after you beat it, you won't get those first time rewards, but you'll get the normal drop table, which is increased Herba chances. I think there is increased Herba. I'd have to double check. I can always be wrong, but I think there is increased Herba. If not for Rayquaza, for the Chansey and Blissey raids around it. Because I only noticed they were a thing today. Yeah, like, because obviously after you do it once, it wouldn't make sense to constantly do it. So I think they've kind of learned increase the Herba chances for big event ones like that. Yeah, if anyone wants to jump in, feel free. Now I want to check. Let's see. Rayquaza drops. Terra. Raid. $340. That's still a good chunk though. You're judging by that just about halfway. Oh, I also don't need that tab open. I feel like I have dropped that everywhere. Yeah, so it probably is up a bit. Hey Gary, how's it going? Oh, that's definitely useful. Definitely go for that. That's definitely got to be it. That needs to be a meme edit if it isn't already. The possibility of encountering a shiny Pokemon is approximately 4,096 to 1. Never tell me the odds. I need to get a good Han Solo impression. I've got C-3PO down. Need to work on my Han Solo a little bit. What's going on here? I've fully lost track of whatever she was saying. Are we doing the battle outside? Is that it? What gym am I on? I've just been blitzing. I've actually lost track of where I'm up to. How many badges do I own? If I went round and skipped Dondozo, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around 8 or 9, I want to say. I'm forced to check after this. Japanese 6 IV editor from Wonder Trade. Oh, nice. Yeah, ignorance is bliss with that, I think. I got mine originally from the trade codes, I think, pretty much from day one. Yeah, we assume the best. We just don't check the trainer ID just in case. Music seems low. Yeah, in those games, fair enough. And like, the only ones you are forced to hatch in those games now, thankfully that all of them were released as part of the terrarium, are the original 3 starters. Which you are doing shiny deck, so you may still have to, but at least you got the option. Definitely wouldn't recommend it anytime soon. If you could avoid it entirely, yes. Yeah, for sure would recommend that. And would highly recommend organising it as you go. I made the mistake of leaving it a mess, then organising it afterwards, then having to reorganise it for a way that works. Yeah, I mean the first one on Shiny Meloetta might come as one, because you can at least get over half a living dex doing this, and then you'll have Shiny Meloetta as well, and then you've only got to collect the rest from other games. Yeah, Shiny Living Dex is always like end goal. I almost treat Shiny Living Dex as like filler. Oh, fair. I didn't realise you were already working towards, one. Yeah, definitely just go for the 8 in a different game. I'm using Sap Sipper. I'm really not paying attention. I'm not using that. I'm using Flower Trick, and it's got Sap Sipper. Yeah, I'd always try and catch extras when it came to that. So there were ones that going for certain forms of things specifically is what I have to do. That's actually what I was about to say. Ones that are great for trading because a lot of people don't want to go for them is Enamorous, because it takes a while to get to, and Kubfu. I don't know why, just a lot of people want Kubfu. It's a bit more common now, but it still takes a while regardless of any of them to get to Kubfu. But I think in about 2 hours you can do Kubfu in Sword and Shield if you have the DLC. See, I did my living decks and waited to get all the alchemy forms, but that was actually pretty fun, to be fair, getting them. Because it was like theory crafting before we had like the item print and stuff like that, for like how to collect all the items for it. For both Keldeo forms. Trying to think about that. Oh, yeah, so basically, because the DLC scales with your level, if you power level a starter a little bit, and then as soon as you get to the wild area, go to the Isle of Armor, you'll have a relatively decent level Pokemon. Power through that until you get Kubfu, and basically that only takes like a couple hours. So whenever I'd see a trade and someone wanted a Kubfu, I'd go straight through, do that, and hope that within a couple hours that trade was already up. But what is the both Keldeo forms in BDSP? Oh no, just like if you want all the Kubfus. It's relatively easy to go through and get them all. And then you can just like obviously put in your boxes and put it to home. That's fair enough. If you need all the paradoxes and stuff, then it's a good shop. You just have to also hope for your luck with the treats. Yeah, fair. I don't mean if you're going for them and then you can double whammy it and you're good. So you've left some pretty awkward ones for the end, it sounds like. I also... Ooh, this loading screen takes a while. Oh, nice, so you're right near the end. You got maybe probably like half an hour, hour and a half left of the whole DLC. Depends how much you struggle. I really because of lack of prep, struggled with Terrapagos in its Terrasilize form. Oh, I've got 11? I'm way further through. Limindex, Kupu, Koraidon, Guardian Fire, Raging Ball, Terrapagos. So, Solgaleo and Glacier are interesting ones. At least they're like raid dens and an alternate playthrough of Sword and Shield. SPB League was more interesting. Yeah, very true. It had me doing more and I was more involved. Oh yeah, you said you have to trade them for some of the legendaries, which I think for them is a smart choice. Yeah, that's fair. Koraidon is maybe the one I wouldn't have done, just in hindsight, knowing how long it takes to get it. Yeah, that's a solid plan. So I've got 11. We're relatively close. 4 hours 57. I said about 6 hours. That, or I was thinking. I don't think I said it out loud, just in case I jinxed it. That might be a good guess. Oh, I forgot that Glacier was part of the DLCs. The tree quest, I mean. Yeah, then you're actually like less work than I thought you had left. Yeah, that does it. Like, the more you can think about future you is the best, because I never think about future me. If anything, I curse future me with doing the work that past me doesn't want to do, or present me. Yeah, the only downside is they do take a while. I think when I did it, I just had a bunch of us jump on doing BBQ quests because we all needed them at the same time, because it was around the time the DLC had just released. At least for like group quests and everything, it doesn't take too long if you can find groups of people doing it. I just don't know if there's any like active union room circles or anything going for that type of thing. Okay, I've got this as a fly point. Right, well, you might have to... Oh, no, you use your Dave and Buster points so you can't get the second switch. That's the only way to cut down time. Or you could just have a friend leave the switch on near you, and you just do their quest as well as yours, and hope a load of them cross over. Ooh, Great Tusk. This might... If this is... swimming... Sorry, I realise I can't assume stuff like that on Twitch. Yeah. I thought that was a cutscene for Great Tusk as it was charging towards me. Turns out that's just an earthworm. The Great Tusk is so much more animated than... not Great Tusk, Iron Treads is so much more animated. Great Tusk just kind of stands there. This one you have to actually chase around. There we go. I actually need an Iron Treads. And I know this appears after... I don't have Pokeballs, to be fair, to be able to catch it decently. And I'm going to have to dive into the crater anyway. I should really go and get some Pokeballs. Sorted. Nice and easy. Now we just let it roll over there and we chase it. Just going to stare at that mountain for a second. There we go. The game needed a bit of time to like set up. It's like the intermission in a play. It's like the curtains close. Like, this is taking a while as I set up the stage. Is this one that... Yeah, that's one that actually attacks the wall. So many of the Titans don't actually attack the wall. But I don't need to at the minute. John said they're not on the internet yet. I'm just reading back to the chat. Oh, yeah, so. To be fair, it might be nice to get my second save up to all the terrariums unlocked. To go on the item printer, yeah. I won't say about the method people found out to guarantee rewards for that, to where it's pretty much not gambling. But people now have, like, calculators to RNG it. Two days. To be fair, it's probably not far off because I did it with the Cramomatic, but even just farming those items took a good couple days. Yeah, the RNG scene goes insane. Basically, they have the calculator to find the seeds, and I've never done RNG on Switch, and I kind of don't think I want to until the Switch 2 comes out. Because it gives it a bit of a different dynamic playing the games. I love the older games now, but I do think, like, if I've got a shiny hunt in them, my brain just goes, but you know how to RNG. Ooh, and also Quackleval. I know how to RNG, so I'll play them very differently. So right now, my diamond save, I'm working through a shiny Liverdex in that, but it's all going to be RNG. I just haven't figured out how to break them to get the other starters yet, but I'm going to catch what I can. And it learned Aqua Step. I still didn't teach it any moves either. No, just learned because I didn't have to swap a move as it learned Aqua Step. I would say if you are interested in anything technical like that, then definitely look into RNG. It's so interesting to find out, like, the mechanics. Like, I love learning how to break yellow on, like, the Gen 1, Gen 2 games. So RNG was just like the cherry on the cake for, like, Gen 4 and that, learning about them. But as I say, it does change how you look at them and how you feel about getting some shinies. Which is why I like getting them more in modern games, because I'm ignorant to those methods. I know there are ways to guarantee shinies in, like, BDSP and the likes, and they're easier to do through capture cards, which obviously I already have set up. But I'm just like, nope, I want to get those full odds at least. Not full odds, but naturally. This is number 12. It leaves me with 6 left. I need to see what this gives me, because then I can head back up north and I won't have interrupted my order too much. It'll just be down and up. What are you going to get? Hopefully swimming. Hopefully. You'd be surprised with how much I played this. The fact that I don't remember the order. Or, like, what Titans give what. Like, I roughly remember that I think Dondozo gives gliding. Just because I know he's locked by swimming. So that's the only one he can't give. And gliding is pretty endgame. Let me. He's gonna have an attack. And tell me. Oh, it can glide now? It can glide now. I accidentally went into the meme. So that should be fine. I think I can glide to the middle of the lake. Does Bombardier give swimming then? Maybe. Well, if I've got gliding, then I'll just climb up a tower and try and land on islands. I just need to get a tower fly point first. I know I can't fly forever, but I should at least be able to get onto the islands on the lake. Or do I continue down? I think I maybe even continue down for the sake of it might be too much time faffing. Trying to actually get onto the lake islands. At least my instinct to glide whenever I jump off something now is not useless button presses. No. No, I'm better staying in the desert. So does Dondozo give climbing? And then something Bombardier must give swimming. That's my best logical guess. And you get fly points, walk past this. I'm trying to think, after I get all 18 badges, I might go make myself a coffee to get through the last stint of this. Because in theory, to be the whole last bit I need to do. Then drag all my Pokemon that I've already caught in Scarlet into this. Finish Dexes. So I'll catch all the Vision exclusives. Drag all the Pokemon into Scarlet. Or from Scarlet. And then we finish off with the last 4. After some breeding. And then, okay. Go up here, fly to Porto Marinada, do the auction. See if I get lucky with the auction this time. Because I think it's no bid, low bid, high bid. Oh, it does not like a Paldean Wooper. I know. You can trade for a normal one. Only place to get that in the base game, I think. Then in Kitikami, they're like, well, they're everywhere. Turn me into cutting. Danka. Volt Bluza. And then G gives us his wallet, and I never look back. Looking at the time, I said 6 hours. I'm going to say 6.5. Go over there. I already have a fly point. Don't even need to walk. I'll probably get there before him, but the game doesn't count for that. So he will get there before me. He's already there. For a big guy, he can run pretty fast. And there's the first yawn. Jittery. I should have bought Pokeballs while I was there. Next time I land at a Pokemon Center, I'm gonna buy Pokeballs. And the overly sad face. That works so well. Overly sad face accentuated by huge monobrow beard thing. What about our hairline? I don't think people ever figured this out because there is a strong case for that just being his hairline. I was so tempted to actually just leave it on chill music while I thought this, but no, it's too out of place. And just spam flower trick. That is ironically the trick to doing this. Let's grab this one trick, flower trick. Just like Calder, just one note is torture. Now we attempt to give him his wallet back, and then instead he takes the wallet and gives us the money out of it for the auction. We don't think about that logic, we just do. That took ages. Oh. Not that kind of hype. No, let's do that. That works better. Okay, so no, low, high. Because I thought it was no, no, high. Maybe it is no, no, high. I'm going to try no, no, high again. But I was kind of shafted last time and I only got 5 out of it. I think partially it is up to luck. Make the winning bid. No, no, high. Don't bid. 15.25. Don't bid. Bid. I didn't do the high one. I think 45 goes out. Yeah. It's the same as last time. I think last time I misclicked. If I go high there, they drop out and you get 10,000 back. Legendary Wakame seaweed. Wakame. Could that be a hint? Is the next region going to be called Wakame? Was that a very subtle hint in this mission? We'll find out at some point next year. What we've learned so far, there's apparently a map in the BB League. And potentially it might be Wakame because of the name of the seaweed. I don't know if that is genuinely a type of seaweed, but I'm sticking with it. I don't need to look it up as long as I say I'm right confidently enough that you believe me. There's a base behind here? Yeah. I was gonna say, have I done this because there's no gate? As soon as the gate loaded in, that might be the trigger for it, to be fair. As soon as the gate loads in, the phone rings. Clavel, I don't need this right now. I need to fight the base. Not the base, the gym. But at least I got this cutscene out the way. Okay, I was trying to take a shortcut and avoid the elevators, but I can't. Instead, I just got hit with the cutscene that slowed me down even more. Even though I was going to have to do the cutscene regardless. Sandstorm again. Love it. Love that for me. Love it. Okay, there we go. Eventually I'm going to have to collect ingredients for a ham sandwich. I just realised going past that store. If I want to like grind out levels for the exclusives. There's Jack. Jack gives me the lucky egg. Right? Yep, lucky egg. The stupidly useful item that you get this far into the gyms. I don't know if it's this specific gym. Because I know those gyms are based on progression. And I'm given the lucky egg to, obviously, the shiny. Muscle band, is that physical? Yes. Give the muscle band to Meowscarada. quickly check I was right with that. 245 physical attack and the nature boost special. Consider the gym test passed, and now we get on to fighting Kofu. Who is after this? Off the top of my head, south of here is Bombardier, I think, next. Yeah, because this is the main mid-game sort of stuff. I think it's Bombardier, then Cortondo. Bombardier, depending on what it gives. Then maybe Dondozo or Cortondo next, and then Alfanada. I think that's the order. I think there's only those left. Have I done? I've 11 before. The Titan will be 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Could be missing something, but I assume that's right. Okay, that was such a hard change in me that. Send out Vault for loser first. One guess what I'm going to do. I may only have one trick, but it works. And I'm not going to harass that because there's no need to waste time with that. The Sandstorm is already wasting time. It's going to hit me with damage and it's killing frame rate. As it just disappears out of nowhere. Just in time for me to be buffed, and then that's about it. I just realized the whole thing behind the flower trick animation is it actually being like a magic trick. Like in the concept, so Yaskarada walks forward with the light above, that's a distraction, that's the sleight of hand, the misleading. As the thing drops above as they're staring forward. That's actually, it's cool. I may just be connecting dots around there, but that's quite cool. Most likely I'm connecting dots around there. That's kind of what I do best. Flower tweak. And even Terrasla. I mean, Terrasla doesn't actually up defense. We just made it solely effective to it. The ice type would have been better for it. Yeah, let's check totals. I think I've got pretty much in my head what we need to do next. Like I say, Titan, Gym. Have I done all of it? I don't think I've done all of Team Star, but who's this? Oh, Atticus will need to be next. Not Atticus. Giacomo. The base I literally just walked into. And you know where I got Chillin' Water from? Never realised. Hassle. Welcome. Thank you. I don't think you give me anything. No, you're just here to waste time. Here to introduce him before I see him in the league. I wonder if I could put a fade on my music board app. get less abrupt changes. I knew. Except I just found where the space is, so let's do it. Is that blocked off as well? So that opens up. Oh, because that's probably part of the base. No, it's not. It's lying to me. I don't know why that's blocked off. And then, oh, I never realized that was blocked off before. And now, cutscene. Didn't check my total, but my total should be about like 14 maybe, 13, 14. Second squad base, the one I think I used for Froakie. Is that the Froakie or Piplup in my DLC team? I'm saying that, I realize there's no context to hatch all my eggs. Okay. You are dark type. It's a slash. Level 19. Why am I bothered? Poor thing. Who's that? I just stepped on an ant and I'm celebrating its victory. Are you gonna want to fight me as well? Or am I just going to be let straight in? This is what... Oh, you're going to run it. Okay. Sweet. You're not going to waste my time, and I appreciate that so much. Team Stars Dark Base. Wait, can I go into the map from here? Just to quickly check how many I've got. That's it. Zoom right out. This will be number 14. So sweet, and potentially the last one. Looks like Cortondo, Alphanada, and a Titan. And there's another one somewhere maybe. What am I missing? Because if that's 14, it's 4 left. Okay, all of my team should be able to... Oh, now low kicks is part of the party. Maybe it was an obedience thing, thinking about that now. I don't think it would have fully obeyed me. Because of course, it's too high a level. Which is nice to know that I can catch higher level Pokemon if they appear. Which I guess also, if that would have happened and I couldn't have caught it, it wouldn't have been very shiny safe, and they've been very good with keeping shinies less failable. Masquerade is actually fairly fast. Like, it's decent for clearing out fakes potentially, as well as low kicks. But low kicks are kind of expected. The question is, like most of my challenges in Scarlet and Violet, am I eventually going to find a shiny Ponyard or Bishop at some point? That seems to be a strong theme with everything I've done so far. Enough that I have the line from this game without trying. And there we go. 32 by the end? Yeah. It is a great shiny to hunt. Just maybe hunted in Area 0 as opposed to the Bamboo Forest. I'd recommend hunting it just so you can see all the derpy King Gambit animations. Because I love the way it walks and it's like drags itself along by its seat. Racking my brain for what's left. Because there can't be another base. What have I done? Very eerie, Mela, Giacomo, Atticus. Have I done Atticus? Did I skip it? No, I'm sure I did Atticus, yeah? So I've done Atticus. It's all the teams start. What gyms have I done? Going on, what could be left? I think I've done all the Titans. I should flower trick this. It's going to be such low level, it doesn't matter. Oh, also, if you get a shiny Bishop, enjoy the fact that it has no knees. I got very distracted by that, and it's still ridiculous seeing it walking around now. Scarlet, Violet, badges. Flower trick you. I want the map with the badges on. Badges map. The Desert Titan. You. Also, yay, we won. Into emotional backstory. Let's see. Dun. Is it because I'm not counting Dondozo? One. Yeah, it's because I'm not counting Dondozo, I think. Titan. Yeah, 2 Titans, 2 gyms. So basically after this, see what it gives me, and then also, yay! Voice clipping out itself. Yeah, see what Bombardier gives me. Because Bombardier is not tough at all, and it's actually fairly quick. Yeah, because I mean, the Dome needed more customization as is. But they keep the images for like finishing the base game and finishing the Kitikami DLC and show you at the end of the Indigo Disc DLC. So they clearly are able to keep them on file. Just never use them anywhere. I really think that would have been a nice touch. Kind of like, the more you do in the game, the more your dorm room gets filled with like memories. Similar to how PLA's village gets upgraded over time as you do more missions. That would have been a nice touch. We should just be the creative team for Game Freak. Cyberpunk 2077 is never one that I played. It's on my list now that I think everyone says it's being fixed. CD Projekt Red really went hard on sorting that. I'm going to trust it that it's exactly what we're thinking. Materials, Starfall, do Bombardier. Bombardier is fairly quick. See what it gives me. Go north, because that will also be the last one before I need to go. Do Dondozo. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. It's kind of like when you get to the end of Fallout games and it updates depending on what side quests you do and how you did them. Like just a little bit that personalizes the story for you. They need to do more in games. Like, show you the journey you've just went on rather than saying you finished the journey. A credit roll isn't enough nowadays. It's probably enough for if you're like a small indie game dev, but how many times can I say that before? Like, it's boring. Okay, like I said, I need to go to a Pokemon Center, buy items, buy Pokeballs. I'm getting very close to the catching phase. Okay, heal me up. Can I register my birthday? It's not going to be ever needed. If I'm doing Destiny Mark Shannon, I'm doing it in a main save. This is too chill. Yeah, something like that. The profile up, change your photos. Also, staying very basic. The Destiny Mark is random on the day of your birthday. Or it might have uploads. I don't fully know, I just know it appears on your birthday. Is something unplugging? A few people have done the hunt, so I guess just look up a shiny Destiny Mark hunt video. You'll find someone who's done it. And no, so, you find someone who's done it, yes, but someone who will also explain the odds better than I probably could right now. Without looking anything up. Let's go 108 and see where I go from there. That should be plenty enough. Up the hill, because I don't have the climb ability. Wow. Otherwise I'll just take the shortcut right up the hill to see Bombardier. Who I never realised actually drops a rock. Like, you can just about see it up there. They actually spawn, and it's actually dropping rocks up here, so that's got to be killing the frame rate.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go
Hello,
to sleep.
Lavendo. Nice to see you just woke up. Or maybe, no, you were awake with me last time. Please tell me you just woke up. It's 4:30 in the morning for me. And I know you're pretty much like near enough the time zone. We pointed out that you're weirdly in like some crest of like your 15 minutes difference or something. Okay, at least you got some sleep. You're doing better than me. Hope you had some decent rounds in Rivals, I should say. At least if you were with someone, you could... Better chance. No solo queuing. Okay, Bombardier. Now's the time. Such an epic entrance to be played in 20 FPS. Do that. It's like, what move do I press? The one move. Like that move, like, say the line bar. It's like, what move do I press? Like, do the move, Masquerada. Oh, do the move, Garfield. Dun-dun, dun-dun. It is cute that it holds the hair down with this little, like, bib thing. Okay, fight it with Arvin, and there's no point in even being here. Flower trick gonna do it? It says slash is better, but... What is it, like 0.5 damage with crit brings it to normal plus stab? Still well enough, especially for a low level. There we go. Now, you should give me swimming. Should be in the optimal word there. Got the good old thumbs up. And now let's go have a sad little story with Arthur. Get the lost hairbit. Have the doggo start walking. Again.
It's time for the
I hope you had a nice nap, Lucy. You played that with the upped cost as well. I was convinced to up the cost of it. Not that you're probably going to be low on points. You've been around here for a while. Although you do love spamming the sounds, but they are also very cheap. No one's going to get to see the end of the doggo storyline. If I could spam through this quick enough. Only so much I can actually speed this up. There's less than 60 seconds to get there. No one gets to see the end. Picture's done. Let me be outside. No, never mind. They might see the end. Apologies, you didn't manage to cover it. Go on. Go and cup the innards of this machine with a sandwich while this doggo gets fed. Come on. Yeah, the people are definitely gonna see the end of this. Move across water, I think that's it. I was not reading. Those two songs just went so well into each other. I think they were both Mystery Dungeon songs, that's why. Oh my god, when you really don't care about it. I'm literally mimicking what I was doing the first time. This is a point where I fully gave in because that cutscene is just slightly too long. Anywho. Yeah, it works. Back to your regularly scheduled content. Where we're going to head north, do Dondozo, and then we're back to going clockwise, anti-clockwise around the region. And I have none up there, so let's just go from here. This will give me climb, and then... But that's actually, I think... No, the jump is intended for... for Alpha Nether Cave. It's so nice to be able to glide. And Taurus will forever be the bane of my life. Also the fact that I need to run away from these quick, because one's probably going to run into me while I'm in the battle. One's by me. Just jump and run, jump and run. And the middle island, but is it? No. Stop it. Oh no, it's middle island for the second bit. Smaller island for the first. After I get a phone call. I could, looking at that, I could possibly have done it with a glide, but it would have been awkward getting to the second island. Dondozo. He breached and found me. keeping a relatively stable frame rate. Just not pace. As I keep running into every single Pokemon. Oh, don't do this, Nichul. Don't be that guy. Okay, avoid. Oh, frame rate's now down. So it's not the lake itself, it's the lake in combination with all of the Pokemon that spawn here. Is it not this island? Oh, and thank God, I just remembered I don't have to do the stakes. I keep forgetting I can't climb. Okay, run. Unless it... No, it's not. It's not that one, because that's not static. Which island? Further over? Obviously not this one. Let's have a look. Oh, that one. Clearly the one that's marked with an exclamation mark. The under the water ones and a terrible handle on... No. Positive vibes. Stop complaining. Everyone knows what these games are. I don't have to say anything out loud. It's no surprise to anyone. There's the Titan one. A lot bigger than the others and also has a static animation. It doesn't do the whole hiding thing. Oh, no, they don't until you get close. Or, never mind. Well, that was one I thought I was going to get. You should be the same thing again. Thankfully, I already encountered it on Dozo, so it just tells me, yeah, just use Flower Trick. And now we go chase it, which would have been the hard bit without me having swim. So technically, you can do a whole clockwise route around the region. Just going clockwise, you don't get the swim ability, and that's it. Catch up, go over it. Race it to where it's going to go. If I get there, do I have to wait? I think it goes underwater, so I don't think I do. Yeah, it goes underwater, so they can make that... Just Z position there, no easing. Top tier animation. Tatsugiri goes in, doesn't even jump over the ledge. Arven's finally showed up. And Nom's down. Come on. Round 2. Round 2, that's going to take about 2 seconds. Single Flower Trick, maybe? Yep. And it's defeated, technically. Except this little guy. Who is going to take just as many Flower Tricks. Oh, no, it can take one more than big guy. Takedown wasn't a smart move there, Greedy. I'd just say it's nice to actually be able to see Arvin's Pokemon in a fight, though. Now we're done. Okay, Arvin's whole storyline is finished. Now, next to finish is going to be... Well, Team Star is almost finished as well. Well, Arvin's badges are finished. It's just Victory Road. So, time to spam through. Text boxes for the last time. Don't just stay on a black screen, please. Oh. The PTSD from that happening. Okay, laptop's still going. Spamming it as quick as I can. And now the pupper stands up. I get the last ability, which is... I can swim, I can glide. Oh, it's climb.
It's time for
You might have timed it better. We may not see the pupper stand up. We thought the last one was the last one, but we all miscounted. 60 seconds. 48, 40. 48, 40. It's roughly where it started. I'm doing my best for you. We're coming close-ish. There's potential. His eyeliner looks extra sad. Oh, come on. Time. I can't even spam through these. These are timed text boxes. 23. It's a 60-second advert. Black, green. This isn't a good sign. Now, the game did not want you to do that. That black screen went on for so long. Come back just as everything's all good. I genuinely thought that crashed for a second. And I know exactly what I'm doing the moment I get out of this cave, and that is saving. Come on, can we be done with this? He's angry, angsty dad, teen problems. Off the Poké Path. He's going to go to the lab. I'm going to finish the others and then do him last. Well, usually I'd do him first because he's a single one. Let's go for who's got the most then? I guess Nimona wants to do all the badges. Yeah. So she's the last story I'm going to finish, but also the first line I'm going to complete. So let's... Do I have one closer? I don't have the one outside. So I guess just go south from here. Ooh. Okay. Ooh, Mischievous is actually one I need. Going to battle camp. Quick ball. Is this going to be 650? Not quite on the first one. I'm confused, but that doesn't matter. Also, chill music. Ultra Ball. Are you going to do it? 650? Oh, come on, every time I say 650. Maybe if I don't say 650. Maybe that's the key. Nope, it just refuses to stay in. It keeps getting really close. It's only level 14. Surely I can't be that unlucky. There we go, 650. And now if I see another one. So I think that's the only annoying night spawn I'm going to have to get. I can grab it, find the Dusk Stone and Mischievous. And that's the first one that went to the boxes. Let's see, other night spawns. So it's Magus, I need... Yeah, no, that's the only other annoying one. Swablu, no. Oh yeah, I am heading the right way. So head south. I kind of do want to get a second one right now. Did it work? Is it easy? Because I've seen it's possible. I just didn't know how easy potentially it was. Oh, good to know. It means if I need to get more Master Balls, I have to waste someone on a ballot the other day. I can't. Yeah, that's kind of what I imagined. A lot of RNG is pretty much that. I just already upped that to 651, and that didn't count. Potentially I'll look into that because it's great for some very specific items. Nice to know that. I don't know your experience with RNG, but to be able to just like look at it and pick it up pretty quick, that's good to know. And I don't have the stone, so that can wait. Also, nice to know I can drop some useful information every now and again. Stop singing along. Although it would be funny if that was the only part of the bot that got muted. Yeah, that's kind of what I imagine. Like the rare Pokeballs. Like stuff like sports balls and that. Otherwise, I can't. Outside of money reasons, because apparently it's still really good to get money. And Terra Shards. There's not really a reason. I guess some evolution items that are harder to get. Like remarkable teapots. And things like that. We also, you just came back, so I was catching Mischievous. Because we have actually went up a counter. I'm getting so close. It's less than 40 now. Yeah, 34. Which 30 are exclusives. Less than 30 are exclusives because I've got 2 of the starters. 28 are exclusives. Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, we've got shooting stars in the sky. I never know what these signify or if they're just a cool thing that happens every now and again. Nimona, please no. I don't know what I just said yes to. Fight. Damn it. That would sound... It'd be nice to just know there's something connected to it. I've never properly looked it up. Which, well, I'm just going to be spamming A. As I found, is always a great time to look stuff up. Shooting stars. Scarlet Violet. Oh, this music is very wrong for this. Scarlet and Violet. Apparently they just mean absolutely nothing according to one Reddit post. But this fight, we're going slightly long enough for me to look up other things. Purely a visual effect. There's literally a Game8 article that says the title is "Do Shooting Stars Mean Anything?" A whole article. And the start of it is just, they mean nothing. Someone was paid to write a pointless article. That is actually genius on their part. Oh, this has Sap Sipper, doesn't it? So it's a nice visual to take selfies in, I guess. I could say something like you just said, dropping star pieces or comic shards a bit more rarely as like the sparkling pickups would have been nice. Which again, just boasts for our case being at least consultants on the design of Pokemon games. We've had some great ideas this stream. Oh, stretch. She's literally just here to be a roadblock to me finishing this. If I didn't have to fight her, I would have probably already... No, I would have had to do the olive roll minigame. But I would have been close to finishing with... What is her name? Spider Woman. Spider Baker Lady. Not the one from Undertale. Yep. I mean, that kind of works. The music shift just for the Terror Raid bit. Or the Terrasalizing bit. And there we have big ol' Gayduck. Flower Trick. One hit. You tried. You just didn't represent enough. Maybe try in Pride Month, you might work better. Okay, that should be the last part with Nimona before the absolute end. At the 6 hour mark. The 6 hours, considering I was getting here close to like 10, 11 hours. Almost half the time. Turns out I just need to power level off a different save straight to level 100 and everything's all hunky-dory. Oh, but I'm going to end off on the weird one from the other day. So basically, with my whole setup, I can't see for the Alpha Node gym test all the inputs, so I have to guess off the text, and I did terribly and somehow still passed it. I think as long as you get at least one, you're fine. Okay. Olive roll time, gym time. ESP time, gym time. That is the order of events. It said, oh, there's north. It said north at the time, today. You're not that tired. You're fine. Okay, dude, I said I was going to save. This is what crashed it the first time. Fingers crossed it doesn't crash again. Ooh. I would, but it affects both loads of footage. Like, it sounds funny, it sounds low random. Would be up for it, but also video integrity. Oh, come on, I'm trying to, well. There we go, that's the type of cheating we like. Got stuck on a fence. You know what, I think it's being awkward because the music's not right. Still not quite right. Yeah, it's closer. Okay. Comment bait. I mean, we do love a bit of bait. What I can do, tell you what, as a means to an end, whether I decide to do it. Let's just test here. Or am I timed? I don't know if there's a time. I do a test after this. The stream can, and if I use the stream footage, it will be comment bait. You'll know what I decided in the edit if it appears. I mean, the dodgy timer that all of this challenge has said out of 678 the whole time is comment baited off. But I might be able to get this to work. There we go. There we go. All right, where is color correction? Oh, that's audio, that's why. Color correction there, and then in theory for stream, it should come back. It should come back. Okay, just for luck, I'm turning it off for a second. Oh, okay. It had me for a bit. But if I turn this on and I look over to stream with the delay, we have black and white. So I can do black and white on stream and the recording is still fine. So I still have options and we can still potentially comment bait. Just see what kind of like messed up mood I'm in when I get to editing. This will be right at the end. This is like prime. I'm up for shits and giggles. The amount of stuff towards the end of the last video, I was just like, oh, it'll take more time. But it's funny though. And that's all the convincing it took me. So many of the decisions in my life shouldn't hinge on me just being like, it's funny though. Can I do inverted? Let me check filters again. Luma key, scaling, or is it part of color correction? I figured out how to do inverted a while ago. HDR tone mapping, image Luma key, scale and sharpen. Was it a lot? Let's leave Katie on this screen for a second. And potentially turn her into a demon. Demon? There we go. Okay, I found how to do it. We can do it. Back to normal though. It's a possibility. I just got Demon Katie for a second. If that bit ends up in the edit, that's when you know I've gone full gremlin edit mode. Okay, Katie, you are the very unintended 7th gym. I think I've got inverted on my camera because I was gonna mess around, and if someone got, I think the idea was, because this is ages ago that I didn't set this up, I had the idea. If someone did the shiny roll in chat and ended up getting a shiny, it would invert my camera colors, and I just have to deal with that for the rest of the stream. Still might do that, but the odds are so low. And to set something up like that for like once a year, potentially. Well, can't use low kicks anymore. You're on the banning spree again. Is it that time of night? That time of morning, I shouldn't say night, it's 5 o'clock. It's because I look at the streaming time, I'm like, I've been streaming for 6 hours, but then I realise I started at like 11. Sorry, yeah, Shaban time, I shouldn't even look at it. Time is even less of a concept right now. Honestly, that is such a mood just to see Lucy band time. I need that on my wall. Never think about time. Time is just stress. Just get shit done. Ban being awake. You basically just sentenced everyone to death. Never to wake again. They're going for the long sleep. Okay, we're gonna have an interesting one potentially after I'm done, if I can be bothered. Or to start an next stream. That was so perfectly timed for that song. I'm gonna go through who has been banned. Not like a ban appeal, just who's been banned and see what random people have been banned. Because it's definitely a good mix of some people and just general concepts as a whole. So when we go full on like born again Christian and you just ban the theory of evolution. Okay, last gym after this. Shouldn't be too bad, and then I'm going to take a very short break to make myself a coffee. Oh! Hello, Rika. And little girl. This is the point where they realise they forgot to introduce Poppy. Like, oh, you're going to see her in the Elite Four. It really feels like they chose who was going to be the Elite Four at varying points of the development cycle. And depending on what like gym they were up to, because obviously this is like meant to be for the 7th gym. They're in orders like that. They're like, okay, the 7th gym, do we have the next Elite Four? Oh, Poppy, okay. And who have we got at like gym 5? Rika, okay. And then by the last one they're like, we don't have a 4th Elite Four member. Larry, everyone will like Larry. It's better for me not to fly, just head south from here. So, no black holes there. so close to having all 18 badges done. Had to check that Marie, just out of PTSD. It's weird how, like, doing certain challenges have basically made core memories for certain areas. Like, I remember here, very specifically, being the hunt for Strudel. Had an outbreak, had a poison type sandwich, and that's where I found my shiny one for the challenge. And also, weirdly, stuff like that, I'll remember what I was watching at the time very vividly as well. Like, that particular Strudel hunt I was watching, it was when Doug was doing his Fallout 4 challenge thing. Don't particularly remember what Doug was doing. Is it over this way? Yeah. But I remember it was Doug playing Fallout 4 for the first time. And that was a stream he decided, yeah, we don't do this for challenges. Like, the only time I have memories of, like, what I was watching and a very, like, strong sense of time and place for what I was doing was when I was doing, like, certain bits in different Minecraft worlds. Just being very in the moment and realizing everything that was going on. Like, I can tell you roughly what arcs of, like, Critical Role I might have been listening to or what videos I was watching at the time. Usually where I was sitting, because it's like one of a few places for stuff like that. Like, location's probably the easy bit, thinking of it that way. Like I say, there's only some places that I will do stuff like shiny hunts or being playing games, because consoles all set up in very specific places. The time and stuff I'm watching is a bit more of, like, the weird thing that I set in so much in my brain. So, for instance, like, I remember where I first got my first shiny Wooloo and started my shiny dex, weirdly, because that was the one I decided, yeah, I'm going to start it. It was just after work. I had Sword and Shield in my Switch for some reason. So I just loaded up, I was like, you know what, let's try the KO method, because the last time I did it was for a Shinx, for a DLC playthrough. And I was just tired, just chewing through it. It was like 100 encounters and just lying on the couch, nothing even playing on the TV. Just thinking, I'll do it before I fall asleep. 100 encounters later, found Wooloo, and I was like, that's it. Shiny Dex is going to be a thing, let's hunt the land. I don't think she wanted a battler. Register me and then get me to do the trial. Oh, she had very different to what the vibe was going on. The zooming on the face was super dramatic. For just a casual, like, the casual gym lobby music. Okay, let's do the ESP and hope for the best. Okay, let's get to it and hope my reactions are better. Playful music. God, the frame rate's going to be so bad. Why is it all the way up there? It's already so bad. Oh, there we go. The camera just pans across. Alright, someone was having fun with two cameras here. 2, 1. That, sure. greenish joy. Okay, so angry, excited, joy, astonished. Usually under me, like right about here, there would be a face that you're looking for. I assume that was fine. Oh, and now it's the battle bit. Got to be there. Beat up the little kid that owns a little kid. Get a little slash. Yeah, when you think about it in those terms, it does get weird. And again, she seems to only own Pokemon that are like preteens. Do we fight a grown-up version of her at any point? Children can't own children, only adults can own children. What is this, 2024? Alright, second half. Angry, excitement, joy, astonished, shocked as well, this one. Just looking for keywords to guess. Oh, joy. The little guitar lick that plays for joy. Like, boom, boom. Boom, boom. So joy is apparently that, and I've been getting joy wrong this whole time. So, like I said, you just probably have to get a handful of them. I hope. Or it is just like you play that minigame for no reason. And then just get straight to the battles. I don't know. Again, that's another thing I'd be curious to look into the back end of. Does that minigame matter in the slightest? Because it's clear like scores that you have to get because you can actually replay that for different rewards later on in different difficulties. I just don't know if it matters now. Oh, a Medicham. The shiny I have in the other save. True. I tried not to fail, but apparently I mixed joy up with excitement and forgot they're both the same thing. So I should really look at the poses. That's probably better than trying to look for keywords. I'll try that for the next one. I think there's one more battle. I think there's one more anyway. I hope there's not, but I think there's one more. There isn't. Oh, thank God. Okay, last gym before I can take a wee little break. I wasn't too far off. I was thinking 6.5 hours to do all the badges. Well, I was thinking 6 hours. Kind of shifted that to 6.5 hours, which will be right. So after the break, it will be storylines and catching. Yeah, finish all the storylines. Do Area 0. Catch Miraidon. No, catch exclusives. Catch Miraidon. Catch... Kitikami will be such a flash in the pan. So for Kitikami, basically all I have to do is the first 2 signboards. It is. Yeah, I think that only actually took a couple hours. And then I got into catching them. But all you need to do is, if you didn't need to play the base game, then you can go pretty much straight there. Once you get to the academy, just walk back in. And then Briar should be there. You talk to her, you can go to Kitikami. Then you do 2 signboards and you can go to Blueberry. That's why I was thinking, oh, this one really won't last all that long. I was a little confident that this wouldn't take more than 10 hours again. It's similar to what I was saying before, how you get Corfu in like 2 hours, because you can go straight to the Isle of Armor. And then also, you can go pretty much straight to the Crown Tundra. Only difference is you can't get Glastria and Calyrex really quickly because you need to beat the league. So much of the stuff in Sword and Shield is tied to like post-league. Specifically, well, so much of the legendaries and things like that. Outside of Raidlers. I just realized I don't even need to use Flower Trick. If something really depends on health, I can just Light Slash. Poor Tulip. Florges is next. Actually, I wonder if it is the first 2 signposts. I wonder, technically, if you can do just the first signpost. Like, I don't know if you have to beat the first day. No, you do, because after the first day, it will let you travel out of Kitikami. But before that, you can't use fly points, I don't think. I think it locks you into that first bit of the story. My brain's now, it's doing that thing where it's running through all the options to try and find shortcuts. And are those Medicham in the floor? We're missing a key moment. I need to check if this is a stage. But I think those Medicham might be in the floor behind Tulip. No, it is a stage. Yeah, it's just a weird visual thing. But hey, we won. That was the last badge. All 18 done. I will check the map and then we'll take a brief break before powering through the last of the story and hopefully finishing in the next couple hours. I do also need to do the whole Scarlet transfer thing. Yeah, with all 8 badges. I think most people did. Like, the plan, at least I did, was I'll go north to south doing them all. Which, until you get to here, works, really. So did we all. The gaslit us saying there was some form of scaling to this. And then we all forgot that, oh, Game Freak don't do scaling in the slightest. They do scaling by going, you got to this gym, so we'll up everything to 32. You got to this gym, so we'll up everything to 40. That's what they meant, not actual scaling to what your Pokemon are. It's just progression flags. The thing is, they pitched it as if it was like a new form of scaling, not the scaling that they did for the Crown Tundra in the wild area. So I think a lot of people thought it was going to be a different form of scaling and we all got our hopes up. And then they just copy and pasted the code. Well, they were all competitively trained as well and like had interesting movesets and different Terra types. Okay, Oh, I was going to check the map. Okay, yep, that is all 18 done. Yeah, the Blueberry Academy was wholly focused on being, what's it called, a competitive DLC. Like, they kind of did it with Sword and Shield. One was very much battle focused with the Isle of Armor, and one was very much exploration. And they sort of did the same again. Kitikami was very much exploration. Blueberry Academy, wholly focused on battles. Like, they found a formula for that. So, we might be stuck with that for the next few games. Hopefully, in the best way, ZA doesn't have any DLC. We just get a nice, long, finished game. Finished might be a bit of a stretch up. Oh, unfortunately. The game might be technically finished in 2025. To be fair, even Scarlet and Violet now, you can look and go, okay, they're technically finished. But are they what you consider a final version of the game? No. It's just, they release, and we fully lost what... Oh, forget it. Shigeru Miyamoto said about games, it's like, they should... You work and work until they're polished for release. Because back in the day, cartridges obviously didn't get updated. We didn't have wireless or anything. So you had to make sure what went out was a polished final product, because that was what the world saw. People could get updated version of those cartridges, but people wouldn't go out and buy like version 1.0.5. They would just whatever cartridge or disc they got. We've fully lost that mindset. We're like, we can update it later, it's fine. But anywho, I am very quickly going to go grab a coffee as a nice little interim. Grab a coffee, maybe a snack. My camera controls are on. Hydrate, walk, stretch, do whatever. Makes it feel good before we get back. I'll be about like 5 minutes. So interesting seeing where people want to look around the room. It usually ends at the ceiling. Anywho, get rid of that. Pop the camera back to a normal place. And it's time for the last bit of the game. So I'd say 6:35. I'm going to put bets on about 2 hours. Maybe. We're talking finish this, catch the exclusives here, which I think are already done. No. Apom is Kitikami. Bagon I can catch. Clauncher. Dreepy. Ice Cube. Cerule Edge. Okay. That isn't too bad. So I've finished those lines as well. I should still, at a push, it might be a bit more than 2 hours to do all the storylines plus that. All the storylines plus that plus DLC. Have a seat and don't get these wrong as I slide into place. I've got all 8. Okay, take this though because I messed it up constantly. I walked here. I don't think there's a wrong answer for that one. What skill are you enrolled in? Uber, because I got that wrong before. Pokemon League to become champion, sure. Technically to catch Pokemon, but that's a really long-winded. I want to be the champion. I want to find treasure. I guess. That treasure being Pokemon. Most difficult. Hortondo, sure. And the name of the leader was Katie. I love the way they put Larry at the top there just to mess with you. Shove everything out of order. Which type Katie used? It was Bug. Yeah, Larry's not a gym leader, he's just a guy. Or are we assuming gender there? Is he just a they? Just an it? Built the skill thing for champion. One. This is a bit I needed to remember. What category of Pokemon was your first partner? Grass cat. For this save. Yeah, okay. I was right, I didn't mix it up. Remind me why you became a champion. I want to find treasure. I feel like Larry lives for the stress. Like, yes, a life of stress, but he lives for it. Final question. Do I like Pokemon? Yes. I just realised that desk is hollow in you. That's a glass top. You can see right through it. I thought it was a reflection for a second. They only had to model one side of the desk. And that's done. Yep. Yay! Now we got on to what is hopefully pretty easy. Hopefully. Pick the one that took a second to start up. Okay, now I think Rika wants to bat me straight away, so I'll save here just in case. I've also got no healing items, so hopefully I'm fine. Should have picked up like 4 restores and revives to cheese it if need be. But I shouldn't need to. Hello, Rika. The effort in each step there, you can see the bob. There's meaning behind each one. Okay, Rika of the Elite Four. First one. 30 seconds of the sandwich. What shiny were you looking for? Yeah, that's definitely lucky. 30 seconds. Oh, Finners are nice. You clearly gotta get Paladin for that. Evolve Finners into Paladin and then hero mode it and get possibly one of the best shinies of Gen 9. I wish you could constantly have it in hero mode, like if it walked around. Kind of a shame. Like, I get the whole battle mechanic, that's fine. But walking around it'd be cool if you could keep it in hero mode. Are you gonna be? Yeah, it's fine. I wonder if I've got any ethers. Gone fine. I know I get healed at the end of this, thankfully. Oh, you had steady, don't you? Yeah. I should look up after I do the move. Let's slash. Let's go Duskstone for Myth Mages. Don't want to swap. Catch 130. Available format order. Okay, if I put that there, that's perfect plan. Okay. Oh, normal one. I guess I'm used to seeing the Alolan one because of just being in Blueberry for so long. Okay. Let's you've got water absorb, I think. I don't think I have to worry about Sap Sipper. Oh, that'd be so good. I hope you get it. Really, I hope you get a tiny one and then a big one. So you can just see actually how big the difference is. Yes, I hope you're only slightly unlucky. But I'm imagining you got like humongo power, so that the odds of that are very low. That's one down. Yeah, or you do the whole like challenge hunt of like after you get the big one, you find the small one. Although that'd be more interesting, although annoying for like Dondozo, just to see the sheer size difference. I could be a hunt to try and do one day. Just like a stupid side one, just to see the difference. Yeah. And like I say, most of my decisions come down to, it'd be funny though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Otherwise, I can't think of a physically bigger Pokemon outside of potentially the legendaries, which are also shiny locked. Even the legendaries in this game aren't actually all that big. I just need to check my items. Oh, I have a good few bits of items, but let's save anyway. Who would be? Because I saw Shiny Catherine doing Girafarig. I saw that video, and the size difference for that was ridiculous. Like coming up to a chest on the small one or coming up to the bottom of the neck on the small one, and coming up to just the bottom of the leg on the tall one. Yeah, when Pokemon are actually put in scale, it's actually ridiculous, but also cool. Oh, also that, because you've got to keep in mind they're all children, so they're all roughly about like 4 foot. That's why Charizard isn't as tall as people think. He's about average height for a person, I think, if I remember his dex entry. Yeah. It's also why some of the adults look absolutely massive. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, Asteroid Videos did a great size comparison video. And especially how some of them are measured. Because obviously snakes are measured top to bottom, but then some are measured from like tops of ears. Where some with ears that stick up are measured from the top of the head. Definitely recommend it. So I guess I just Night Slash this. Yeah, Steel's just super resistive. But hopefully they all set up like this and I'm fine. So I think I have revives. I think that's the only thing I didn't see in my bag. So if I'm scared, I need to use Magnezone. I need to use Magnezone. I need to use U-turn. I saw Magnezone coming out. Let's actually have a quick look, just to be safe. Oh no, I have some revives. Never mind. How's Night Dash going to do? It's got steady, so it got a crit. It would have actually knocked it out. Light screen for special. That's fine. I'm more physical. Is that going to be a crit again? No. Bronzong should actually be even better. This should definitely be one hit. I don't think it has steady, or at least mine never do. Levitate, heat proof, yeah. Love Bronzong. That's one of those, like, typically design wise, I shouldn't like it based on everything else that I like. But just the fact that it was my first shiny, it's got history, I love it. And the fact that it's just a tank when you need it to be. Like, that's one that history makes it better, but also in use, it could just take so much damage. I think just slash, potentially. I'm gonna knock you out in one. To be fair, I could have just kept using Night Slash. I was thinking it's part berry, but I forgot she was going to terrestrialize it. Yeah. That's fine. If that's super effective, I'm fine with that. Night Slash. And you're done, son. Getting some decent levels on the Pokemon that have accidentally been left in the party. Oh look, the literal child did not start crying. She's doing better than Whitney. A preteen child. That's why she's an Elite Four member. Whitney could have been, but she just cried too much. And she calls in Mr. Larry. Gotta love him. Best character they've ever made. Grey streaks and all. That is a life of stress. I just gave him the grey streaks. We know that. Okay, let's see. I might need an ether, but we'll make this work. Yes, I am ready. Yeah, in the effort to make a load of memorable characters, trying to make one the least memorable made him the most memorable. They've learned the lesson, just make him relatable. Don't make an old sage grandpa who is the Elite Four master or Elite Four champion. Just make a businessman who just works to live. We all know the struggle. We can relate to his pain. And I think it's just going to be Night Slash the whole way. That's not too bad. I forget if flying resists grass. No, I'm not on the boss. They're up. Flying type. Night Slash again. Let's see. Defensive. It resists. Yeah, it resists grass. Not super useful. Altaria. You double resist, but definitely don't use Flower Trip. And then for sure after this I need to use like a max elixir. Who's left? Oricorio. Is this two? Two Pokemon left? So much more relaxing the other night doing this. Night Slash again. He does have two left, and I've got two Night Slashes. And I will have to use another move. And it missed on the 5% chance. Who's this last one? I'm trying to remember. Flamigo. That could be rough-ish, but also got enough Pokemon on my team that it doesn't matter. Oh, Night Slash. Does fighting resist? Oh, yeah. But then it's going to Terraslide, so again, makes no difference. A misclick is also never punished for me, apparently. Okay. Night Slash, how much you can do? Half? I thought so. I can always revive it. I'm actually not all up of it. Now let's try low kicks, considering you're probably... Low kicks ended up with the muscle band? That's why. Yeah, my camera being away really changed things up. I should have done slightly more damage with Yaskarada. Annoyed, to say the least, with that. Okay, let's throw out Frosty. Revive Yaskarada. Oh, it's fine. I was just hoping I could be cheeky and use low kicks, but it also, thankfully, reminded me that. The revival herb? Okay. It not reminded me, showed me that I had the wrong item on the wrong Pokemon. This camera's ruining me. Full screen, or without the overlays. I mean, at this point, it's gonna knock itself out. I kind of want to let it. Boink alone, sure. That knows tackle and tail whip. Just for safety. Revive. Nyaskarada. Oh, we used close combat. Unlucky that it didn't use Brave Bird. Would have been so funny if it would have knocked itself out. Okay, back out to Garfield and then we're fine. Larry, you almost got me. You of everyone almost got me. And there we go. Now if Hassel does it, I won't be as happy, but I'm fine with Larry doing it. Yeah, that actually makes sense. If he wins, he just gets promoted and gets more responsibility. He's just too good that he got to this point. He's like, yeah, maybe I don't want more money. Maybe I want more time. He just wants to run his restaurant and be happy. His little gym leader job was enough. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, now I go through healing. Let's revive them at least so they get XP. I want to probably... he's dragon type, so he's going to resist. I just max elixir, just in case. Or max ether. Was supposed to actually... Oh, I have a single move. Well, I'll use it on one of the two moves I've been using here. And use that on the other move. Max potion. And just in case on low kicks. I'm going to save. I think that's all I should need to do. And now, time for Hassel. Dragon type, Excalibur is last. We'll see. He is also going to Thrastalize 2 dragon. Let's hope for the best because it does resist. Night Slash should be able to do most of the job. And just make sure I heal up basically. Shouldn't be able to do enough damage to knock me out. Easy. Excalibur's the only one I'm actually worried about, I think. Dragalgy, Poison Dragon. Just keep Night Slashing. I don't know if it's poison or water. Either way, a crit will do it. Nice and chilled for this. I could even put on a way different music, but I like it being at least a little fitting. Flapple. Night Slash you. Haxorus should again just be more Night Slashing. He's breaking the mold. Don't know what the mold is though. Is the mold surviving more than one hit? Could be. Let's do a normal slash. Not that I'm trying to say PP because I get healed after this, but... And this is the one I was a little worried about. I should be able to take enough hits that it doesn't make a difference. Ooh, we just passed 7 hours. 8 slash. And again, this is why I wasn't bothered. It's Dragon Ice type, but then just completely loses the Ice type. Okay, 2 hits, as long as I can survive an Icicle Crash. Just. Okay, that's fine. That was a crit as well. You got lucky with the crit and it didn't help. Sick. It's what we'd like to see. What I like to see. I'm not going to speak for the royal way. But also, that's Elite 4 done. So that's the longest one of the last stories. Double check my team to see if it's healed. And then it's Gita. Then it's Nimona to finish the storyline off. Then it is Clavel, Penny, Arvin, Area 0. Then Catchin. And she heals perfect. I remembered for some reason being surprised by that the first time. And I'm going to save just to play it safe. I was going to say, I'll beat this the big balls and go in to Gita. No saving. But just in case I got really unlucky. And just in case I can't just flower trick my way through the whole thing. Ooh, it's nighttime. Very, very atmospheric. I know who you are. I happen to not care who you are. Let's go. Bam. There's lots of interest in me. I prefer watching them more than... Well, I haven't really done them, to be honest. My brain just tingles a bit more like collecting challenges and just making things harder. I think probably because I've watched enough Nuzlocke that I'm not super interested in doing them. Kind of lived... Yeah. I don't really like to get super stressed because I also don't feel like I would get super involved. Or super... What's the word? Amazed. But yeah, maybe. People have also said said the exact same as me, but then when they did Nuzlocke, did super get invested. So potentially it's not like in between. I might try Nuzlocke just to see. I would be interested in like a monotype Nuzlocke sort of thing. Since, like we've said, these games aren't really all that hot. I would recommend monotype stuff, because I did a monotype like playthrough of like my only playthrough of Brilliant Diamond. And that was pretty fun to try and like work around all the restrictions and weaknesses while only, especially because the limit of electric type was so much harder. Not a ton of ways to cover your resistances and weaknesses. Yeah, monotype's been interesting. It looks like it could be. I just haven't done it recently. Yeah. Let's U-turn you just so I can stay healed. Send out poor Swallow. God love him, he's going to do his best. He can take a hit, I'll give him that. Okay, Max Potion. Meowscarada. Earthquake, thank you for knocking him out. That saves me a non-safe switch. Garfield, just had to recenter the camera because I realised I moved it slightly. But then where I am actually in centre, while I'm just being super chill, is not where the centre is. Night Slash again. And who do you have left? The loser. Okay, I can start going into Flower Trick. Save territory. Flower Trick. Critical hit. One knockup. It's a Glamora left. How many have I went through? King Gambit, then Glamora, because she has a weird order. She doesn't need King Gambit till last, which would be the smart thing. Second to last. Steel resists, but I also think Dark resists Dark, maybe. I can also take a hit, it's fine. Yep. Anytime the weather kicks in. The irony is someone probably spent... Hey, welcome back, Gary. The irony is that someone probably spent a lot of time making sure the weather worked effectively and looked good, only to find out when it was actually on Switch any time it made the game look worse. Alright, Glamora's last. Do I Terrasilize just for the showmanship? No. I think it's better if I just rub it in. She's part poison, she's going to Terrasilize to rock. And then I'm going to win. She's going to Terrasilize it into a weakness. Yeah, he actually came in at just the right time. So close to finishing the first storyline. I want to say there's probably like... do I want to put times on it? An hour and a half left until I might be finished. And single move. And let me click the button. Geeta's defeated. There we go. Thank you, thank you. It was hard pressing the A button a few times and doing a single swap. What could I say? Level 100 Meowscarada really trivializes this whole game. Now for round 2 with Nimona. Spam through text. Wait for Nimona to challenge me again. It is also nighttime in game. I guess this has taken me a long time, but it's... No, it's still night outside. It hasn't taken me that long yet that it's now daytime for me. That is a point. Does she get paid, or is it just voluntary? I think, given how the world is in Pokemon, they're not opposed to some free labor. We've seen Machamps doing all the moving, and Machamps definitely don't get paid. It is true. We just accept it because it's the world of Pokemon. Ah, wrong song for now. All right, let's. I think heal up. Finish this, and then that's a storyline done. The longest one to finish. Then I might accidentally start the Kitikami one. Actually, no. I won't. Wait. Yeah, I need to heal. Yeah, I won't start the Kitikami one because I have to talk to Briar when I get in. I can just go past her. It's also nighttime, so if this doesn't take too long, it'll be just in time to do Penny's thing. Yeah. I've seen enough videos of Fair, at least like the past few seasons. I get it. It is purely that cartoon logic of like, yes, that's fine. It is the antithesis of say it with enough confidence and people will believe you. That's true as well. Who gave Poppy a license before that? Is it? I trust you getting your information from Summit. Yeah, I was going to say, yes, the DLC confirms Poppy's 9 years old. I was just about to like start Googling and check it. Yeah, because canonically, you get your first Pokemon when you're 10. Maybe... Is it like a learner's license? And maybe she was just really good and started a year early. Maybe. Like you get a provisional driving license. That's my only theory. Either way, I think we're thinking into this more than the devs did. Okay, time to hit a single move. I don't think for any of this I have to do anything more than Flower Trick. True. As we've very much established. But we can't expect a lot of them. They're not a massive studio. They'll learn over time. Run into a team. If she has Tauros, it'll be water type. Yeah, this should be Flower Trick in theory the whole way. I love this remix of Cynthia's theme. It's so good. I may not say, oh, never mind, Sap Sipper. I may not have played Masters EX a lot after like the first week or so, but the soundtrack just keeps hitting with all the remixes. Okay, now I can go back to just using Flower Trick. Or not. The game tells me use Night Slash, I use Night Slash. It's not bad, I guess. Also, I think, wait, with the next one, it might be? Yeah, the Dunsparce. This is the only reference in the game for you to know that a 3-segment Dunsparce exists. And most people missed it here. Because Larry has a 2-segment, Nimona always has the 2 segment. Otherwise, I don't think it's mentioned anywhere. I haven't actually checked the dex entry. Could be mentioned in a dex entry that there is a rare form for the 2 segment entry. I might go look that up. While I'm waiting for credits to roll. Okay, you Terrassalars to whatever. I'm gonna look up dex entries. The Dunks Boss, Formopedia, and Game Data Pokedex entries. This Pokemon uses hardtail to make nests for holes. The nest drives enemies out of nearby, something enough that are long send release in air. So in both of its dex entries. Wait, what happened? I wasn't looking at the screen. Oh. I would. Well, I wasn't looking. Yeah, for both of the dex entries, it doesn't mention any extra segment or like rare forms. So you purely have to notice in this battle that there is a difference, which I never the first time. Or the second time. I only actually noticed when I was editing my Living Dex video that it has a 3rd segment. In this battle specifically. Obviously by the time I finished like a Living Dex and basically an almost Form Dex, I knew about it. But we're so close. It's gonna pan up. No. Show me storyline complete. Show me round 2. Not round 2. I'm just reading text. Like, just show me the end, please. Storyline complete. Not on that one? Oh no, it does it in the room, doesn't it? Yeah. Victory Road complete. Okay, 1 down, 2 to go. Where do I want to go? Right there. Assume that's the right room. And don't talk to Briar. Go outside, fight Clavel. Hope I don't need healing. Well, if you plan to do it while I'm live, you have plenty of time. I came out of those doors behind you. Good luck with round 2, I guess. I love the shocked face he actually put on the character. Full on pogging. This shouldn't take nearly as long. Yeah, why not? It's only half an hour. Only issue could potentially be Skeleton Edge. The rest are completely fine. They're basically free. Orangaroo down. A Bomber Snow, not an issue. Night Slash again. Most of this is just use Night Slash, use Slam Trick. Which one? I don't know the difference between... I think Snow may just lower accuracy. I don't know, because that's like a new effect. Like, it has snowed in games before, actually, it's a lie. So it might not be a new effect. Just not one that's commonly used. Because I swear before, Snow, its ability made it hail before. Yeah, she's always up for... It's very Goku coded. Just always up to make her life harder. Just take on the challenge. And Clavel just basically takes in an orphan. That is fine. Go down. Quality, guys. Okay, yeah. Great. Just night slashing it. Home run. No? It took a super effective hit from level 100, like respect to it. And left me with a burn. It is actually good on it because it lowers my attack. I could just keep night slashing. I'm not worried about PP in the slightest for this. There are many times to be worried about PP. This is not one of the times. It is banned. That is a time to worry about PP, when PP bans. Oh, Aurora Veil was up. Night Slash again? That's way bulkier than I thought it'd be. This move had heightened chance of landing crits. Both of those have a heightened chance of landing crits. It doesn't say not resistant. I can't remember if grass resists grass. I think before Scalditch comes out, get a full restore going, and then it's risk rate. Being cured, full heal. Not very effective. Couple more night slashes, maybe? Nope. There we go. Now I haven't got the attack drop. I'm fine. And I'm going to Terrastalize to fire. So I'm not going to get the super effective, but I'm still going to hit Night Slash. Skilligage. I love my crocky boy. I'm sorry I didn't pick you this time. Or the other save, but I picked you in the first one. Hopefully that made up for it. Loving how long this animation takes. Does that not do more? I also didn't give Masquerada the muscle band. I'm just going to let it get knocked out and get a clean switch in. That's perfectly fine. Because I'm faster regardless. It doesn't get a speed boost. But I'm now just remembering the thing I said I should have done that I didn't do. Unless I've got something that's faster. I mean, I do have a Quaquaval. Can it do enough damage and be faster? It is only level 52. Not bad. Shadow Ball on a fighting type, that still lands. I didn't think that was possible. Low kicks maybe faster. Should be 55, 53. Let's Sucker Punch should be fine. Ooh, not quite. I was trying to do it without having to use a revive. I'm gonna have to use a revive. Let's go into Swallow, because he can take a decent hit. Revive Masquerada. Remember that it's not the first one in the party like the order is. Garfield Revive on Phaeton. It's going to use Earth Power to give me a free switch in. I'm faster than it. It's dead. Next Ash again. And there we go. Clavel done. Penny is a lot easier than Clavel from anecdotal history. How strong you have grown. Yeah, basically. Real easy for tight matchups. No doubles, no resist, no super effective and then resist. I always forget it goes to his back. Real easy. Solo types, just know your chart and you're good. And then he's also going to get told off here. No, wait. Yeah, that fits a mood way better. That's what you get for not authorising a fight in the courtyard. Okay, am I healed? It looks like it. Change held item. Lucky egg. And then give an item to hold. Muscle band. Alright, sweet. Run into here. Avoid eye contact with Briar. Like, yep, that's nice. Over there. Save, because I think as soon as it go up to this area, it kicks off. Schoolyard? Schoolyard. Is it? Yeah. Oh, no, you know what? Let's do that. Who could this be? I say for a second time. The fact that this is all the second time doing it really undercuts all the story points. Meant to be this massive reveal, but it's super obvious anyway. Multiple people during my first time playing through this, not even like for this challenge, just in general, pointed out that, yeah, I think it might be Penny. Although I was proud of calling the AI twist right at the top of Area 0. It is a kid's game, I guess, so you can't fault them for being super blunt with it. Kids probably felt smart when they said that, like, I knew it was Penny. But it's like, oh, of course it was Penny. It's a little bit of the wrong vibe to start this off. There we go. This sounds really quiet. that is the thing with all of this. We have to remember at the end of the day, it's a kid's game. We are not actually the intended audience. Kind of. They do. But they're more trying to get adults to buy the cards and crap. Then again, saying that, they know also, like, people competing in VGC, the majority are, like, 18 plus. The majority of VGC players can drink, basically. Oh, I was not looking. I should not have used Flower Trick. Yeah, I don't know. They know the audience, they just don't want a panda. Which I'm just like, panda away. I would like you to do something specifically for me and people like me. No. Okay, Night Slash, let's see what you do. Okay, that's fine. Flareon was the only risk. Home free! Vaporeon, that's free for me. The only dumb move I did with this was like using a grass move on Leafeon. Unless one of these is somehow faster, which I'd be very surprised about, I'm good. Level 53, Jolteon. Alright. Sweet. What's the last one? I think the last one is Sylveon? Sylveon or Espeon? I think it is top and tailed with the evolutions. Is it Sylveon? That would make sense. But it would be nice thematically if it was on like Gen 1, Gen 2. I've also done this, but I literally can't remember from like 2 days ago. Yeah, Sylveon. I should trust it. You have proven time and time again that you can be trusted. And last one is going to Terrasilize and I'm done. I press the button, I can just lean back. Taking a bit there. Come on. Hands up. Single move. Done. Wait for the moment. I need to click the music button. Penny of Team Star. I've only just noticed they do the name the opposite way round to everyone else. It'd be like Team Star Penny. Notifications for other people going live. Like, it would be nice to watch, but also very busy. Can't wait to spam through this. And that's 2 storylines done now. The last one is going to be the single Arven fight. Single Arven fight and Area 0. It's the last big thing to do. Is that it? Oh, no, it's not. There's a lot. The whole group gets together. Clive comes in. Giacomo. Ortega. Eerie. And Mela come in. I'm surprised I remembered all their names now. Ortega's the one I constantly forget, but that's a fairy type. Captivating storytelling. Shock. Now's your time to learn a lesson. Change the music just to keep it interesting for me. Those come out of nowhere. Still wearing the normal clothes and not the uniforms. I say normal clothes. None of those are quote-unquote normal. I don't think a wrestling mask or like makeup, whatever, and borderline like ballerina outfit counts as normal clothes. Like Giacomo's the closest to wearing a normal outfit. In fact, you know what? Give him perspective with the rest of them. He is wearing a normal outfit. Yeah. The thing that baffles me is Atticus is meant to be a fashion designer, and I think he says somewhere, and probably one of the DLCs, he designed all of their outfits. Who in the right mind will put other people in that? Like, he has to look at them. Eerie herself is hard to look at. Safe to say he doesn't have a future in fashion design. He can maybe work a sewing machine to make some interesting outfits. But God, he shouldn't go into fashion. Okay. Now we're back to normal. He sells clothes to us. So basically, he doesn't know how to price his clothes and has very specific, caters to our very specific tastes, I should say. Where am I going? Director's office? Yeah, because you notice he's standing with no one round him. So no one is buying his overpriced clothes other than us. He might not have a... I mean, we may have funded his future thinking about it that way. We solely bankrolled that man. Come on, text boxes. Is that done? Oh, okay, I think that's done. Let's go do Arvin's questline. Okay, Briar, give me like an hour and I'll be back. Oh yeah, I've got to meet them at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, excuse me. Drop on top of head. Drop on top of head. Oh, so close. Hey, congrats. How long's left on the sandwich? Could you find another? Wait, is it the right mark? Actually, no. Wait. You were looking for a humongous one, weren't you? It took me a second to remember what you're doing between what I'm doing. Yeah, like what mark, but also, have you checked it? Fingers crossed for you that it's humongo. Sending all my luck because I don't need my luck right now. My goal kind of for this, like in the back of my head, I was thinking it would be nice if I got 3 shinies. So I don't care about getting many more shinies. So take all my luck. Sending it through the screen telepathically. Okay. Lighthouse. Oh, wait. Wait, how? What do you mean baited you? Surely a shiny. It didn't? Was that... I'm assuming you mean the little certificate mark award thingy. Yeah. Yeah, it's full on baited you. That literally can't mean anything else. I used to get confused with the size indicator, and it just indicates if it's smaller or larger than the average. That's what I used to think the mark things were. But no, that's kind of baffling. Oh, potentially. Did you run into it and not throw it? Because if you're focused on it and throw it, even if there's a Pokemon in front of it, it will hit the one behind it. Like the one you're aimed at. So potentially if you checked it and then ran into the shiny and it was different, that could have been it. Or it just could have been glitched out. Yeah, the game's just been weird. One of those, try and give the game the benefit of the doubt, but it hasn't earned it. Safer just to assume it's broken. Okay, we just got the news we have to go to Area 0. I need to beat you in a battle. Yes. I don't know what I hit in that menu. I'm spamming A and B. It just give me the side eye. I think that's meant to be way more like tense and emotional. Or at least maybe just tense. Just anger as the emotion. Very specific emotional moment. Okay, Battle Oven in the front. Make sure I don't need healing up. Everyone fine? Probably. Okay, last one. We're getting very close to the end of the base game. Gotta fight is newly recovered. Very sick popper. Okay. Come on. Alright, and what could be awkward? Cloister has ice moves, but shouldn't really be all that awkward. Toad Scroll, potentially. But even then, I'd just use Night Slash. Yeah, I don't think I've got any issues with this team. Let's go villain, I forgot about, but again, I'll just Night Slash it. Toad Scroll, try to remember, it's part ground type. So it should even out our Flower Trick, because the crit might do a bit. Yeah, crit makes it fine. It's neutrally effective, between resist and super effective. Garganical, nice and easy. Meloetta. Cloister, again, easy enough. I think probably between resist, again, probably neutral. Regardless, Flower Trick. If I was really bothered, I'd Terastallize, but I don't think I need to. boss stuff, last one. And then that's all storylines done. Just power through area 0 then. I was thinking about like 8 hours, 8.5 hours. I think it's going to take longer, probably like 8:15. I'm going to call. Not call to get off, but call for the end of this. Before I get to go on to catching, and then DLCs. A single DLC that I have to do, and the start of one. Perfect. All done. I've been defeated. Path of Legends, finished. Pokedex has been updated. Little does the game know I am going to dump so many Pokemon in and have that Pokedex completed. Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-da. Yeah, like one of the ones. Like Nemona. But I'm sure, like I've said Nemona before and he's not liked it. But potentially because I've completed the path line, he said it's great. Anywho, area 0 away. So close, so close, so close. How fast can I power through this? How many shortcuts can I take? The answer is not much and as many as possible. Game's literally got me climbing the walls. Head through the gate. Big moment. Big moment. The way home. The way home. Every time there's black screen like this, I really feel like I need to save. Saw the loading symbol pop up for half a second. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We got Nemona here, because apparently she got a call. Yeah. Sorry, slightly tuned out. Don't even know what you're... Instead of wording me, I was like, if I just say yeah, I was like, no, that sounds so disingenuous. Can't even remember what I just said. It's a weird side of like a one-sided conversation. Like, I'm paying attention to what you're saying, but not necessarily what is coming out my own mouth at the minute. Biometric identification in progress. Oh, yeah. That does remind me, as soon as I can, once this ends, I need to save. That is just, like, I'm at stream of consciousness, sort of, like, mode. Doors open, so remember to save. Remember to save. There we go. Cameras went to normal. Save. Just in case. It hasn't so far. But you never know. The biggest scare of Scarlet and Violet is just a completely black screen. It's not a high level Pokemon that you're going to struggle to fight against. Just loading. So I said 8:15. Let's see how close I will get. That's what, 25 minutes? 24 minutes. As Nimona just runs off and dives off the edge. It was nice, Nona. Was it though? Questionable, Nona. Ready for the worst? Well, good way to instill confidence. Oh, I forgot. I was ready for the cutscene and then I got cutscenes off. Back to this. Ready for like the diving off cutscene. Oh, that rock glitch back into place. And now get ready to walk down this whole thing because the game needed more padding. Sword and Shield music weirdly fitting. Just imagine the howls. Yeah, to be. Oh, that would have been a better title for like the walking tutorial. It would have been a better title for the chapter instead of The Way Home. It should have just been The Long Walk Home. The Long Way Home. The Long Walk Down. I don't know who decided like it would be more atmospheric to walk down. I guess they just. I think potentially it could have been at this point they realized there was too many text boxes in the game, and they just wanted to do like some timed text. I guess something that you didn't have to spam through and actively be able to play through. But then we're also like, oh, we paid the writers by the letter, so. Yeah, we need to really not let them jump on Koraidon. You can't ride my Rhydon here. Now, I know there's a couple skips I can attempt to do. And also if I pick up a Dusk Stone here, that would save a bit of time. You can fall off the edge and attempt to skip bits that way. But I think that's the only way. And you can't do it too fast. Like, you need to have NPCs close enough that they don't have to jump too far. Otherwise the game says, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Trying to find the optimal route while also looking for items on the floor. Because you can get Dusk Stones that I've got here. And I need a Dusk Stone for Mischievous. Not Peachy Fair. So trying to stay on the path but not stray too far. Pretty much every parent's general guidance. Anywhere? No. Whilst also, like, this is one of the places you can drop down and not have to go all the way. But I am going to get this item first. Rarebone? Alright. And just hold back. And then let it go. Oh, and it's what? Right down the hill. And then we're going to do a fight. I think actually because of the level I am, I might actually get the attack in before Nimona. But usually this is a fight that Nimona just uses like Drill Rush or something. And just one hits it every time. Let's see. Am I going to be faster than her Glamora? Not Glamora. Lycanroc. Why did I think? I thought Glamora because we're fighting it though. Yeah, I actually got the kill this time. Oh no, toxic debris. Hey, there we go. I can finally see man. I think we enjoyed the nice relaxing walk down to the bottom, to be honest. Not too much to say a second time round for this. Considering there's actually not all that much that goes on. Although I am going to try and get the item that always spawns in the doorstep. See what it is. Inch my way without going in. Citrus berry, there we go. And what's this? Another citrus berry. Super useful. It's an ancient, super futuristic technical lab. Made 87 years ago? Oh, that's a whole, not Hassel. What's his name? Trying to remember. Oh, you know what? I won't. It's fine. I don't need to. I just need to get down to the bottom. Heath, that's it. I was like, if I leave it long enough, the name will just casually roll out of the back annals of my mind to the forefront and just let the name come out. Are you going to be a Dusk too? Nope, forward stop. Dun, dun, dun. Everyone, head on swivel. Need Duskstone. Max Ether could be useful at some point, maybe. Hyper Potion, not really. Show me the glow bits. What be you? Not like a rock in front of it. Max Potion, useless. Okay, shortcut time. Just let it slide down so they can catch up. And then run. Oh, and then this one is not Screamtail, Iron Bundle for Violet. Again, scariest thing in this game. Why does it take that long to let the character models walking up to something in the exact same area? There he is, the cute little boy. I will say, on the upside, the future paradoxes I'm not a super fan of as much as the prehistoric ones or primitive, but they are cuter. It's unnecessarily large until you actually get to needing to like catch stuff here. And then you gotta think about it, the indigo disc also made it larger, giving it the underdepths. But for this bit, so unnecessarily large. Night slash never good. Like, I'm looking at the time there and it's taking at least like 9 minutes to get down to this point. 9 minutes of super uninteresting gameplay. Basically an auto scroller because you're just waiting for the text boxes to go. You can get there ahead, but they've timed this out specifically. Actually, no, that is exactly why this area is so big. For sure, it is all because they timed out the text boxes. I reckon they wanted the area to be maybe slightly... Actually, no. Tell a lie. If we also use the logic of the Great Crater of Paldea being so big, they also needed to fill a space, but it did not need to be so tall. The crater could have been shorter. It looks impressive, don't get me wrong. But still, I don't have to be happy about it just because it looks impressive. This is also base 2 of 4. The other one is above and there's one below. I'm saying that mainly just because I'm halfway through, trying to give myself some form of motivation. Who was it? Wait. I'm gonna guess uncommon mark. Safest bet anyone can do. Dawn mark? Ooh, you got a time mark. Nice. At least it's an interesting one. So that's Finizen the early Raza then. I'm assuming you're still hunting Finizen. And I got the Violet book. Hey. Nice, that's a great one. Palafin the early riser. Kind of fits. The only way it would fit... Yeah, I don't blame it. Hunts on water aren't fun. The only way it would fit better is if it was a personality mark. Preferably like the stubborn mark or something. Can't remember all the personality marks being completely honest. There is Bishop. Show me a walk. There you go. That's such a dumb walk. Wait, no, do it again. No, not the one. Your normal walk is stupid. Do it. Fine. Do the thing. Like, no. Dance monkey. Nope. Almost as stubborn as I am. Duskstone. Elixir. Sense a theme with the static items. Ooh, Wespion. With so many sparkles, it's hard to actually spot the randomly spawning items. Just silver dust in the air. Third one, we're getting close, we're getting close. Is there I think there's a fight outside this one. But who is it? Iron Hands, maybe? Or Iron Treads again. That was my second guess, for sure. Can't prove it, you just have to take the word. Me and Arvin fight it, because you have one for each, basically. One fight with Nimona, one fight with Penny, one fight with Arvin. And then one fight with everyone. Yeah, like some of them are interesting reworks. Like Iron Treads at least looks kind of like a unique Pokemon. Which I think is more what they were going for. But then Iron Jugulis just looks like Metal Hydreigon. Yeah, Iron Moth. Love it. I'm a sucker for anything Volcarona. But other than that, Treads is interesting. Iron Bundles, basically Delibird again with the blue ball, not too interesting. Jugulis is Hydreigon. Thorns, kind of interesting, but also super. They basically made them a bit more basic if they weren't interesting designs. And then the shinies are kind of a letdown. Yeah, it's meant to look, if I got it right, like the one from Black 2, White 2. Because he had the mech version in the plays that they do. I wonder how big it can get. Obviously not as big as Dondozo, but maybe if you were to try and get it close, a massive one might be the size of a small Dondozo. Yeah, there's a picture of the mech actually in one of the League Club rooms. That music is weirdly timed and doesn't fit this playlist. But it kind of works. As soon as the professor started talking, that kicked in. Okay, 3 or 4. Almost there. I was thinking 8:15 it might be done, but I might be at the 4th lap by 8:15. Forgot how long this walk actually takes. I know why people don't like doing this category as a speedrun. Because I'm doing this for cheating, and it's taken 8 hours. Okay, we can change that. Into the cave. A little walk down. I think from here, I'm not going to find any stones. It's all like terror shards down in this cave. As the lighting completely changes. Goodbye, you were an absolute pain to catch you the other day. Do we really need a cutscene for here? Look at this flat piece of rock with the crystal on it. More shots of the flat rock, but there's a base in the back. Not going to zoom in on the base. Just cinema. Pure, unadulterated cinema. Really went all out on the cinematography for this. Just the most interesting things to look at, like rock and crystal. And bundle over there. I could really be catching all these on the way down. I'm going to save that till the end. Till I'm actually catching the others. And I'm going to start the whole thing with evolving Mismagius, Mischievous to a Mismagius. After I get the dust done. Because that's the only stone evolution here. Then filling the decks, catching Miraidon. Just so I know exactly what I'm missing. Because I'll see a full Pokedex after that point. I'll have the little crown in Violet. And it'll be 1 of 3 done. For a second, I know it can't spawn there, but I thought that was a 3 segment. Might show how tired I am. I might be seeing things. Seeing things I want to see. Not that I'd end up catching it, because it will be weird to include, like, this is the minimum requirements that you need to get shiny Meloetta, and then including 2 segment and 3 segment the Dunsparce. And that one probably was a 3 segment. Let's assume the best for it. It went out in a real tragic way. Really just to throw people off. Minimum requirement, you need to catch a 3 segment. It's like, no. Thank God forms aren't included. Yeah, catch a 3 segment. Also included in that is Tandemaus. Also every Tatsugiri. Any other awkward forms in this? Both genders of Winkaloon. Racking my brain, I have done. I think those are the only main ones. There's probably a super obvious one I'm forgetting as well. That will be on top of playing both games to get both sets of paradoxes. Which you have to do anyway. Yeah, I think that's it. I can check my decks once I'm done. All the alchemy forms. Oh my god, imagine it. All the alchemy forms for the blueberry decks. Yeah, because I was thinking base game. Oh, you'd also have for the base game all Vivillon forms. That would be a super annoying one. If you couldn't use like the original games and trade them up, you'd have to use Pokemon Go as well and get postcards. Now I'm trying to think back how I ever used the postcard system. I think bye-bye and bundle. I don't think I've ever used the postcard system. Yeah, I've always had the event one. Basically, the base pattern for Paldea. But what used to be a special event. Now the only special event one left is a Pokeball, which thankfully I have. One of them? No. I'm wondering from here. No, it did the thing where it was, yep. Oh, you can drop from there? I thought when it did a whoa and it stopped me and then did the second fall, it was giving up and then doing the, like, gonna warp me back up basically. But I think I dropped it into the cutscene hitbox. There we go. Well, I saved some time there. $8:15. That was exactly the time I thought I'd be in the fight. So is my original guess of like 8.5 hours going to be right? Splat, 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 splat. I was going to say, can't wait to come down here again. I actually don't have to go into here after this. I have to come down into areas here to catch all of the paradoxes, but don't have to go into the lab. Unless I really wanted to get another Terrapagos or something. Peak storytelling. Miraidon, you can come out. We're going to see the second Miraidon, who's going to show you up. Oh, and now they're getting into a fight. For no reason. There they are. Iron Hands, Iron Jugulus, Iron Treads. Only making their way halfway down. Taking a little break because he got tired. Black screen. There we go. Sorry, it had to load in a few Iron Hands models. Love the variety. Although to be fair, if you're gonna have to be surrounded by anything, it will probably be the biggest Pokemon down there. Now we do 3 of these. Night Slash. You're not done. I forget because that's actually a steel type. Most of them aren't steel, which is weird. Iron Moth, I think, is fire poison. I think all the future paradoxes should have at least been steel. Like fighting steel for Iron Hands and things like that. Yeah, because that is the thing. Most of the time with Pokemon, you can judge by what they look like. Even, well, the primitive paradoxes are a bit harder to judge because you wouldn't think like bug fighting for Slitherwing, but it's still kind of there. But these, like minimum, they should all be steel. You are electric fighting. It does just make it also really hard to remember what the typings are because they don't match how they look. And now we find his voice. Now what's the battle I do with Arvin? Is it Iron Jugulus? Or is it more Iron Hands? No, it's Jugulus. I can't even remember. I'm going to assume something dragon. But I don't even think dragon. I want to say flying poison. Let's just try Flower Trick and see. Yeah, because Dragon Steel is a semi-unique type. There is the Duraludon, but at this point we didn't have Archaludon. And there we go. Especially considering they gave it like most of a paint job, like most of the other ones. Iron Bundle probably has the next most, like, of a paint job, other than Miraidon. That's like mostly painted, so it looks like the original The others are mostly silver, so that also stands out. But that, it's weird. They kind of decided on a scheme, but also went, it needs to look like Hydreigon. And probably more silver accents on it made it not look like Hydreigon. Now we meet AI Toro. AI Toro, who is shut down and somehow turns himself on. I didn't. I know what I said, but let's say wakes himself up. Also, he has a lot better of a design when he's not in the all-purple onesie. Oh my god. Miraidon in its apex form, that neck is so weird. Somehow, Koraidon with its big wheel on its neck looks better. Just the fact that it's puffed itself out like a bluebird or something. Exposition, 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 thank you. Claim my booster energy. Save here, I think. Also, I think I have to heal. Just in case. When I lie down for a rest on this slab of concrete, the robot doesn't mind us, so you can sleep here as well. Other people, we did find out that he just sleeps in the chair, so even he has standards. Black screen, okay. I did at least save right before that. That would have been perfectly fine if it crashed it. The sheer focus going into hitting these two buttons at once right now. Just glazed over. And now it's bottom. And that thing up there is somehow a time machine. Okay, I said 8.5 hours. How close is it going to get? I'm sorry for the bitrate. Probably tanking right now. The recording will be fine at least. It just really ruined the bitrate. I hope you can see it. Alright, alright. Pop the Violet book in the machine as the bitrate recovers. And pop the book in. Okay. I'm really trying my best to hit the half-hour mark. Initiate an emergency shutdown, and this is where we get into the battle. Conveniently step back off the thing that is going to rise, because we have like a intuition that that's going to happen. And here we go. Please defeat me. Yep. Which, thankfully, after the last time I did this fight, once you get past the unscripted fight, it is home free. The other thing with this is that it is so scripted that even the first time I did this, like, a lot of people didn't realize it was scripted after saying it in, like, my video and whatever. Or, like, my god. They could have at least, like, toned the damage down or something that it did. Like, give it lower stats so it didn't almost get to beat me. I literally just kept doing the power of friendship every time I was about to die, and that's when I realized when it ticked 2 times in a row. It's like, is it scripted? Did it a third time? I was like, yeah, it's definitely scripted. No, scary actually works. There we go. I didn't realize his hair went like Super Saiyan. Yeah, I need to use Night Slash. It is Forked Fire. Yeah, because you're so used to the shiny. Is it one of those again? Same here. Considering I got 3. One of them from a base dex. One of them from base dex. One of them from a Teal Master playthrough. One of them from a shiny dex. And I think I just have... I think I've got 3 of them, basically. I've hunted it 3 times. Let's slash. I just say I'm a bit partial to the Larvesta line and anything from it. As art has shown, I do kind of love it. Larvesta is probably up there with Cyndaquil, one of my favourite Pokemon. They're rarely tied, it's very close. Typhlosion's a solid second because I think they do both hold first place. Who will be third place? I genuinely don't know because they switch so often. I only really have a top 2. Rotom's interesting, but only the version we have of him. Like Rotom Pan. Unknown for the same reason, I only really like Unknown JP. There's got to be another one. I mean, there's your classics like Milotic, Metagross, all of them. Toucannon is up there. It might be Milotic. Milotic might be my 3rd favourite. That's my top 3. Impromptu tier list. We're getting close to the half-hour mark. I think the scripted fight might take too long. It's going to go just over 30 minutes. Milotic's just solid. Like, it used to be rarely rare. It's got the whole Magikarp, like, ugly to, like, just solid design. Some people might also say smash. Then you've also got the fact that the shiny goes... Majestic is probably the right word, yeah. You've also got the nice blue to gold, blue and gold scheme from the pink and like cerulean. They just went hard with it, basically. As apparently a lot of people would. You know when you realise you should shut up and stop talking because you're just incriminating yourself? Wouldn't smash, but just saying a lot about people who would smash who aren't me. I also need to focus though because I got a bit distracted and didn't realise how much damage I just took. Speaking of things I wouldn't smash. Ooh, Hisuian Zorua. Yeah, Specifically Zorua. Zoroark is interesting, but assuming Zorua is up there with like just cuteness factor. Possibly even top 5. Because you gotta think, top Pokemon have to also have great base forms plus great shinies. And that definitely does. Like the black and blue, oh, just like contrast both colors, white to black and red to blue. That's still a hunt I definitely want to do, and I'm gonna have to do it for hunt every Hisuian form like I wanted. Just keeping an extra one for myself at some point. I say keep an extra one for myself because I shoved them in Pokemon Home and they just kind of stay there as collection. And then I'll usually hunt a third one if I want to use it. Or like an extra one. It's like for Shiny Charizard and the Charmander line. I hunted all 3 of them and got a 4th one so I could fly about it in that game on a Black Charizard. You're fairy fighting, so I should still be able to use Flower Trick and it's fine. Yep. Hey. And that fight. Done. And now we're on to El Scriptido bit. How fast can I skip through this? How many minutes over my estimate is this going to go? Everyone runs in, they give the words of affirmation. I was going to say confirmation, but I'm literally a side protagonist. What can they confirm other than my complete antisocial nature? Look how big you've grown. Papa? 5-0 P 0 of you. I like to think that it's exactly how we speak. Like it says letters and everything. Letters, numbers. Punctuation. His head snapped into position there. I get it's a robot, but I don't think that was intended. I'm sorry, children. Surely when his eyes crystallize over, he can't see a thing. So he mustn't know what he's reaching out for. It wasn't far off. Maybe only like 10 minutes off. I'm gonna call my estimate before the credits. Saying like 8.5 hours, so 5 minutes so far. And Miraidon. In a Master Ball as well. Which I know all the others have been a Master Ball, but I'm thinking when we defeat this and we have to catch it again, it's then not in the Master Ball. Like we never see the ball break, do we? Unlike Terrapagos where we see the ball break and that's why we can catch it. Like they thought through that bit and potentially they did get feedback of that bit. They're like, oh, that's kind of dumb and broken. If we want Kieran to catch Terrapagos, it needs to break. Oh. And then wait. I think I have the music for this. There we go. I knew I had this exact music. And it landed on its feet? Question mark. And now time to just chip away with the strongest attack. Miraidon's Hydron Energy activated. Also, Miraidon's Hydron Energy activated. Okay, Power Gem, I guess, or Electro Drift. I think Power Gem. I forget if electric resists electric. Because resistances, I know obviously everyone knows super effectiveness, but resistances are the thing I am worst at. Because sometimes same type is the same type, sometimes it just doesn't for no reason. Now let's try Electro Drift and see. Oh no! That does a lot more. Well, let's do... No, that does less than Power Gem. I've just got to sit with Power Gem because electric does resist electric. I was right. Yeah, that would be cool. The stat log does exist, but also like I can't remember where it is, but you can access a stat chart and you should be able to do that during a battle, considering they already give you stuff there, or at least just relevant. Like it tells you like dragon, resist, strength, and just gives you like 2 lines for like, or a line for each type currently in the battle. Just think of the, you know, the new players, not me. I definitely don't need it. I know all the resistances. Yeah, again, just another thing we were saying like the other day. How the game should be more like Baldur's Gate. Oh, not the other day, was that today? Maybe. Combat history will be good. They kind of had the reverse in PLA if you think about it. They had like a combat future. You just didn't know what moves they were going to do, but you knew who was going to go. Also, oh my god, I almost died. Can we really not pull off a win here? I don't know. I think me and Miraidon are really good friends at this point. My Terror Orb's glowing. Maybe I should use it. Time to use... Oh, I forgot. You get like an Omni Boost. Just in case it wasn't easy enough with the fact that it's scripted, you get the Omni Boost off them as well. Now let's see how much... yeah, the Goofy hat. That's what I was saying, like for this, the Dragon Crown doesn't work. It works a lot better for Koraidon. Mainly because the crown's hidden. Because the feathers stick up, it hides a lot of it and you only see the extra wings, which is kind of cool. And he is dead. Dying. Fainting. Sorry, it's Pokemon. He's fainting. He's in the process of fainting forever. It is nice though. With that full widescreen, it did give me some good lighting in the camera. Okay, we're about 8 minutes 40. We're getting close to the credits. 8:45 is probably when it's got to go. And there's only a handful of Pokemon left. I say a handful. A decent sized handful. 34 left. Now go to the future. Is this a cutscene? Is it going to skip it? No. It is a cutscene, but it's not going to skip it.
Arvid, I gotta go back. Back where? Back to the future.
Gets on the other side of the pole and is like, welcome to the world of tomorrow. The music has been very thin, and I haven't had to touch the playlist at all. And it shuts down. And we're done. Fade to black. We all go up top. We don't go all up top. I don't know how we can see a thing. Literally, all the lights turned off. Oh, I forgot they call that. It's battle form. No, it's like apex form. I guess apex makes more sense for like something primeval. Come on, can we get this over with, please? Black screen. Please just be loading a lot. Please be loading. I said there's a joke, but please actually be loading a lot. Oh, okay. Okay, that was just too long. This is actually the exact... Don't you just love it when songs come together? It's like the long road home. That's what the chapter should have been called. Yeah, the lack of loading wheel is what gets me. Like, at least on the other one, I saw the loading wheel pop up for like half a second. And now we let the credits roll. I quickly take a break, and then we're off to catching. We can actually have the total go up. And thankfully, because I got background music off, it can be copyright free. We don't have to worry about Mr. Sheeran coming after anything. Okay, well, that rolls. I'm going to take a quick break. I'd recommend you do the same. Have a stretch. Been sitting down for a bit. I'll be back in a sec.